Chapter 661, Aberforth and the Holy Dragon, Time for a Truce. How does he understand the bigger picture? Aaron fumed. He's just like his godfather, Sirius Black, a brainless fool. Isn't that a bit harsh? Alice Longbottom interjected, defending Harry. It's natural for Harry to be anxious when he cares about his friends and family. But the problem is that this is a war, not a mere fight. Morale is the most crucial element in war, and Harry Potter is the key to our morale. As long as he is here, the hope in everyone's hearts will not be shattered, and the situation will not collapse, no matter how dire it becomes. But if something happens to him, even a minor injury, it will affect our morale, and many lives could be lost because of it. Hearing this, Harry's body continued to tremble, but he wisely refrained from suggesting any more support. He finally understood that while he could be a killer when facing Voldemort, before that, he was just a mascot and could not be risked. At this moment, the screams outside grew clearer and more desperate. The biting cold wind blew in through the cracks in the door, leaving a thin layer of frost on the ground. "Dementors," Harry whispered, his pupils shaking violently. He looked up at the ceiling, which clearly showed the night sky above the Hogwarts campus. Although it was covered by clouds, under the starlight, dense black shadows could still be vaguely seen hovering above, emitting creepy low roars from time to time. Dementors feed on happiness, and war is a feast for them. Normally, they would suppress their appetite, but this time they had no scruples. Not to mention being happy, even the soul-sucking Dark Lord would not blame them. "Oh," Aberforth sighed heavily. "I'll go." "Are you sure?" Aaron asked. "There are only a few hundred Dementors. It won't be too much of a waste for me. Besides, the contract between you and me is the loosest. It's just a Patronus charm. You won't stop me." Aaron chuckled. "Don't call me inhumane. Besides, in the eyes of outsiders, you are the leader of the Order of the Phoenix. It wouldn't be justified for you not to take action." Hearing this, a relieved smile appeared on Aberforth's face. "It seems you are almost ready." "I wouldn't say that. I just changed my thinking. It doesn't matter who proposes a truce first, as long as we can obtain a buffer period." Aberforth was stunned for a moment, then took out his wand and strode out of the auditorium. He raised his wand, and a goat Patronus appeared. It released pure white light, spreading outward layer by layer. The sacred aura spread rapidly throughout Hogwarts, its scope almost as wide as the barrier. The Dementors, who were frantically devouring the wizard's happiness, felt the power released by the Patronus and immediately abandoned their food, fleeing crazily towards the sky. Harry swallowed hard. Crabbe and Goyle were also dumbfounded, and even Moody and the Longbottoms were extremely surprised. They knew Aberforth was better than them, given his age and talent, but they hadn't expected this level of magic. "This is too exaggerated," Harry exclaimed excitedly. "It's just like—" "Dumbledore?" Aberforth rolled his eyes. "I am a Dumbledore, as long as you don't confuse me with that bastard Albus." Harry smiled sheepishly, feeling a sense of relief he hadn't experienced in a long time. "Well done," Aaron applauded. "You opened the eyes of these ignorant guys." "Then it's time for you to open our eyes too?" Aberforth asked meaningfully. "It's not time yet, but we can warm up first." "Can't you take the initiative?" Harry asked in confusion. "I can't, but Abe didn't sign a contract with Voldemort." Aaron patted Abe on the head. "Go, be careful." Abe straightened his back proudly, then spread his snow-white wings, turning into a stream of white light and rushing out of the door. Several blue and white magic arrays with dragon-shaped patterns lined up from small to large. Abe walked straight through them, his form becoming more majestic with each step. Through these magic arrays, his body expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Several meters, tens of meters. Roar! A giant dragon emitting a warm pale white light hovered in the sky above Hogwarts and roared. The pressure spread across the entire place, touching people's hearts and instantly attracting everyone's attention. The teachers and students of Hogwarts, the Death Eaters, and even the Giants all tacitly chose a truce at this moment. After all, the creature in the sky was truly terrifying. The word pure and flawless has always been used to describe beautiful things, but today it was perfectly combined with tall and mighty to form the most perfect mythical creature in their cognition. "This is Aaron's dragon," Ron said in a daze. "Probably," Ginny murmured, But it wasn't this big last time. After 2 years, it's time to grow up, Luna said matter-of-factly. Are these some? Ron said incoherently. It has grown at least 2 or 3 times in size. What creature can grow so fast? It's beautiful. My dad would love it. If we don't die this time, I'm going to make sure it's on the front page of the Quibbler. This is not bad news, Neville forced a smile and said. Abe is Aaron's pet. He is definitely on our side. As the words fell, a wisp of red emerged from the corner of Abe's mouth, and blazing flames spurted out. The nearest entrance was engulfed in dragon flames. Several giants and some Death Eaters who were still attacking were reduced to ashes amidst the screams. Some statues were also affected, and most of their bodies melted. After releasing his wild nature a little, Abe rushed high into the sky. When he descended again, he was very fast. The strong wind pressure lifted a large number of Death Eaters away. Red flames continued to spurt from his mouth, forcing many enemies back and forming a long flame barrier, reducing the pressure on the teachers and students at Hogwarts. All this happened in just a few seconds. Before the Hogwarts side had time to cheer for the reinforcements, the Death Eaters who had suffered a big loss reacted. Fight back quickly. Let's all come together. There are many of us. Collapse. Relax your strength. Shatter to pieces. Countless evil curses were thrown at Abe. After all, his body, tens of meters long, was a perfect target for them. However, they ignored the speed of this living target. Abe had no intention of forcibly breaking these spells and rushed into the dark night sky with a gorgeous spin. Roar! After the deep roar, the wind element in the air quickly condensed. Lines of white light emerged out of thin air and gathered from all directions, forming several tornadoes tens of meters high. The violent tornado raged wildly among the Death Eaters. Dozens or hundreds of people were caught in it, and wailing sounds continued to echo. The Death Eaters who survived immediately resisted, but their weak magic couldn't make any impact, and even the spells they cast were swallowed up by the wind element. Are these the other helpers Gaius mentioned? Kingsley looked at the hurricane that blocked the gap in the castle in disbelief. I thought he was just joking. I thought so too, but luckily it's not a joke, Lupin coughed, his face pale. There was a hideous scar on his chest, and blood continued to flow from it. If it hadn't appeared in time and lured away a few Death Eaters, I might have died. Stop talking. Nymphadora hurriedly poured a bottle of potion into him. The effect was immediate, and Lupin's complexion improved a lot. Tonks, you have to take him to the Great Hall, Kingsley sighed. You have to go too. Your injuries are not minor. I can't leave, Nymphadora said. You can't defend this place by yourself. You can't help much here. Stop talking nonsense and take Remus to heal. The Phoenix is in Aaron's hands. Even if he recovers from the injury, he will help me again. A bunch of trash, little Barty cursed, then looked at Voldemort respectfully. Master? Please allow me to deal with that dragon, little Barty said, his voice filled with determination. Yake laughed sarcastically. Just you? Forgive me for being honest, but maybe 10 of you could contain it. Then go ahead, little Barty retorted. Aren't you always arrogant? A dragon shouldn't be your opponent. Of course, it is not my opponent, Yake replied confidently. But why should I stand up for these cannon fodder? My mission is to protect the little princess beside me. Besides, I don't think this is a bad thing. Those who survive the war are the elites. These crooks can't even compare to the students of Hogwarts, which has simply lowered the overall quality of the Death Eaters. Master, little Barty began, but Voldemort cut him off. Shut up, Voldemort commanded, his eyes fixed on the dragon gathering wind elements in the clouds. A meaningful smile appeared on his face. He couldn't hold it anymore after all. Very good, very good. The better he performs, the greater my gains will be. Little Barty, Yake, keep an eye on this Delacour. I don't want any accidents to happen, understand? Of course, Master, little Barty immediately promised, patting his chest. Unless I die, I will not let her have the chance to escape. I will protect her, Yake added with a light smile, expressing his commitment. Voldemort nodded with satisfaction, then stretched out his wand and pointed at the tornadoes. With a resounding boom, a thick blue-white beam shot out from the tip of the wand, bursting with infinite murderous intent. Several tornadoes collapsed at the touch of the beam. What great magic, Master! little Barty complimented. Voldemort ignored the praise, instead looking thoughtfully at the wand in his hand, a gloomy expression on his face. This legendary wand seemed to be a bit disobedient. "Is there any problem, Dark Lord?" Yake asked knowingly. Voldemort shook his head, temporarily suppressing his doubts. "Order a truce. I think we can start negotiations." On the other side, sensing that Voldemort was personally taking action, Aaron immediately ordered Abe to come back in dragon language. White light scattered in the night sky, and the dragon transformed into a harmless Abe in front of everyone. It flapped its wings happily and flew towards the auditorium, but no Death Eater dared to stop it. After all, this seemingly silly appearance hid power enough to kill most of them. "How did you get it back?" Harry asked in confusion. "Voldemort took action himself. It may be dangerous if it stays there any longer," Aaron explained. "Abe has a certain degree of magic resistance, but it can't stop Voldemort's magic. If the blue-white beam of light had hit it, it would have been seriously injured at the very least." "It's a pity. We finally managed to create an advantage," Moody said regretfully. "Just now, I almost thought we could counterattack." "This joke is really funny," Aaron replied. "If I could take action, we might be able to counterattack. But now I am restricted by the contract, and even the strongest Aberforth is no match for Voldemort. So how can we counterattack? Besides, we can't counterattack, but we can't. Voldemort just used the Elder Wand to cast a spell. I'm afraid it has felt the wand's rejection of him. If he continued casting spells, Professor Snape would be dead." Hearing this, Moody pursed his lips and said no more. At this moment, Voldemort's voice clearly echoed in everyone's ears. Many people suddenly felt depressed and covered their ears, but they still could not stop the demonic sound from penetrating their minds. "You fought bravely. Lord Voldemort knows how to appreciate courage, but it is all in vain. I don't want this either. Every magician who dies is a huge loss and waste, so I ordered my troops to stop attacking. After they retreat, you can treat the injured and bury the dead. Harry Potter, I'm speaking directly to you from now on. Tonight, you would rather let your friends die for you than face me directly, and you should be ashamed of that. Come to me in the Forbidden Forest and accept your fate. If you don't, I will kill everyone, young and old. I will kill everyone who tries to hide you." "Are you scared?" Aaron's voice dripped with cynicism. The majestic Lord Voldemort, the infamous Dark Lord, is actually afraid of a prophecy and goes to great lengths to kill a boy under 20. Voldemort sneered. "Gaius, are you sure you want to be my enemy, or do you naively think that your dragon can stop Lord Voldemort?" "Let's be clear," Aaron retorted. "Abe is still young. If he had been born decades earlier, you might not have been able to defeat him. And let me correct you, it is you who wants to be my enemy. Everything I have done so far has been in self-defense." Voldemort laughed coldly. "Ha ha ha, you haven't forgotten that contract, have you?" "I haven't forgotten," Aaron replied. "Good, I ask you to follow Harry Potter to the Forbidden Forest. It's time for you to accept your fate." A smirk played on Aaron's lips. "I will go with him, but accepting fate? That's hard to say. Maybe it's you who will have to accept your fate. This is no joke. Dumbledore has already arranged everything. The diary, the Gaunt family ring, Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's gold cup, and Ravenclaw's diadem. These items, so closely tied to you, are crucial. The destruction of each one is intimately connected to Harry Potter." Chapter 662, Crabbe and Goyle Surrender. Information about the shelter silence, a wordless silence, solidified the air. Everyone felt the atmosphere grow increasingly solemn until Voldemort's sarcastic voice shattered the oppressive stillness. "Dumbledore, that old man, is indeed worthy of admiration. Even in death, he managed to arrange for his brother to lead the Order of the Phoenix against me, and for Harry Potter to carry out so many tasks. But your chances are gone. As for what I lost, I think the Gaius family's secrets are enough compensation." "As long as Harry Potter is alive, we will not give up," Aaron said resolutely. "I appreciate your confidence. Come to the Forbidden Forest at 8 in the morning. I hope you can still smile then. Afterward, I will take Harry Potter's body back to Hogwarts, and that will be your last chance to surrender." The voice faded away, and Aaron breathed a sigh of relief. "Great, everything is going according to plan." "We have finally reached this point," Moody said solemnly. You arranged our battlefield in the Forbidden Forest. Don't forget to drink the elixir of fortune, Aaron reminded, shrugging. Also, inform all survivors to bring the bodies of the injured and our fallen companions to the auditorium to assemble. Crabbe, Goyle, you can surrender to Voldemort. Now? They asked, hesitating. Of course now. This timing is perfect. For your fathers, for your families, for your Master Malfoy, Aaron pointed to the door of the auditorium. Do you still want to hesitate? The two looked at each other, summoned a rare courage, and soon disappeared into the smoke-filled night. Can they be trusted? Frank asked worriedly. After all, their fathers are Death Eaters. Why do you think I signed a contract with them, Mr. Longbottom? Aaron asked meaningfully. I am not a hard-hearted person. I gave them one last chance to choose. If they don't go, they can stay out of it and avoid this war safely. If they go, they will be in certain danger, but family ties and friendships will have a chance to be preserved. Their choice did not disappoint me. Although Crabbe and Goyle are somewhat lacking in character, they still had the courage to make a critical decision. 10 minutes later, the first seriously injured person was carried into the auditorium. Colin Creevey, a sixth-year Gryffindor, had his abdomen torn apart by a sharp blade, and his extremely weak breathing symbolized that his life was like a candle in the wind. He's alive, but he's dying, Oliver Wood said. Put them down first. Aaron commanded solemnly, then used an amplification spell to raise his voice. Place all the seriously injured people on the steps directly in front. Madame Pomfrey and her assistants will treat them uniformly. Does this count for me? Fred asked, looking pale and holding his withered and disfigured arm. Maybe I should thank you. Voldemort ordered the retreat just as that guy was about to kill me. She could give me a touch-up, but I only lost one arm. It must be the luck brought by the elixir of fortune. Sit on the edge of the podium, George said, immediately helping him to the podium before joining others to carry the wounded and the dead. Dozens of corpses were placed in the center of the auditorium, and more than 20 seriously injured people were gathered on the high platform. Among them, Firenze, Lupin, and Creevey were barely breathing. The rest were also in a miserable state, with almost everyone injured. More than one-third casualties, Moody said, placing a corpse down with a look of shame. If we could go out and join the fight, maybe? You wouldn't be able to do anything if you went out, Aaron said bluntly. Hogwarts barely managed to block the Death Eaters' attack. This castle will definitely not withstand Voldemort's next assault. There is only one way to resolve this crisis. Kill Voldemort, Harry said expressionlessly. Yes, you should be ready. Harry nodded solemnly, wishing time would pass faster. There were still more than 2 hours until 8 a.m., and the wait felt excruciating for everyone. Harry, Ron, and Ginny approached him. They wanted to say something, but words failed them. I understand, Harry forced a smile. This will all be over soon, as long as I die. Don't say such depressing things, Ginny scolded. You'll survive. Abe, Aaron shouted, then looked at the steps directly in front of him. Go and help them. The holy dragon immediately nodded, spread its wings, and flew ahead. A pure white magic circle appeared above the seriously wounded, and dots of white light fell on them, suppressing their injuries. I almost forgot that Abe can also do healing magic, George smiled. Its magic power can't keep up. It can at most save the lives of these seriously injured people, Aaron said, and it has consumed enough tonight. It will not be able to participate in the battle tomorrow. Professor McGonagall, please record the list of these dead students. Okay, I will note it down. Professor McGonagall wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. They are all heroes. System. Open the auxiliary product column. Aaron sat on a chair, looking at the number of delicious points on the blue interface, and couldn't help but shake his head. There were only 300 points, and roughly calculated, he had eaten at least more than 500 meals in the past 2 weeks. No, Abe accounted for 1/3 of the 500 portions, but even 2/3 meant that his food intake had increased nearly 10 times. It's not that he had to eat so much. He could perfectly control his appetite. But who knew that the fastest way to become stronger through food cells was to eat? However, the benefits were also obvious. The capture level corresponding to his body had been infinitely close to level 5, and his physical strength had significantly improved. Aaron glanced at the ingredients in the product column, which were in double digits at least, and opened the food guide. These days, he had lit up dozens of kinds of delicacies, and the capture level did not exceed level 4, but the prices of the huge ingredients were also much more expensive. After hesitating for a while, Aaron cleared all the delicious points and exchanged them for the cheapest food, such as 4-leaf clover burgers, steak burgers, and rice bowls. 300 portions should be barely enough for everyone in the auditorium to have a full meal. It smells so good. Professor Slughorn sniffed the air. I have never smelled such a fragrance. Over there, Professor Sprout pointed to Slytherin's long table, which was filled with strange delicacies they had never seen before. Mr. Gaius, did you do this? Slughorn asked, swallowing. It cost a lot of money, Aaron said with some pain. It may be a little inappropriate, but we must let everyone eat something to replenish their strength. Professor McGonagall nodded happily and immediately arranged a meal for the wounded with Professor Sprout. The food was so delicious that they had never eaten anything like it before. But no one cared about the taste at this time. All they needed was the energy provided by the food. On the other side, Crabbe and Goyle left Hogwarts. A few minutes after they ran out, they were caught by Greyback. Look who we have here, Greyback joked. If I remember correctly, you seem to be 2 of Draco's followers. Yes, that's us, Crabbe said hurriedly, fearing that the werewolf would bite them to death if he disagreed. Goyle and I's fathers are both Death Eaters. We ran out and have important information to report to the Dark Lord. Important information? Greyback's eyes lit up. Important information meant credit, but the next moment he became suspicious. Were these 2 guys really reliable? Let's be honest. Malfoy asked us to come out. Goyle pretended to be anxious. We have to report quickly, otherwise it will be too late. Tell me, Greyback smiled, the stench from his mouth making the 2 of them take a step back. Greyback stepped back unconsciously. I'm sorry, I just bit a girl to death, he said, picking his teeth and pulling out a few bloody meat strands. Crabbe retched, glad he hadn't had dinner. Goyle also felt uncomfortable and looked particularly pale. Shh! Greyback rolled his eyes disdainfully. All right, if you have any information, tell me immediately. No, Goyle shook his head firmly. Malfoy said we should report to the Dark Lord in person. Do you know what you're saying? Greyback asked coldly. If you tell me, won't it be the same if I relay it to him? It's different. Goyle swallowed in fear. I know you want the credit, but the Dark Lord won't believe it if it comes from you. Yes, that's right, Crabbe added, calming down. We have to go to be convincing. Seeing Greyback's hesitation, Crabbe hurriedly added, You'll naturally get a share of the credit for taking us there, but if you don't, and Draco comes back and mentions this. Malfoy, Greyback gritted his teeth hesitantly. He was a figure among the Death Eaters, but he was far behind compared to the Malfoy family. If this merit could make him appreciated by Voldemort, he wouldn't mind offending Malfoy. But what if it wasn't worth it? To put it bluntly, they were greedy and bullying, which meant that Crabbe and Goyle had a relatively low sense of presence. As long as Draco was around, he might not dare to stop them. By the way, Draco also has an aunt, if she knows. Before Goyle finished speaking, Greyback couldn't help but tremble. Offending Malfoy would be risky at most, but offending Bellatrix would be life-threatening. Follow me, and I will take you to see the Master, Greyback said sincerely. Crabbe and Goyle breathed a sigh of relief, but their tense spirits did not relax at all. After all, they had barely passed the first level, and the next step was truly thrilling. After a while, Crabbe and Goyle were brought to Voldemort. In addition to him, some of his close men were also present. Crabbe and Goyle behaved very respectfully. Their etiquette was flawless, but they were visibly nervous and trembling. Tell me, what good news have you brought me? Voldemort asked in a hoarse voice. Oui. Crabbe's voice trembled. Speak quickly, Vincent, Crabbe's father said anxiously. It is very rude to make the Dark Lord wait. Shelter, shelter, Crabbe said reluctantly. There is a shelter in Hogwarts, and all the wizards who did not participate in the confrontation have gathered there. Yes, Goyle nodded. That shelter was designed by Aaron, and the supplies inside are enough for hundreds of people to use for several years. Moreover, there is magical protection there, and the defense of the barrier should not be weaker than the one broken by the Death Eaters tonight. Interesting, Yaxley smiled. It seems Gaius has been preparing for a long time. Where is the shelter? Asked Barty Jr., Slytherin's common room. He built the shelter under the dormitory, Crabbe said, something suddenly occurring to him. It is said that it was originally the secret chamber of the great Salazar Slytherin. The secret room? Voldemort's eyes moved slightly, and then he laughed. Ha ha ha, he really found a good place. It is really safe there. Yes, you two deserve commendation. The secret room is a place I didn't even expect. How is Draco? Lucius asked anxiously. Shouldn't you two be with him? Draco is in the sanctuary. He asked us to report the situation, Goyle said immediately. He feels that the Order of the Phoenix will eventually use the wizards in the sanctuary who are unwilling to resist to negotiate with the Dark Lord. Hostages, Yaxley said, hitting the nail on the head. This is somewhat possible. After all, there are no Slytherins in the resisting wizard team, and many of the Slytherins are the children of Death Eaters. Draco, Bellatrix smiled. He knows how to ask for help. He's a little smart. They need someone to rescue them, Snape immediately realized. This might be the opportunity. Aaron had arranged for him to escape from the battlefield and immediately stood up to express his stance. Master, I am willing to lead people to rescue those students who are loyal to the Dark Lord. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, it's my duty. I see your loyalty, Severus, but it's not enough, Voldemort said, touching the Elder Wand in his hand. You have always served me, but to be sure, you cannot leave for the time being. Snape's heart sank, but his face remained impassive. He silently retreated to his original position. Master, let me go, Lucius pleaded. I am willing to take people there. Please, Master. Yes, after all, it was your son who sent the information, Voldemort replied with a smile. Vincent, Gregory, you are responsible for leading the way. As Harry Potter and Aaron Gaius accept their fate tomorrow morning, I hope you can capture the Chamber of Secrets and destroy their last remaining hope. But be careful and try not to destroy anything in the secret room. Chapter 663, The Quality of Spies. All right, I understand, Aaron murmured, then turned to the members of the Order of the Phoenix, who still had the energy to attend the meeting. My spy has given me both good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Bad news, Aberforth said without hesitation. Past experience tells me it's better to hear the bad news first. Aaron's mouth twitched. It's better to hear the good news first. Crabbe and Goyle succeeded. When we go to the Forbidden Forest tomorrow, Voldemort will send part of his troops to the Hall of Gods. It's estimated that many people will be killed. And the bad news? Sirius asked. The bad news is that Voldemort has discovered the Elder Wand's resistance to him, and he has kept Professor Snape by his side. If nothing else, he has already developed murderous intentions. Sirius was silent for a few seconds. Severus has long been prepared to sacrifice. I'm afraid we can't save him. That's not necessarily the case. Aaron placed a bottle of emerald green potion on the table and pointedly said, I've had this bottle of potion for 6 or 7 years, and it will come in handy. Isn't this to provide insurance for Harry? Sirius asked, looking both embarrassed and concerned. Harry is the key to this war. Do you think Severus Snape should die? Aaron asked. No, that's not what I meant. I don't want Snape to die either. Then shut up. Aaron gave him a sharp look and continued. Professor Snape has worked for Dumbledore for more than 10 years. You can see his achievements in your memory. He does not deserve to die. Besides, this potion belongs to me, and no one but me has the right to control it. And I am a student of Professor Severus Snape. Students do not want their teacher to die. Do any of you have any objections? Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in shock. Now that it was all said and done, did they dare to have any objections? Harry. Aaron took out a red glass bottle, which contained strands of silver memories. I had a hard time convincing Professor Snape to get this. The memory in the green bottle is Dumbledore's plan, and what is contained in this bottle is Professor Snape's last words, which he left to you alone. I promised him that I could only show it to you after he is dead. Although he is not dead yet, his life has entered a countdown. So I give you a choice. Watch it or not watch it. You decide for yourself. Gulp. Harry swallowed hard, feeling at a loss. Aaron placed the memory bottle in his hand without any explanation and then pulled the pensieve towards him. At that moment, Harry felt that the bottle in his hand was hotter than a red-hot iron. His intuition told him that Snape's last words would have an extremely huge impact on his soul, even more powerful than Voldemort's Horcrux. It would be thrilling. Harry instinctively wanted to throw the bottle as far as possible, but somehow he clenched it tightly in his hand, and his legs unconsciously distanced themselves from the pensieve. "You want to see it, but you don't dare to, or you don't dare to see it now?" Aaron chuckled. "It's actually not that troublesome. As long as Professor Snape is still alive, it's not that scary. By the way, when you took your first potions class, Professor Snape asked you a question. Do you remember?" Harry nodded. He had disliked Snape ever since. "What do you get if you add narcissus root powder to a mugwort infusion? The water of life and death. I already know the answer." "But that's just a superficial answer." Aaron sighed quietly. "In fact, if this question is interpreted in the language of flowers, it has another meaning. I feel very regretful for the death of your mother." I haven't read the memory in your hand, but if I'm not wrong, this memory should mention some relatively distant past events, such as why he feels regret. Rumble, a thunderbolt exploded in Harry's heart. He took 2 steps back and fell onto the bench. "Don't let him die, please," Harry pleaded, his voice trembling. "Dawn, to let him die," Harry said incoherently. "Of course, I'll put the pensieve away first. After this battle, if you still want to watch, go to the principal's office." Forbidden Forest, 8 o'clock in the morning. The sun shone through the gaps between the leaves, casting dappled light on the forest floor. The air was tinged with the faint smell of blood, a grim reminder of the brutality of the previous night's battle. Voldemort stood patiently, flanked by Bellatrix Lestrange, Narcissa Malfoy, Barty Crouch Jr., and Jacques Mons. Surrounding them were numerous Death Eaters. Aaron and Harry arrived as promised, and Voldemort was not disappointed. "Harry Potter, the boy who lived, you finally come to die," Voldemort sneered. Harry's face was expressionless. He said nothing, ready to face his fate with calm resignation. "And you, Mr. Gaius, do you regret signing that contract with me?" Voldemort asked. "It's a lie to say I don't regret it," Aaron replied regretfully. "If I had known what would happen today, I might have confronted you head-on 2 years ago." "Could you have fought it?" Barty Crouch Jr. teased. "It's hard to say. If I were desperate, I might have had a 30 to 50% chance of escaping. But now, it's over. I've gained 2 years of growth, and I have to face dozens more enemies than before, so it's not a total loss," Aaron said thoughtfully. Then, suddenly he asked, "Where is Professor Snape? Why don't I see him?" "Severus?" Jacques hesitated for a moment, then carefully pulled out a body wrapped in a black robe from behind a large tree. "Snape," Harry's expression trembled, but Aaron glanced at him, and he quickly composed himself, adopting a slightly pleased expression. Snape was still a Death Eater, Dumbledore's murderer, and a traitor. He had to think this way and not let Voldemort see any flaws. "He just died, and the blood is still warm. If you don't believe it, come here and check," Jacques pointed out. "The countdown has started. If the Master wants to save him, it's best to control the time." "Alas," Aaron pursed his lips. "I don't understand. Professor Snape was loyal to you, and you just kill him like this?" "It is indeed a pity," Voldemort said with some nostalgia. "Unlike others, Snape was very valuable to me, a loyal and good servant. The Elder Wand cannot work well for me because I am not its master yet. Its master was Snape. Only by killing him would the wand surrender to me. When I mentioned this to him, I expected resistance or at least anger. But he was willing to die, took his time, and even begged me to kill him. He proved his loyalty to me by dying. I am very pleased. After this war is over, I will hold a funeral of the highest standard for him. In the era of Voldemort, Severus Snape's name will continue to be remembered." Aaron thought to himself, "Professor Snape, you are truly remarkable. Doing this as a traitor is enough to leave a name in the history of magic." "Okay, let's get down to business," Voldemort said coldly. "I have to be worthy of Snape's sacrifice. Harry Potter, come and try the power of the Elder Wand." Harry glanced at Snape's body, then met Aaron's affirmative eyes. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. "You still have some backbone," Voldemort laughed ferociously and pointed his wand at Harry. Avada Kedavra! There was a flash of green light, and Harry fell straight to the ground. The place hit by the curse felt like a heavy punch, but he could feel his breathing, his heartbeat. He was still alive. "Don't move, you're already dead," Harry suddenly heard Aaron's voice. He immediately maintained his landing posture, staying still and trying to weaken the sound of his breathing as much as possible, though he couldn't stop the beating of his heart. Harry Potter was dead, but the Death Eaters did not cheer. Their master had also staggered to the ground, as if counterattacked by some force. "Master!" Bellatrix immediately helped Voldemort up. "Master, master!" she repeated anxiously. "Are you okay?" "I don't need your help, Voldemort," he replied coldly. After standing up, he looked at Harry Potter lying on the ground. "Is that boy dead?" "Dead," Aaron said, matter-of-factly. "If you don't believe it, ask someone to come over and check it out." "Master, let me go," Bellatrix volunteered eagerly. "It's really boring. Is it so laborious to examine a corpse?" Yake walked forward directly and turned Harry Potter's corpse over. He carefully checked his heartbeat, which was very healthy, and then his breath, which was very weak. He opened Harry's eyelids, revealing bright green eyes. Harry was almost desperate. "Is it necessary to torment people like this? Have you had enough fun?" Aaron asked angrily. "Are you going to desecrate a corpse?" Yake smiled slightly, briefly touched his chest in a salute, then stood up and said to the Dark Lord, "He is indeed dead." The Death Eaters immediately cheered, and beams of red and silver light shot into the sky to declare victory. But Harry's heart was filled with turmoil. He glanced at Jack Mearns, standing in front of him out of the corner of his eye, and immediately understood something. Hiss! It's confirmed that Jacques Mons, the wizard whom Voldemort regarded as his confidant, is the spy arranged by Aaron. Is it just that the overall quality of spies is so high these days? Did you see that? Harry Potter is dead, and no one can threaten me anymore. Voldemort laughed proudly. The prophecy is over. Then it's time to do something else. What do you say, Gaius? Aaron sighed, then looked at Yak. Can you move Harry's body first? No problem. After all, the Dark Lord still needs his body to persuade the diehards guarding the castle to surrender. Jacques hugged Harry and whispered in his ear, Don't move, and don't show any signs of life. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind using dark magic to help you. Harry thought, You'd better use dark magic to help me. Pretending to be dead was much more difficult than he thought. Jacques solemnly handed Harry's body to Narcissa Malfoy and gave her a look that could only be understood but not explained. Watch it carefully. Don't lose this body. Narcissa felt the weak breathing coming from the tip of the corpse's nose, and her pupils widened slightly. She was much smarter than the others, and immediately understood the relationship between Jacques Mons and Aaron Gaius. Okay, I will definitely keep an eye on him, Narcissa promised, implying that she would not let anyone else touch Harry Potter's body. Very good. Lucius and Draco should be at the shelter by now. I believe your family will be able to meet again soon. In addition, there may be big disturbances in Hogwarts. You don't need to pay attention, but protect yourself. Narcissa's eyes flashed with joy. It seemed that her husband and son were safe. Hearing this, Harry couldn't help but growl like a groundhog in his heart. He finally understood why Aaron was so confident that this war was a joke in his eyes. He, the savior, felt that he did not come to the Forbidden Forest to die, but to visit the Forbidden Forest. Mr. Gaius, Voldemort smiled, according to the contract, you should tell me a more perfect path to immortality. Are you sure you want me to say it here? Aaron pointed to the many Death Eaters behind him. Does it really not matter if they hear you? Close your ears and listen. Voldemort simply set up a soundproof barrier to cover him and Aaron. Sorry, I was too excited just now. It's okay now. Aaron raised his eyebrows and cleared his throat seriously. There is an octagonal runestone, about the size of an egg, with a yellow dog pattern engraved on it, which is called a dog charm for short. The dog charm has magical power, and whoever possesses it will have the power of immortality. Eternal life? Voldemort's red eyes immediately glowed. Are you sure you have eternal life? There is also immortality, Aaron added. Holding the dog talisman can keep a person's physical condition in perfect health indefinitely. It's in its prime. Even if it is beheaded or quartered, It can be read to its original state, but it also has certain flaws. What flaw? Voldemort asked immediately. The talisman can make its holder immortal, but it is relatively fragile. A single spell can break it into powder. This is nothing, Voldemort dismissed. He could think of countless ways to protect the talisman, and if he wore it close to his body, no one would have the chance to destroy it. It can only make the holder immortal, but it does not make them immune to disease or curses. For example, if you are cursed and have to endure great pain every day, the talisman cannot solve this problem. Voldemort curled his lips in disdain. He was the Dark Lord, proficient in countless dark magics. If it came to curses, who could best him? Stop talking nonsense and tell me where the talisman is, Voldemort demanded. Aaron smiled playfully. I don't know. Chapter 664, The Elusive Sister-in-Law, a 3-to-1 advantage. Are you kidding me? Voldemort's fury was palpable, his scarlet eyes growing even colder. The eternal life he had longed for seemed within reach, only for Aaron to reveal it was just a mirror. It was impossible to be happy about that. I didn't lie to you, and I can't lie to you. I respect the contract too much to deceive you with falsehoods, Aaron said, waving his wand. A fallen leaf on the ground transformed into the shape of a dog charm and hovered in midair. This spell that grants eternal life does exist. I've seen it with my own eyes, but I don't know its current location. Voldemort calmed down, though his dissatisfaction was evident. Is that all you're going to tell me? Aaron sneered. The dog talisman doesn't require you to split your soul and has no side effects. Isn't that a more perfect form of immortality than a Horcrux? The contract only obliges me to inform you of another path to immortality. It doesn't mean I can grant you eternal life. Just like decades ago, when you asked Professor Slughorn about Horcruxes, he told you what they were but didn't help you make one. Voldemort's face twitched. So, the contract is fulfilled, and all I have is a clue? Yes, Aaron nodded seriously. You still have one Horcrux intact, which means you have enough time to find the dog talisman. 10 years, decades, even hundreds of years. As long as you find it, you will achieve immortality. Interesting, Voldemort said with a ferocious smile, then removed the soundproof barrier. The contract is terminated. Can I leave? What do you think? Voldemort smiled meaningfully. Aaron Gaius, you're not naive enough to think I'll let you go so easily. No, but stopping me won't be easy either, Aaron replied, turning his wand and facing the Death Eaters without fear. Want to try? Do you think you can escape? It's not easy with Death Eaters everywhere, but Gaius will not give in easily, Aaron said righteously. I've been prepared since I came. If we must fight, it will be a dead end for both sides. What qualifications do you have to say such a thing? Bellatrix laughed maniacally, and many Death Eaters joined in with sarcastic laughter. Aaron revealed the aura of a mid-level Grand Mage, holding back just enough. If it was too low, Voldemort would be suspicious. Too high, and Voldemort would be alarmed. The Death Eaters' expressions immediately sobered, and the Forbidden Forest fell silent. A mid-level Grand Mage under 20 years old, his talent surpassed even Voldemort's. If he went berserk, he would take many with him before his death. That's right, Voldemort smiled. But it would be serious to kill the fish and break the net. Besides, I'm still here. I can still capture you alive with some effort. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Aaron sighed quietly, determination in his eyes. I really can't beat you, but you can't stop me if I choose to die. Don't be so absolute, Voldemort winked at Barty Jr. You can bring them out now. Yes, Master, Barty Jr. gave Aaron a provocative smile, then waved his hand. 2 Death Eaters brought Gabrielle Delacour forward. You are. Aaron pretended to be incredulous. Gabrielle Delacour. Sister, brother-in-law, Gabrielle said weakly. I didn't expect to meet you in this situation. Shouldn't you be at Beauxbaton? Aaron frowned, then seemed to realize something. His expression turned grim. After taking control of the British magical world, you couldn't wait to attack the French magical world. To capture a little witch, you invaded Beauxbaton's school of witchcraft and wizardry? I didn't expect it either, Voldemort began. I just gave Barty Crouch Jr. a job that suited him. I don't know what he did, but I have to admit, Barty Jr. is as loyal as Snape. He took a big risk to bring back this gift that I couldn't refuse, Voldemort said bluntly. Originally, I just wanted to invite the Delacours to the Ministry of Magic, but they were as difficult to invite as the Grangers. So I had to settle for the next best thing. Little Barty smiled triumphantly. You didn't know that this Delacour was not easy to recruit. I barely succeeded at the cost of more than a dozen lives, and there was actually someone who single-handedly entered Malfoy Manor for her. If I didn't know that he was yours, I almost thought it was true love. You, Aaron began, but little Barty interrupted. How's it going? Are you so angry that you want to kill me immediately? Little Barty put away his wand in front of Aaron, then opened his arms and said provocatively, Come on, I promise not to fight back. You just need to move your wrist a little, and you can achieve your goal. Aaron gritted his teeth, but made no move. Seeing this, little Barty smiled even more happily. The way you can't stand me, but can't get rid of me really makes me feel happy. That's enough, Crouch, Yak said disdainfully. The villain will run rampant when he succeeds, which is disgusting. Humph, you are as little a person as I am now. I'm different from you. I have a bottom line. Yak politely held Gabrielle's hand and looked at Aaron with a smile. I can assure you that within the scope of my ability, I will not let anyone hurt her. You're being serious. You kill people more easily than I do, Aaron retorted. Aaron took a deep breath, his hand holding the wand shaking. He turned to look at Voldemort. How can you let her go? It's very simple, Voldemort said. As long as you are willing to visit Malfoy Manor for a period of time, I will guarantee her safety. I said let her go, Aaron emphasized. I will let her go. Her life has no value to me, but not now, Voldemort said meaningfully. You are very smart. You will definitely understand what I mean. Are you going to squeeze all my value out of me, or let her go only when I have no ability to resist at all? So what's your decision? Voldemort asked. Aaron fell silent. He raised his wand several times but suppressed it again within a few centimeters. Voldemort watched this scene meaningfully. He felt that Aaron's heart must be extremely tormented at this moment, but he would definitely make the most correct choice. Sure enough, after a few minutes, Aaron smiled bitterly and threw the wand in his hand on the ground. You win. I will cooperate. A wise decision, but I still don't feel reassured. Voldemort said. Understood. I wouldn't worry if I were you, Aaron said unconcernedly. I will stay here and wait for you to finish handling the matters at Hogwarts before going to Malfoy Manor with you. Voldemort nodded with satisfaction. It's easy to talk to smart people, but it's still not enough. I understand, Aaron acted very indifferently. Isn't it just for people to stay and watch me? They can't bear to see an intact Aaron Gaius, Voldemort said coldly, then pointed his wand at Aaron. This is necessary, right? Boom, a flash of blue light hit him, and Aaron fell to the ground twitching, his eyes dim. No, Gabrielle shouted in pain, and a few crystal tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. She wanted to rush over and help her brother-in-law up, but Yak held her hand tightly and prevented her from moving. Let it go, Meerens, please, she pleaded. My mission is to protect you, Yak said casually. If you pass by at this time, the Dark Lord will be unhappy. If Aaron Gaius was intact, he would naturally be reluctant to hurt you, but now you are not as important as before. Gabrielle was immediately speechless. She was young, but she was definitely not stupid. She didn't try to break free from Yak's arm, but bravely looked at Voldemort and asked, What did you do to him? With a little dimensioning curse, I just put his soul in a temporary state of disarray, Voldemort replied with a sinister smile. Gabrielle's voice trembled with distress. This is too cruel. Cruel? Voldemort sneered. It's clear you don't know him well. In my opinion, your brother-in-law is just as troublesome as Dumbledore. You can't be too aus with him. Mons Crouch, wait for my return in the Forbidden Forest, Voldemort commanded. As you wish, Master, little Barty replied seriously, and Yak nodded in agreement. I will leave you with a team of Death Eaters, and all the Acromantulas will be at your command, Voldemort continued. As he finished speaking, a thin rustling sound filled the air. From the shadows emerged hundreds, perhaps thousands, of eight-eyed spiders, the smallest of which were as large as school desks. They surrounded Voldemort cautiously, maintaining a respectful distance as if wary of incurring his displeasure. I have only one request. Watch him and guard Aaron Gaius. Master, don't worry. I will guarantee with my life that there will be no accidents. little Barty promised immediately. The overall situation is under control. There will be no accidents, Yak added with a meaningful smile. Good, Voldemort smiled. The rest of you will come to Hogwarts with me. I hope those pedantic rebels seize this last opportunity. The group followed Voldemort away in a triumphant manner, like a victorious army. Cheers rang out intermittently from the team. Voldemort was in an unusually good mood. He had fulfilled the prophecy, encountered no obstacles, captured Aaron Gaius, and obtained a clue to eternal life. Although finding a runestone in this vast world was like searching for a needle in a haystack, he still had Nagini. As long as this Horcrux existed, he had ample time to pursue eternal life. 10 minutes later, after confirming that Voldemort's team had left the Forbidden Forest, Aaron's fingers twitched slightly, and his dim eyes brightened. He slowly sat up from the ground, and little Barty, who had been on guard, immediately drew his wand. As expected, little Barty licked his lips. The Master's caution regarding you is not unfounded. Ch-ch! Aaron brushed the dirt off his body disdainfully. Putting my soul to sleep? Even a real god couldn't do that. He actually has the nerve to make such grand claims. Shut up! How dare you insult the Master? Little Barty cursed angrily. Everyone, get ready. Shh! Aaron made a silencing gesture and slowly rolled up his sleeves, revealing a white dragon spreading its wings, tattooed on his arm. I created the white god mark myself. Its effect is simple, yet impressive, with fewer tedious steps than the dark mark. Unlike Voldemort, I have only a few followers, but they are far superior to you crooks. Attack quickly! Little Barty's expression changed drastically as he launched the first strike. Hundreds of Death Eaters followed suit, waving their wands and engulfing Aaron in a barrage of colorful spells. Boom! Boom! After a round of indiscriminate bombardment, little Barty signaled his men to stop. He intended to seriously injure Aaron, not kill him, to avoid Voldemort's wrath. However, Aaron emerged unscathed, accompanied by 3 men and 1 woman. An orange-red shield enveloped them, protecting them from all directions. The ground beneath their feet was rugged, but not a speck of dust marred their bodies. Shield of Seraphim. I haven't used this magic in a long time, Aaron said lightly. Any comments? Not bad. Moody's magical eye whirled as he scrutinized the threads of magic composing the Seraphim shield. No one can break the defense before your magic power is exhausted. The stronger the attack you endure, the greater the drain on yourself, Aberforth noted. It's undeniable that this is a great defensive magic, but don't use it unless necessary. Yes, that's a fair assessment. I only use this magic when, Aaron removed the Seraphim shield and declared, I'm under siege. Mad-Eye, you're not dead? Little Barty asked in surprise. However, his expression quickly turned to shock when he saw the other man and woman. Frank, Alice, aren't you supposed to be insane? Moody grinned ferociously. How could I die when you're still alive? He teased. Thanks to you, we were cured, Frank said, struggling to suppress his anger. It's time to settle the score, from more than 10 years ago. Settle the score? Little Barty laughed as if he had heard the most absurd joke. You think you deserve it? Look at the situation we're in. Aberforth glanced at the enemies surrounding them on all sides, his face twitching with concern. Even though we were prepared for this, you really overestimate us. On average, each of us has to fight more than 300 people. Exactly, Little Barty said, his smile fading. 300 to 1. I have the advantage this time. How could I possibly lose? Chapter 665. The Samsara Bloodstone appears. 2 to 1 is also my advantage. Little Barty was extremely proud, not at all panicked, and even full of confidence. Although no one on the opposite side was much weaker than him, and Aberforth and Aaron were far more powerful than him, there were so many of them that if they swarmed up, they could temporarily trap him even if they couldn't kill him. Moreover, the hostage Gabriel Delacour was still in his hands, so Aaron would not use all his strength casually. As long as they could persist until the Master took care of the resistance forces in Hogwarts, these people were just meat on the chopping board, credit delivered to their doorstep. The situation is already very clear, Little Barty said. The Master has personally set up an anti-apparition barrier in the Forbidden Forest. You can't escape. For the sake of our many dealings, surrender. I will intercede for you in front of the Master and give you a decent death. If you are lucky, you may be able to keep a complete body. Tsk, tsk, tsk. How arrogant, Aaron said pitifully. How much confidence does the wrong perception bring you? Little Barty was stunned for a moment, then sneered. I also want to know where you get your confidence. Remember the man who went to Malfoy Manor to rob the prison? Aaron pointed out. Little Barty's expression changed, and he felt a dull pain in his chest. But he soon calmed down. There was a barrier set up by the Dark Lord here, so he couldn't apparate. Moreover, Aaron had already summoned Aberforth and others through the so-called White God Mark, and it was impossible for him to use this mark for a second summons. Tataru Stone. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure with flashing blue light appeared in front of Aaron. The blue light dissipated, and Ramon Lancelot knelt down on one knee, showing great respect. Ramon Lancelot reporting. Is this the reinforcements you're talking about? Frank asked in surprise. Okay. Alice nodded, her eyes widening. Aberforth's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Ramon seriously. He is very strong. Even I may not be able to defeat him. This is really good news, Moody said with a smile. In this case, they were not picky. One more person would give them more strength, and a powerful wizard would share a lot of pressure. Get up, Aaron said calmly. Yes. Ramon smiled slightly and stood up. You. Little Barty looked panicked, feeling that the situation seemed out of control. How did you get here? It's impossible to apparate here. This barrier has indeed blocked the space, and it is difficult for me to break through it with my strength, Ramon said patiently. But as long as the Master calls, I will return to the Master even if I am at the end of the world. Master. Little Barty seemed to have thought of something and glared at Aaron angrily. Aren't you expelled from the Gaius family? Why are there still servants following you? Hey, you are really overthinking this. Ramon is the servant I took after I left the family. He is only loyal to me and has nothing to do with the Gaius family, Aaron explained seriously. Do you understand what I said? Fart, do you think I will believe it? Little Barty said viciously. If Ramon was just a magister, he might have believed it, but how could an unadulterated great magister be so easy to recruit? What's more, the Death Eaters have never relaxed their surveillance of Aaron. After he left the Gaius family, he spent most of his time in Hogwarts and the remaining little time in Diagon Alley. In other words, he has no chance to recruit such a strong person. He can't just conjure it out of thin air. I know you don't believe it. I can prove it to you, Aaron said, and took out a spherical stone with a ring, which was still flashing with a fierce red light. This is... Ramon frowned and couldn't help but say, Master, this subordinate believes that the reincarnation bloodstone. What? Aaron looked at him playfully. Do you have any objections? Ramon's heart skipped a beat. Ramon doesn't. Aaron snorted and injected his magic power into the Samsara bloodstone. Samsara bloodstone, appear, he commanded. The stone flew into the air and transformed into a dark red figure, a woman in a black dress and red armor, who knelt on one knee before Aaron. Reincarnation bloodstone, at your service, Dark Emperor, she said. Rise, Aaron ordered. Thank you, Emperor, she replied, standing up. Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. A living person had appeared before them. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Transfiguration? Impossible. The transformation technique does not have such an exaggerated effect. Create magic? Also impossible. Even the Holy Magister can't create a brand new life, especially one with such a strong aura, at least at the level of a great Magister. Dark Duchess, my master prefers to be called Dark Emperor, Ramon reminded disdainfully. Soul-calling Demon King, the Emperor hasn't spoken yet, and you are so eager to show your presence? The Dark Duchess retorted, not to be outdone. Ha ha! The soul-calling Demon King is a thing of the past. My name now is Ramon Lancelot. What a foolish name, she sneered. This is the name given by the Master. What a wonderful name. It signifies greatness among people, the Dark Duchess immediately said sincerely, then added, It's a pity some people are not worthy of it. Though your tone is full of sarcasm, your jealousy is evident, Ramon teased proudly. The Dark Duchess glared at Ramon angrily. It's amazing to be able to read minds. It truly is. As long as I want, I know what those around me are thinking. So next time, don't speak ill of me in your heart. It's the same as saying it to my face. Don't be too proud, she warned, a ball of red energy forming in her hand. Reincarnation withers and buries the heart. A layer of red light flashed across her body. You can't read my thoughts now. Ramon's expression darkened, but he quickly composed himself. I am not interested in your thoughts. Besides, we serve the same master now, and I will not do anything to disrupt our unity. Hearing this, the Dark Duchess almost laughed in anger. Damn it, I've said all the good things for you. Mr. Gaius, what is going on? Aberforth asked curiously. He had lived for over a century and had seen many things, but this was the first time he had witnessed something so magical. Well, it's a bit complicated to explain, Aaron said awkwardly. As you saw, both Ramon Lancelot and the Dark Duchess are the most loyal servants I summoned using the Dark Spirit Stone. Dark Spirit Stone? Aberforth repeated, searching his memory but finding no information. It seemed as if it had never existed in this world. Don't bother trying to remember. You won't find it, Ramon said meaningfully. The Tatalu Stone, Samsara Bloodstone, Dark Moonstone, Black Magnet Stone, and Haitian Stone are the 5 Dark Spirit Stones that form the energy components of the Dark Emperor. 5? Frank said in surprise. Does that mean there are 5 people like you? You could say that, Ramon replied, then looked at Aaron respectfully. Master, may I continue? Go ahead, Aaron permitted. Currently, only the Tatalu Stone, Samsara Bloodstone, and Haitian Stone have been given physical bodies by the Master. Haitian Stone? The Dark Duchess's expression changed drastically. He was also summoned by the Emperor? The Haitian Stone was the first to be summoned. You know his power well. The 2 of us together probably can't defeat him. So, we can only compete for second place. Is that what you mean? She asked. Ramon hesitated. The Haitian Stone is still here. Are you saying that we don't want to? The conversation was interrupted as the air grew tense with the unspoken competition and the looming presence of the Haitian Stone. Jacques Mearns, standing next to Barty Crouch Jr., watched the antics of the 2 with a hint of amusement on his lips. They were quite self-aware. All right, time is running out. Let's get down to business, Aaron said lightly. Ramon and the Gloomy Duchess immediately adopted a posture of attentive listening. Gloomy Duchess, what is the level of your magic power? Aaron inquired. I'm a mid-level great mage, most proficient in blight magic, she replied. Not bad, a little better than Ramon at the moment, Aaron noted. I am stronger than him, the Gloomy Duchess said with a proud smile. It was true, the energy of the Samsara Bloodstone surpassed that of the Tatar Stone. Very good, Aaron said with satisfaction. Just like Ramon said, don't call me the Dark Emperor. I don't like it. Then what should we call you? The Gloomy Duchess asked. Aaron Gaius. That's my name. You can call me Master or Young Master, Aaron replied. The Gloomy Duchess was momentarily stunned, then nodded. When there are no outsiders, you are the Master. When there are outsiders, you are the Young Master. Aaron took a deep breath. Ramon, I have a task for you. After this battle, you have a month to teach her. Ramon's eyes lit up with amusement and provocation as he looked at the Gloomy Duchess. Thank you, Master, for your kindness, he said. He understood Aaron's intention perfectly. He was to teach the Gloomy Duchess the art of dealing with others and proper speech. Otherwise, her character would embarrass the Master. Master, don't worry. I will do my best to rid her of some bad habits, Ramon assured. The Gloomy Duchess felt uneasy. She could already imagine how aggrieved she would be under Ramon's tutelage, but it was the Master's order, and she couldn't disobey. She could only hope the month would pass quickly. Gloomy Duchess, Aaron called. Yes, my subordinate is here, she responded immediately, snapping out of her thoughts. The name Gloomy Duchess is more of a nickname and too arrogant. Do you mind if I change it? Aaron asked. Please, Master, give me a new name, she said excitedly. Naga, how about Naga Shatil? Aaron suggested. Thank you, Master, for the name, she replied gratefully. Aaron then turned to the stunned Barty Crouch Jr. These are my reinforcements. Surprised? Little Barty pursed his lips. It's indeed a bit magical, but even so, there are only 7 of you. 200 to 1. The advantage is still mine. Don't be so sure, Aaron said meaningfully, snapping his fingers. Suddenly, dense red eyes appeared in the forbidden forest, making everyone's scalp tingle. Hundreds of shadow ninjas emerged from the shadows, armed with various weapons, ready to fight the Death Eaters and Acromantulas. How? How can there be so many? Little Barty said in disbelief. Is that many? Aaron said dismissively. I don't think so. With my current magic power, I can summon 800. You've summoned before, but the number has never exceeded 100, Moody noted, his mouth twitching. He understood Little Barty's current mood very well. The situation was spiraling out of control. Although he was surprised, he had to admit it was well done. Not summoning more than 100 doesn't mean I can only summon 100. The ghost mask I created has an upper limit of 100, but my own ability far exceeds that, Aaron explained. It's very well hidden, Aberforth commented. It's your trump card. Can't you hide it? Aaron said matter-of-factly. Although the combat power of the Black Shadow Ninja is not as good as that of a wizard, in this case they can make up for it. Besides, even if you include them, 200 to 1 becomes almost 2 to 1, Little Barty said in a stern voice. So what? Even if it's 2 to 1, the advantage is mine. Don't get excited, Aaron replied, waving his hand dismissively. I know you want to delay because your confidence isn't particularly high. The longer you delay, the greater the chance that Voldemort will come back, and the more beneficial it will be to you. But I'm not worried at all. In my plan, he won't have the chance to appreciate the scenery of the Forbidden Forest. Hogwarts is where Tom Riddle will be buried. Arrogant, Little Barty cursed angrily. The master has already won, and now he is just enjoying the fruits of victory. If you really think so, I have nothing to say, Aaron responded calmly. But I can tell you one thing very clearly. More than 10 years ago, when Voldemort killed the Potters in Godric's Hollow, he was struck by his own death curse. At that time, a small part of his soul split and merged into the only living thing in the room. Guess who that living thing was? Little Barty's eyes widened and his pupils trembled violently. Harry Potter? Yes, that's him, Aaron confirmed, applauding. Just now, Voldemort personally killed the fragment of his soul that was inside Harry Potter. Impossible, you are lying to me. How could the master do that? Then why did he fall to the ground after his death curse hit Harry? Aaron asked with a playful smile. Harry Potter is Voldemort's Horcrux. What other explanation can you think of? Chapter 666, Voldemort took the wrong path, and the traitors came one after another. Hearing this, Barty Crouch Jr.'s expression turned grim. However, as one of Voldemort's most valued Death Eaters, he quickly regained his composure. So what if what you said is true? Harry Potter is dead, and no one can stop the master anymore, Barty retorted. You are wrong. Not only are you wrong, but Voldemort is also gravely mistaken, Aaron said meaningfully. The prophecy states that one of Harry Potter and Voldemort will die at the hands of the other. Only one of them can survive. It's a life-or-death relationship. But this doesn't mean that Voldemort can relax after killing Harry Potter. On the contrary, in my opinion, this is the starting point for the gears of his destiny to turn. The wizarding world is much bigger than you think. There are indeed people who can kill Voldemort, not just one or two, but they are too indifferent to care. The prophesied Harry Potter is a stumbling block in his life, but it is also his biggest shield. If I were Voldemort, I would try to seal Harry Potter away and hide him somewhere no one could find. But I would never kill him. As long as Harry Potter does not die, the prophecy will not end, and Voldemort will naturally not die. Hiss! Moody gasped, looking at Aaron in surprise. This is too shameful. Dumbledore must have never thought that the prophecy could be manipulated in this way, Frank said in astonishment. A life-and-death situation can actually become an outrageous form of symbiosis. Is this considered immortality in another sense? Alice murmured. I think Albus must have thought of it, Aberforth said. Based on what I know about him, he must have considered all possibilities. But Voldemort wouldn't think so. He wouldn't let Harry live, and he wouldn't tolerate even the slightest threat. In fact, in general, God loves Voldemort, Aaron said with emotion. He has extremely high magical talent, a handsome appearance, noble blood, and a shrewd and wise mind. Even if he continued step by step like an ordinary wizard, his achievements in his lifetime would never be lower than Albus Dumbledore's. If nothing else, becoming a holy magister would be a certainty. But he chose the dark magic of soul-twisting Horcruxes and wasted a lot of time on it. Trading his soul for immortality, living like neither man nor ghost, he turned a broad road into a dark and damp path. But God still gave him another chance, a chance to walk all the way to the dark side. Harry Potter, a different kind of immortality that could be easily grasped. But he slapped it away, costing his own life. I can only use one sentence to describe Voldemort's magnificent life. Opportunities came to him like raindrops, but he dodged them one by one and even held an umbrella. After Aaron's words fell, Aberforth and the others looked at each other in confusion. It seemed that this was indeed the case. Voldemort was an out-and-out genius, and God was not jealous of him, but gave him a break. Life mentor Albus Dumbledore, the sole heir of the Gaunt family, the legal successor of the Resurrection Stone, countless olive branches thrown out by various forces in the magical world, and so on. He had countless paths to success, but he chose a dead end. If you think about it carefully, it is really embarrassing. Enough, really enough, Barty Crouch Jr. cursed loudly. Don't talk nonsense to me. I'm not in the mood to listen to your drivel. I only know that the Master has won, and you have lost. That's not necessarily true, Aaron shrugged. Rumble. At this moment there was a slight vibration on the ground, but it soon returned to calm. Ha ha ha, the Master must have demonstrated his great magic to those stubborn resistors, Barty laughed proudly. The aftermath of the battle has been transmitted here, as expected of the Master. Maybe not. Aaron looked at Barty with a smile on his face, unable to bear dampening his enthusiasm. Actually, considering the time, Voldemort shouldn't have reached to secure a future for his family. He knew that Voldemort's return would bring chaos and danger, and he wanted to ensure the safety of his loved ones. So, he made a deal with me. In exchange for his cooperation, I promised to protect his family when the time came. Little Barty's face twisted in disbelief. You expect me to believe that Lucius Malfoy, one of the Dark Lord's most loyal followers, would betray him so easily? Aaron shrugged nonchalantly. Believe what you want. The truth is, people will do anything to protect their families, even betray a Dark Lord. Aberforth, still visibly shaken by Aaron's earlier description, interjected. And what about you, Aaron? What drives you to such extremes? What kind of person can conceive of such a horrific plan and speak of it so casually? Aaron's expression softened slightly. I do what I must to protect those I care about. Sometimes that means making difficult decisions and taking drastic actions. But I believe in the greater good, and I'm willing to bear the burden of those choices. The room fell silent as everyone absorbed Aaron's words. The Death Eaters, who had taken a step back earlier, now exchanged uneasy glances. Even little Barty seemed to be reconsidering his stance. Finally, Aberforth spoke again, his voice steadier this time. You may have your reasons, Aaron, but remember that the path of violence and destruction is a dangerous one. It can consume you if you're not careful. Aaron nodded solemnly. I understand, Aberforth, but sometimes we have to walk through the darkness to reach the light. With that, the tension in the room began to ease, though the unease lingered. The group knew that the battle was far from over, and the choices they made in the coming days would shape the future of the wizarding world. As they prepared to face the challenges ahead, Aaron's words echoed in their minds, a reminder of the sacrifices and difficult decisions that lay before them. Arrange a way out for the Malfoy family, at least to save his son. The deep love between father and son. Draco and I have a pretty good relationship, so there's no reason to refuse. Hearing this, little Barty's face kept twitching. He knew that Malfoy was just a coward, but to fall over before the wind even blew was so inappropriate. In fact, we can't blame Malfoy. If they were following Grindelwald, they might not betray him easily, but Voldemort is a moody madman. All but a very few, nay, except himself, were expendable. And something happened last year, which forced Malfoy to betray Voldemort, otherwise their whole family would not survive. What's going on? Little Barty asked nervously. It is well known that Dumbledore was defeated by Draco's disarming spell before he died. In other words, Draco Malfoy is the new master of the Elder Wand, and it will only recognize a new master by killing Draco, not Severus Snape. What? Little Barty was immediately shocked, his mood becoming a little unbearable. If what Aaron said is true, it means that Snape died in vain, and it also means that Voldemort is now using a wand that is not loyal to him, and he doesn't know when it will backfire. He subconsciously wanted to roll up his sleeves and notify Voldemort through the dark mark. But then he thought it was too late. Draco had already left Hogwarts, and even if Voldemort's powerful magic could not tame the Elder Wand, it had no chance of backlash. Huh. Little Barty took a deep breath and suppressed his constant ups and downs. Your words are very sharp, Aaron Gaius. I was almost bluffed by you. No matter what you say, Harry Potter is dead, and there is no one at Hogwarts who is a match for his master. So what? So stop being alarmist. The outcome of this war is doomed. I don't care about anything else. I just need to obey the master's orders and keep you here until he comes back. Ha ha ha. Aaron couldn't help laughing. How confident you are. This is called being sensible, Aberforth said speechlessly. It's right not to think so much. No, what I'm laughing at is where did he get the keen fidence to deal with me? The numerical gap is no longer that big. Even if we can't defeat them, we can retreat calmly with this lineup. You dare. A cold smile appeared on little Barty's face. Don't forget, your sister-in-law is still in our hands. If you dare to act rashly, I will kill her in minutes. Aaron, what should I do? Alice looked at the teenage girl who was holding Yak's hand and was about to cry, and she didn't know what to do for a moment. Shameless, Moody yelled. Shameless in the extreme. As long as the goal can be achieved, I don't care so much. Little Barty laughed wildly. Jock, don't worry about gentlemanly behavior at this time. We need to give Mr. Gaius a little stimulation. For example, let this Miss Delacour shed some blood, preferably with some screams filled with hatred. You don't need to teach me. Yak put the top hat on his head and then looked at Gabrielle. Are you afraid? Gabrielle was stunned for a moment and shook her head in a strange way. Very good. Yake smiled slightly, holding her hand and walking straight towards Aaron. You, what are you doing? Little Barty asked in confusion. Yake didn't answer and didn't pause at all. He continued to lead Gabrielle forward unhurriedly. No, stop! Stop it! Little Barty panicked and immediately pointed his wand at the two of them. Confinement quickly! A rope shot out from the tip of his wand and went straight towards them. Seeing this, Yak simply raised a finger, and dark purple energy lingered on it. Boom! A dark purple energy bomb easily shattered the rope, and the remaining energy knocked Barty back half a step. So weak, Yak said disdainfully. Even you betrayed the master. Little Barty said in disbelief, gritting his teeth. The master has never treated you badly, and even raised you as his heir. Are you worthy of him? Voldemort was indeed kind to me, but he made one mistake from the beginning. Yak spoke confidently. I have never been loyal to him, so how can we talk about betrayal? What did you say? Aaron asked, bewildered. Yak glanced at him with pity, then knelt down on one knee in front of Aaron and said piously and sincerely, Haiti Department, reporting. Thank you for your hard work. Get up, Aaron responded. Yes, Yake replied as he stood up. He then turned his attention to Ramon and Naga. Soul-calling Demon King, ghastly Duchess, this is our first official meeting. The two nodded awkwardly, but politely. Hades' energy was the strongest among the 5 dark spiritual stones, and they did not dare to be disrespectful to him. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded, and their mood was difficult to calm for a long time. Is the overall quality of spies really that high these days? He has become the second in command. Moment, then quickly composed himself. I understand your frustration, but Professor Snape's life is crucial. He has a significant role to play in the events to come. Death sighed, the sound echoing like a cold wind through a graveyard. You mortals and your endless meddling. Very well, but know this. There are consequences for defying the natural order. Aaron nodded solemnly. I am prepared to face those consequences if it means saving him. With a reluctant wave of his skeletal hand, Death vanished, and time resumed its normal flow. Snape's eyes fluttered open, and he took a deep, shuddering breath. Welcome back, Professor, Aaron said softly, a hint of relief in his voice. Snape looked around, disoriented but quickly regaining his composure. What happened? You were on the brink of death, but I managed to bring you back, Aaron explained. We still need your help. Snape's eyes narrowed, but he nodded slowly. Very well. What is our next move? Aaron turned to little Barty, who was watching the scene with a mixture of anger and fear. As I said, you have nothing to threaten me with now. Surrender, and perhaps we can find a way to resolve this without further bloodshed. Little Barty's face twisted in rage. Never. The Dark Lord will return, and you will all pay for this. Aaron sighed. So be it. He raised his wand, ready to defend himself and his allies. Before the situation could escalate further, a loud crack echoed through the air, and a group of aurors appeared, led by Kingsley Shacklebolt. Drop your wand, Barty, Kingsley commanded, his voice firm and authoritative. Seeing the odds turn against him, little Barty hesitated, then reluctantly dropped his wand. The aurors quickly restrained him and the remaining Death Eaters. Aaron turned to Gabrielle, who had been watching everything with wide eyes. It's over now. You're safe. Gabrielle nodded, tears of relief streaming down her face. Thank you, Aaron. I don't know how to repay you. Aaron smiled gently. Just stay safe and take care of your sister. That's all the thanks I need. As the aurors began to clean up the aftermath of the battle, Aaron took a moment to reflect on the events. He knew that the fight against the Dark Lord was far from over, but for now, they had won a significant victory. And with allies like Snape and the others by his side, he felt more confident than ever in their chances of ultimate success. I think this is a reasonable use of the rules, Aaron declared confidently. Are you embarrassed to say this? The God of Death responded, exasperated. The last time, you took someone who hadn't completely entered the underworld, and I turned a blind eye. But this time, the person had clearly entered the underworld, and you used your powerful life force to pull him back. It's tolerable, but what can't be tolerated? Does the God of Death have no face? So, did you come here specifically to take him away? Aaron asked. I can't take him away. He has been resurrected. I came here specifically to see which blind man dared to steal the performance of the God of Death so that I could take good care of him on the day of his death. But why is it you? The God of Death's frustration was palpable. A person with immortal life and an immortal soul cannot be targeted by the God of Death, even if he wants to. What's more, this person's family background is so exaggerated that even the God of Death cannot afford to offend him. Because most people don't have this ability, Aaron said confidently. The God of Death was speechless. I can't do anything to you, but I have to remind you that rules are for people to abide by. Try not to break them if you can. I've always followed the rules. Otherwise, I wouldn't have used the resurrection potion to save people, Aaron said seriously. By the way, are you the only God of Death? Of course not. Every place has a different God of Death. I am responsible for this area. Aaron seemed to understand. Then the underworld. Don't talk to me. I won't tell you. I just want to make some references. Aaron muttered quietly. What are you saying? Nothing. Anyway, don't let me see you again, okay? Aaron was silent for a moment and then said patiently, I can't guarantee there won't be a next time, but I can guarantee that if there is a next time, I will go to the territory of other gods of death. Upon hearing this, the face of the God of Death, which was covered by the hood, darkened, and the scythe he was holding trembled slightly. But he didn't say anything in the end, and turned into black smoke, dissipating in place. As soon as Death left, time seemed to flow again. Snape slowly opened his eyes, looked at the still clear sky, and muttered to himself in a daze, I am still alive? To be exact, it's resurrection from the dead, Aaron's voice rang in his ears. Professor, this experience is enough for you to brag about for a lifetime. Snape came back to his senses and noticed the empty glass bottle in Aaron's hand. He couldn't help but feel a little touched. You saved me, right? With that bottle of medicine? Obviously. Aaron threw the bottle on the open space casually. Professor, you are worth saving. Thank you, Snape said, a little embarrassed. When I become the principal of Hogwarts in the future, you must never forget the life you owe me today. Snape's face darkened, and he felt a surge of frustration. This favor was owed deeply, and he might be trapped by Aaron for the rest of his life. Congratulations, Severus, little Barty said inappropriately. I believe the Master will be very pleased to know that you are resurrected, but please understand the current situation. You are on our side. Only then did Snape react. Looking at the tense situation between the two armies around him, he seemed to understand something. Where's the Dark Lord? Leading the army to Hogwarts, Aaron said with a proud smile. Everything is going according to my plan. What about Harry Potter? He was killed by his master. The boy who survived eventually died in his master's hands, little Barty said. The plan went very smoothly. Voldemort used the death curse to obliterate the fragment of Harry Potter's soul that belonged to him. Now Voldemort's only Horcrux is the snake, Aaron said, slapping his forehead. What a mistake! I almost forgot about the snake. Before Harry Potter kills Voldemort, I have to kill the snake. Harry Potter is dead, Barty Jr. cursed angrily. He's not dead, Aaron said impatiently, waving his hand dismissively. The death curse only wiped out Voldemort's soul. Harry Potter is still alive and well. He is indeed alive, Yak added, confirming Aaron's statement. When I checked, his pulse was strong, and his eyes were bright, though his heart was beating a little fast. By the way, I handed Harry Potter over to Lucius's wife, Narcissa Malfoy. She knows Harry Potter is not dead, but Malfoy has already made his choice. She will bring Harry Potter to Hogwarts safely. Damn traitors, little Barty yelled. The master will not let them go. Now, you can show off your tongue, Aaron retorted. As expected, your master will die at the hands of Harry Potter. There was an accident, and I personally sent him on his way. You. Little Barty was furious. He turned to Snape, glaring fiercely. What are you still standing there for, Severus? I think you may have made a mistake, Snape said, taking out his wand and standing awkwardly with Aberforth and the others. Little Barty stared at the scene, wide-eyed and shocked by Snape's few steps back. Do you know what you are doing? I know very well, Snape replied calmly. The master considers you to be his most loyal servant, and he intends to let your name go down forever. I can understand Malfoy's betrayal, but you... Little Barty gritted his teeth. A wizard who is willing to give his life for the Dark Lord, why would you betray him? It's not like he won't kill me if I don't want to, Snape said sarcastically. Besides, only if I die can he feel free to use that Elder Wand to fight Harry Potter. By the way, before the final battle, Harry Potter defeated Draco with a disarming spell. In other words, he was the real owner of the Elder Wand. Hearing this, little Barty was stunned. He seemed to have figured something out and looked at Snape in fear. Have you betrayed your master a long time ago? Snape was silent for a moment. I have betrayed him for 17 years. This was Albus Dumbledore's arrangement. Little Barty's defenses broke instantly, and he took a few steps back. Damn, you all deserve to die. You are the damnedest. Okay, I understand your mood very well, Aaron said. But the decisive battle at Hogwarts should start soon. After killing you, I have to kill the snake, so don't waste time, okay? Hearing this, little Barty reluctantly calmed down. Although the succession of traitors made him extremely angry, the top priority was to deal with the current difficult matter. To guard Aaron, Voldemort had left Gabriel Delacour as a hostage, along with hundreds of Death Eaters, thousands of Acromantulas, and a great mage. No matter how you looked at this lineup, it seemed foolproof, but every turn had been unexpected. Aaron's white godmark attracted several masters, but it didn't matter. There were many of them. Then he summoned more than 800 shadow ninjas, evening the numerical advantage. Although there was a double difference in number, those Acromantulas were not wizards after all, and their overall strength was about the same as that of the black shadow ninjas. But it didn't matter. With the hostage in hand, Aaron couldn't act rashly. But they never expected that, at this critical moment, Jock Moans would rebel and take away their biggest trump card, Gabriel Delacour. Now, they had no advantage, and he had no other choice but to fight head-on. Avada Kedavra, little Barty suddenly took action, and the green light shot towards Aaron like lightning. Killing Aaron Gaius was the only way he could think of to break the situation. As for the Dark Lord's order, the worst he could do was die as an apology. And after hearing Aaron explain so much, the ominous premonition in his heart became more and more obvious. It was exactly the same as when Voldemort died more than 10 years ago, or even more serious. Mind-seizing. Blighting technique. Boom. Ramon and Naga took action one after another, and the pale white energy claws collided with the green light, creating a powerful explosion. After a moment of stalemate, the green light was defeated. Dark red energy followed closely, and little Barty resisted instinctively. However, the magic power of a junior Grand Mage was incomparable to that of 2 intermediate Grand Magisters. After holding on for a few seconds, he was repelled by the two waves of energy and hit the giant tree behind him hard. "We are still here, and you dare to attack the master," Naga said scornfully. "You don't take us seriously." "I let you run away last time, but you won't have any chance this time," Ramon said with a light smile as he gathered his energy. "The mind-stealing technique." "Stop it," Aaron interrupted. "Barty Crouch Jr. is also a Grand Magister after all, and such elites are rare among Death Eaters. The most important thing is that this head is worth 200 magic points, and he is reluctant to give it to others." "Ch-ch!" Little Barty stood up with a sneer. "You are too confident. If I try my best, I will hurt you no matter what." "You are the one who is confident," Aaron replied, his eyes glowing golden. His majestic aura made little Barty tremble with fear. Aaron immediately ordered, "Everyone, come here and kill them." Chapter 668, Brave Killing. What are we here for? As soon as he finished speaking, two destructive rays shot out from Aaron's eyes. Little Barty immediately waved his magic wand, hastily constructing a defensive barrier in front of him. Cracks began to appear in the barrier under the continuous bombardment of the lasers. Little Barty gritted his teeth, channeling his magic power into the barrier. His hand, holding the wand, trembled slightly as he struggled to maintain his defense. "It's not satisfactory." Aaron blinked, making a rough assessment of the pig charm's magic power. The attack power was slightly lacking, but its endurance was impressive, and the range seemed almost unlimited. "What are you doing standing still? Hurry up!" Little Barty gasped, shouting wildly. The Death Eaters, initially stunned by the sight of spells being cast from Aaron's eyes, quickly regained their senses and launched attacks on Aaron and his companions. Countless spells shot from their wands, drawing dense parabolas in the forbidden forest. "Don't overestimate your capabilities," Yak said, tapping the top hat with his slender fingers. He waved one hand, and dark black energy spread rapidly, neutralizing most of the offensive spells. Ramon and Naga also took action, releasing white and dark red energy respectively, blocking the remaining spells. Aberforth and the others immediately raised their wands, constructing a powerful barrier to resist the tide of Acromantula. "Tsk! I'm really anxious," Aaron smacked his lips. "They're rushing to their deaths." "Can you stop talking nonsense?" Snape said anxiously. "Please stop your people from standing still. We can't control those shadows." Okay, Aaron waved his hand impatiently. "Kill. No one will be spared." Upon receiving the order, the Black Shadow ninjas immediately spread out, attacking the Death Eaters and Acromantula team like ghosts. Soon, the woods echoed with the screams of humans and the eerie roars of the Acromantula. The Death Eaters quickly became disorganized, their original formation descending into chaos. Most of them had no time to focus on Aaron and his group, with only a few managing to maintain their offensive. However, these scattered attack spells were ineffective against the combined efforts of Yak, Ramon, and Naga, not even causing a ripple. "The effect is better than I thought," Aaron sneered. "I originally planned to release a few large-scale spells to disrupt their formation, but now it seems unnecessary." "What a waste," Little Barty cursed, his face contorted with frustration. In truth, the Shadow Ninjas had no inherent advantage over the wizards. Even the weakest wizards would need 3 or 5 to replace one. But the Shadow Ninjas had qualities the Death Eaters lacked. They were unafraid of death, unafraid of pain, and fought with a relentless ferocity. Thus, even as their numbers dwindled, their death-defying assault continued to terrify the Death Eaters, and even the Acromantula. If these Death Eaters had received proper training, they could have effectively counterattacked against the Shadow Ninjas, with no more than 1/20th of them being killed. But unfortunately, the elites had been taken by Voldemort, leaving behind a disorganized mob. They were bound to suffer losses against a regular army that followed orders without question. "Yak, you and Professor Snape stay to protect Gabrielle. Ramon and Naga, fight as you see fit. As for Aberforth, you 4 old, weak, sick, and disabled team up to cooperate." Aberforth and the others exchanged confused glances, feeling deeply insulted. Being called old, weak, sick, and disabled was too much, but they couldn't refute it. Compared to Aaron's 3 men, the description was unfortunately accurate. "I have only one request for you. Don't let anyone escape." As ordered, Ramon and Naga saluted together, then exchanged looks and walked in different directions. "Let's go too," Aberforth sighed. Aaron quietly led Moody and the others towards the advancing spider tide. After issuing the combat orders, he approached little Barty with a playful demeanor, his eyes glowing a menacing gold. Boom, boom, boom! Lasers shot out from Aaron's eyes one after another. Little Barty struggled to defend himself, using the complex terrain of the woods to dodge. Counterattacking was nearly impossible. Any spells he managed to cast were swiftly neutralized by Aaron's gaze. "Don't think about running away," Aaron taunted. "Voldemort has set an anti-apparition spell here. You might as well surrender. We've had many interactions, so I'll try my best to leave you with a complete body." "That's too much bullying," little Barty roared angrily. He slammed his wand into the ground. "Go to hell!" Magic power surged into the earth, creating a powerful shockwave that raced towards Aaron. The ground collapsed wherever it passed, transforming the soil into sharp, massive thorns. The surrounding Death Eaters, Acromantulas, and Black Shadow ninjas were caught in the chaos, resulting in heavy casualties. Did it succeed? Little Barty wondered, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He didn't expect to kill Aaron with this move. It was unrealistic. But even a slight injury would satisfy him. "It's a pity that it failed," a voice echoed from above. Aaron hovered in the air, unscathed. He glanced at the massive collapse below and smacked his lips. Tsk! The full-force attack of a newly promoted junior great mage is truly terrifying. Hearing Aaron's mocking voice, little Barty's anger erupted. He immediately cast the killing curse. The green light shot towards Aaron, but was intercepted by two magic circles, one red and one blue. "Mirror returns," Aaron declared. The green light reflected off the magic circles, redirected towards little Barty. Boom! Several giant trees were pierced by the curse, losing all vitality and withering instantly. Little Barty rolled to avoid the green beam, but he couldn't evade the following laser beams. A large piece of flesh was burned off his back. "Ah!" A shrill scream escaped his lips, though it was barely noticeable in the chaotic forbidden forest. Ramon and Naga were merciless, unlocking numerous death postures for the Death Eaters, their screams more haunting than the last. Barty's scream was relatively ordinary. Aaron landed firmly in front of him. "Originally, I wanted to give you a quick death, but you kidnapped my sister-in-law. Master will avenge me," little Barty smiled weakly. "I appreciate your loyalty, but as I said, he won't stand a chance. After dealing with things here, I have to kill the snake. Time is precious, so I'll send you on your way first," Aaron said, and with a laser beam, he pierced little Barty's heart. "Now, what happens next?" Aaron glanced at the chaotic forest battlefield, then flew into the air. Activating his detection magic, he covered the entire forbidden forest with his perception. Aberforth and the others were fiercely battling the Acromantulas, methodically killing thousands and forcing them to retreat. Ramon and Naga fought with even more ferocity, their white claw marks and dark red blood vines wreaking havoc. In a short time, nearly a quarter of the Death Eaters were killed by the two of them. More than half of the Black Shadow Corps suffered casualties, but the remaining ninjas continued to carry out Aaron's orders meticulously, which pleased him greatly. Some, recognizing the dire situation, had already begun to retreat. Knowing they couldn't be beaten, Aaron sneered, "Want to run? Then you have to ask me if I agree." He slowly raised his right hand, and a giant earth-yellow magic circle emerged in midair. A large number of boulders rose from the ground, surrounding an area of a kilometer, transforming into a prison tens of meters high. This ensured that the Death Eaters and Acromantulas could not escape easily. Aaron then disappeared, beginning his hunt. Having recently regained his full strength, he had never used all his power before, and was unsure of his limits. This was an opportunity to test himself. However, out of love for the small animals in the Forbidden Forest, he decided to be as restrained as possible. "Let's finish this quickly," he declared. Boom, boom, boom. 3 advanced magic arrays of ice blue, emerald green, and dark purple appeared in different directions. Ice cones, wind blades, and lightning bolts fell from the sky, relentlessly targeting the deserters who were fleeing the battlefield. Then, dozens of intermediate magic arrays of various colors were summoned by him, densely covering the top of the battlefield. The next moment, the magic arrays turned into fortresses, and 7 elements, water, fire, Earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness transformed into cannonballs, bombarding the forbidden forest below in all directions. Despite the ferocity of his attack, Aaron was careful. The Black Shadow ninjas were expendable, but the other creatures were living beings, and he ensured their locations were not within the bombing range. Although he was alone, Aaron displayed the momentum of an entire army. The Death Eaters were overwhelmed by the bombardment of elemental magic. These elements seemed to have eyes, finding them no matter where they hid. Some Death Eaters cast iron armor curses on themselves, but their skills varied greatly. The magic power could not be blocked by the Magister, and even the Magister could barely withstand 1 or 2 cannonballs without dying. The Forbidden Forest was filled with wailing. Broken limbs and blood were everywhere, staining the ground red. After suffering more than half of the casualties, they finally realized that escape was impossible. But what made them despair was that they could not find the spellcaster. The sky was too vast, and Aaron had cast a disillusionment charm on himself. "Oh my God," Moody swallowed in shock. "This is too arrogant. If I played like this for a round, my magic power would be drained on the spot." "Is there really such a big difference in talent between people?" Frank murmured. "To be precise, the gap between us and him is really that big," Aberforth admired. "Every attack is equivalent to a full-strength blow from a magician, and the power is exerted to the extreme without any waste. The targeting was very precise. He must have used the most advanced perception magic while attacking. Otherwise, we wouldn't be standing here in peace, and the consumption is relative. Judging from the magical energy of his high-level Great Mage, maintaining such an attack probably consumes less than 1/10 of his magical energy. Do you remember those magic circles in the Shenming Palace? Almost every one of them is several times more powerful than the ones in the sky, especially the magic on the ceiling. If he used that move directly, these enemies might not even survive." "Then what are we doing here?" Alice asked, somewhat confused. "Sightseeing?" "Maybe," Moody smiled mockingly, "but it's not a bad thing. At least our safety is much higher." "I think." Aberforth paused. The purpose of Aaron calling us here was indeed to help him share the pressure, because in his imagination he would face the worst situation, Voldemort and his elite Death Eaters, along with a large number of dark wizards under his command. But you have also seen the current situation. Voldemort is not here. The only elite Death Eater present is Barty Crouch Jr. The rest are just a ragtag group, with only a few Magisters among them. As for the Acromantulas, there are many, but they can only bully the weak, and are not even a match for the Dementors. This lineup might be able to block an average Great Magister, but Gaius... Ha! It can only be said that Voldemort is too confident, Moody said with a relaxed smile. With the hostage in hand, Aaron wouldn't dare act rashly. Moens is also a high-level Magister, enough to compete with Aaron head-on. Coupled with Barty Crouch Jr. and a large number of cannon fodder, he could survive until he takes over Hogwarts. But he didn't expect that Jock Mearns, whom he had high hopes for, was Aaron's man from the beginning. This is truly ironic. One careless mow, and you lose everything, as they say. "Then why did he call us here?" Alice asked, a bit exasperated. "It makes no difference whether we come or not. Staying at Hogwarts could help support the front battlefield to some extent. Reducing stress?" A flash of insight appeared in Aberforth's eyes. "Interesting. It turns out that the heir of the Gaius family is really not to be underestimated." "What do you mean? What did you think of?" Moody asked curiously. Aberforth glanced at the sky, then looked at the Death Eaters and Acromantulas running wildly in the Forbidden Forest. He spoke meaningfully. "Aaron Gaius has not graduated from Hogwarts. He is just a young wizard, not even 20 years old. But in this war, a wizard under 20 has killed hundreds of dark wizards and hundreds of Acromantulas. If this news gets out, Aaron Gaius will become famous, and his reputation could even surpass that of Voldemort and Grindelwald. If he is under 20 years old and kills so many people, a cruel label will be attached to him. Although the Gaius family's influence might eventually mitigate this, it would still be uncomfortable for him. But if a few of us were here, the situation would be very different." Chapter 669, The Unwanted Credit. Moody, Frank, and Alice were among the top Aurors, known for their high IQ and EQ. After listening to Aberforth's explanation, they quickly understood the situation. If Aaron had single-handedly killed so many Death Eaters and Acromantulas, his reputation would be impossible to shake off. However, if they were present, it would be seen as Aberforth Dumbledore leading the elite members of the Order of the Phoenix in a desperate fight against the Death Eaters, ultimately emerging victorious. Regardless of the truth, the magical world would credit them. After all, no one would believe that a wizard under 20 could kill hundreds or thousands of enemies. Aaron would still receive some honor, but not as much attention. So, Frank's mouth twitched. We just stand here, and even if we do nothing, we get a huge credit for free. It's not like we did nothing, Moody said awkwardly. We managed to kill dozens of Acromantulas, though it pales in comparison. Why do I feel so uncomfortable? Alice said sarcastically. He did all the work, and it seems like all we need to do is cheer him on. How is this different from getting something for nothing? I don't understand. What is he doing this for? He doesn't want fame or profit. He lacks neither. He just wants to keep a low profile, Aberforth guessed, somewhat speechless. Aaron said he would be the principal of Hogwarts in the future, but the magical world would never allow someone with a notorious reputation to hold that position. Because of this? Moody said in disbelief. This is the only possibility I can think of, Aberforth said, feeling dejected. In any case, whether we like it or not, we have to accept and share this great honor for him. Trading records, he killed dozens of Acromantulas, and as for us, we killed all the remaining enemies, including Barty Crouch Jr. The three of you are legendary among Aurors. As for my brother, Albus Dumbledore, it's not impossible for the four of us to achieve such a record together. I feel like I'm being given alms, Moody said in a strange tone. I've lived most of my life, and I've never felt as useless as I do today. We feel the same way, Frank said. We will not take credit for something that doesn't belong to us, nor do we want to. But in reality, none of us have the right to refuse this kindness. This credit is ours since we came here. Alastor, you owe him your life. Frank, Alice, you owe him more than your lives. As for me, he helped me make up for a regret that has weighed on my heart for nearly 100 years. Although he said it was a one-time deal, can we really think so? No, Moody said after a moment of silence. Life-saving grace is not so easily repaid. Isn't this the end? With these kindnesses, it's not too much for him to ask for our help for the rest of his life, let alone sharing the credit. He is really stubborn, forcing favors on us, Moody said speechlessly. What kind of family education can cultivate such a weirdo? Be mentally prepared. Aberforth sighed and shook his head. The four of us will be considered real celebrities in the future. Fierce fighters who can take on hundreds. I don't need to say what kind of attention we will receive. This peaceful life is finally over, and based on my understanding of him, he will never be polite when he wants to use us in the future. I'm a little better off. I'm already this old, and even if he wants to chew on me, he won't be able to for long. The most he can do is inherit my Pig's Head pub in Hogsmeade, but you... The three Aurors looked at each other, and they all saw an unnatural wry smile in each other's eyes. With this debt of gratitude, they would be bound for the rest of their lives. Voldemort led the army marched to Hogwarts, crossing the long bridge and confronting the survivors in the castle's ruined square. Who is that? Who is Narcissa Malfoy holding? Ginny asked anxiously. Harry Potter is dead, Voldemort declared, his voice amplified by a spell, echoing through the playground. No. Ginny instinctively wanted to rush over and retrieve Harry's body, but Ron stopped her in time. Don't be impulsive, Ginny, he said, his eyes red with emotion. We have a plan. Don't forget it. Voldemort continued. Harry Potter is dead, and his body is here to prove that the boy who lived is indeed dead. Now that you have surrendered, I will kill anyone who resists, regardless of whether they are men, women, old, or children. Their family members will also be put to death. But if you walk out of the castle and kneel before me, you will be forgiven, and your parents, children, brothers, and sisters will also be forgiven. You can continue to live and join me in the new world we will build together. After his words fell, the scene was silent enough to hear a pin drop. Suddenly, a soft cry broke the silence, drawing many eyes to Luna. To be precise, it was the white dragon in her arms, rubbing its sleepy eyes. "Where is the master?" it seemed to ask. "Don't worry," Luna soothed softly, as if understanding the dragon's voice. "Aaron will be back soon." "He can't come back," Voldemort said, looking even more excited. "His soul was knocked unconscious by me, fell into a deep sleep, and is guarded by my most powerful and loyal servant." Hearing this, the dragon, Abe, opened its eyes slightly and showed its fangs and claws. But the next moment, it seemed to sense something, and the ferocious look on its face disappeared, replaced by endless joy. It spread its wings and flew out of Luna's arms, circling happily around an open space. After a while, a ball of flame suddenly appeared in the air, and the cry of a phoenix came from the flame. Fawkes flew out, followed by Aberforth, Moody, the Longbottoms, and finally Aaron Gaius. This scene shocked everyone present. Many at Hogwarts breathed a sigh of relief, while the Death Eaters were silent. "You," Voldemort frowned. "This is impossible." "Normally, it would be," Aaron said seriously, rolling up his sleeves. The white god mark on his arm turned into white breath and dissipated. "I can use this mark to summon Aberforth Dumbledore, Alastor Moody, and the Longbottoms. They didn't participate in the battle last night, but were preparing for this morning. They killed the Death Eaters and acromantulas you left in the Forbidden Forest." "Just them?" Voldemort's eyes were filled with disdain. Among these people, only Aberforth could barely stand up to him. Mad-Eye and the Longbottoms couldn't withstand a single move from his hands. Moreover, he had left behind Barty Crouch Jr. and Jock Mearns. Even if they joined forces, the troops he left behind couldn't lose so quickly. "Can't we just do it?" Moody cursed angrily, and Aberforth and Longbottom also looked grim. One might think they were angry because they were underestimated, but that wasn't the case at all. A few minutes earlier, in the Forbidden Forest, after killing all the enemies, Aaron removed all the magic circles and flew to the ground. "It's enjoyable, but a little unsatisfactory. What kind of crooked melons and split dates are these? They are so easily defeated," Aaron remarked. "Then you can go to Voldemort. He will definitely satisfy you," Aberforth said, in a sinister tone. "Don't be ridiculous. Voldemort is Harry Potter's opponent, and I won't stop him from taking revenge." "Don't you want to help him get revenge?" Snape asked pointedly. "You obviously don't want to do it because you don't want to." "Watch your words," Naga said, dissatisfied. "Who gave you the courage to talk to the master like this?" Snape's mouth twitched, and he was speechless for a moment. He hadn't participated in the battle just now, but as a bystander, he clearly realized how formidable Aaron's 3 companions were. Both Naga and Ramon had killed at least hundreds of dark wizards. Yak, who wanted to protect him and Gabrielle, although he hadn't taken action, was evidently not to be underestimated, given the respect Naga and Ramon showed him. To put it bluntly, any one of these 3 could easily handle him. "Be polite, Chateel. Professor Snape is my teacher," Aaron instructed. "Sorry, Professor Snape," Naga apologized immediately. "Now that the matter here has been resolved, can we go back to Hogwarts Castle to provide support?" Alice asked. "Of course, but we should discuss how to make our appearance first," Aaron replied. "You want to get your story straight and put the blame on us, right?" Aberforth said, his face twitching. "Don't say it so harshly." Aaron waved his hand in embarrassment. "I just sensed the entire Forbidden Forest and could hear what you were saying. I have to admit, your more than 100 years of life have not been in vain. You guessed my intention right away. So many people can't all die by my hand, so you need to have this great power whether you want it or not. You 4 and Professor Snape." "Wait a minute," Snape immediately interjected. "Don't count me in. I'm just a potions teacher. I don't have the ability to kill so many people." "That's true," Aaron shrugged. "After being knocked unconscious by Voldemort, I touched the white god mark with my tenacious will and summoned the 4 of you. Aberforth woke me up, and I used the ancestral potion to revive Professor Snape. The resurrection took a long time and could not be interrupted midway. So, I carefully guarded Professor Snape's body and killed dozens of acromantulas who tried to block his resurrection. This is all my record, but the 4 of you fought bloody battles and annihilated hundreds of enemies here. Barty Crouch Jr. even died tragically at the hands of the Longbottoms." "You are really humble," Moody said sarcastically. But do you think too highly of us? What he values is not our strength, but our reputation, Aberforth said earnestly. In this crushing battle, strength is not important, only reputation is. A high-level Grand Mage who has been retired for many years, and 3 legendary Aurors. I don't know if others will believe it or not, but the Ministry of Magic will definitely believe it, and will even publicize it. I heard, this is called a sensible person. Aaron clapped his hands and said, I killed all the Death Eaters and Acromantulas here, and you are the only ones who know the actual battle situation. The dead cannot speak. You owe me too much, so you should help me get the credit. My subordinates are loyal and will not talk nonsense. As for Gabrielle, I won't tell anyone, Gabrielle said immediately. Brother-in-law, don't worry. It doesn't matter. Even if you tell, no one will believe it. They will only think that you are trying to make money for your brother-in-law. We just need to cooperate with you, Aberforth said helplessly. That's right. I'm sure your pig's head bar will have a prosperous business in the future. Heh, let me ask you this. You don't really plan to exploit us for the rest of your life, do you? Moody asked with some anxiety. What a joke. Do you guys have anything that I can use? Aaron asked bluntly. Or do you think your family background can compare with the Gaius family? But who can say for sure what will happen in the future? It's impossible to exploit you all my life, but you can't refuse the occasional favor. Everyone, and how many of them are there? Aberforth looked at Yock and the others. Are they going to Hogwarts with us? After the words fell, Moody, the Longbottoms, and Snape all looked forward to it. These guys were not average in strength. If they could bring them to Hogwarts, it would definitely help the battle situation a lot. I'm afraid this won't work, Aaron refused. This war itself is a mistake for me, and I have no reason to bring my loyal servants into it. The war had taken its toll. The contract between me and Voldemort has been terminated, and now the only thing that might bring me a sliver of satisfaction is dealing with Voldemort's snake. I don't care about the rest, but I can assure you, if Harry Potter truly dies in this battle, I will kill Voldemort myself. Otherwise, I would be too ashamed to continue as the headmaster of Hogwarts. I think we should reconsider this, Moody advised anxiously. What is there to reconsider? If they show up at Hogwarts, most of your records will be lost. Their master is me, and everyone's attention will inevitably fall on me. For that reason alone, I wouldn't let them go to Hogwarts. That's really thoughtful, Moody said with an uneasy expression. Thank you for the compliment, Aaron smiled. Jock, you will continue to stay here to protect Professor Snape and Gabrielle. I will notify you to come back once everything is settled. Yes, Jock replied. Ramon, Naga, please return to your seats for now. As ordered, they responded, saluting respectfully before transforming into green and red light, merging into Aaron's body. Who are they? Aberforth asked in surprise. I sent them to a place where only I and my subordinates can enter. It has nothing to do with you. Aaron said meaningfully. He then whistled and Fox flew over from a distance. All right, we can go to Hogwarts. The timing should be just right. You go first. I will appear last. Chapter 670, Horrible Magic Showdown. Harry Potter is not dead. Where's Mearns? Isn't he also dead? Voldemort asked coldly. He could hardly believe that Barty Crouch Jr., the Death Eaters he left behind, and the Acromantula were all killed. He knew very well the strength of Jock Mearns. None of these people could be his opponent in a single fight. Even if they joined forces to attack, he could escape unscathed. That's not true, Aaron said with a smile. Mearns is my spy within the Death Eaters. Of course he is fine. Spy? Voldemort was stunned for a moment, then he couldn't help laughing when he figured out what was going on. Amazing, really amazing. A person like Mearns is impeccable even in my opinion, but you actually managed to turn him into a spy? Facts have proved that what I did was right, Aaron shrugged, a playful look on his face. Mearns successfully infiltrated the senior management of the Death Eaters and passed on a lot of useful information to me. Especially today, he protected Gabrielle very well. Otherwise, the battle in the Forbidden Forest would not have ended so easily. You have worked so hard for today. Thank you for the compliment. I started preparing after Albus Dumbledore died. Now that the contract is lifted, you have nothing to restrain me. You're right. But I won this war after all, Voldemort said loudly. Harry Potter is dead. I ended the prophecy, and no one can kill me now. If you know what's good for you and surrender, I can forgive you mercifully. But if you continue to resist, don't blame Lord Voldemort for killing everyone. As for you, Mr. Gaius, your biggest mistake is appearing in front of me. I will not show mercy this time and will not give you any chance to resist. And Mearns, after the war, the entire wizarding world will have a bounty on his head. His betrayal of Lord Voldemort is absolutely unforgivable. We'll see if you can survive today, Aaron said nonchalantly. Ha ha! A bloodthirsty smile appeared on Voldemort's lips, and then he took action boldly. The Elder Wand was pointed at Aaron, and a blue-white beam of light shot out. Not to be outdone, Aaron immediately raised his right hand and released bright red flames. Boom! The powerful magic of the two collided and exploded, filling the whole place with light and sound. The ground cracked inch by inch under the impact of the energy, and the high temperature forced everyone around them to retreat more than 10 meters. Master, Bella called out, immediately stepping forward to help. Roar! Abby, the dragon, stared at Bella with cold eyes, and she angrily put down the wand she had just raised. This dragon was not to be trifled with. If she helped its master, it would definitely not remain indifferent. Voldemort's situation might become even more difficult then. At this time, Voldemort's magic power surged again, and the surging energy continued to suppress Aaron. It's difficult. Aaron sighed quietly, his eyes bursting with yellow light. As the laser light was injected into the flame, the two's powers reached balance again. Voldemort angrily tried his best. He would never allow Aaron to be so arrogant, especially in front of so many people. The Elder Wand was pushed forward suddenly, and the blue-white energy increased, forcing Aaron to retreat continuously and even lifting him into the air. The roar of the fire dragon. The flame surged, instantly changing Aaron's decline. Two huge energies were stalemated in midair, becoming increasingly unstable. Aberforth was the first to notice something was wrong. Quick, organize defense. Super armor protection. Several deans also reacted and immediately built a barrier to protect the half-destroyed Hogwarts and the survivors. The Death Eater's reaction was a bit slower, but under the deadly threat, their movements were not slow at all, and they set up a barrier in front of them. Boom! There was an explosion. An intense light shot out in all directions. The barriers set up by the defenders barely held, but the force of the explosion sent shockwaves through the air, shaking the very foundations of Hogwarts. The Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eaters were both shaken and crackling in the strong wind. When the smoke finally dissipated, everyone present was stunned. A massive pit, dozens of meters wide, had appeared in the huge square, as if someone had scooped out a piece with a giant spoon. Aaron hovered in midair, leisurely patting the dust off his body, while Voldemort stood on a piece of gravel, also floating in midair, with Nagini beside him, her tongue flicking in and out. Just as I thought, Aaron said, snapping his fingers. An earthy yellow magic circle appeared above the giant pit. Immediately, countless rocks rose from the bottom of the pit, filling it up in a short time. You! Voldemort raised his head in fear, looking at Aaron in disbelief. Your magic? This is impossible. My magical energy may not be comparable to yours, but the strength of a magician is not measured solely by magic power, Aaron replied, slowly descending to the ground. We just competed with pure magic power, and it was almost the same. It's hard to tell who would win if we continued, but I think I won't lose in a magic competition. You know my methods well. Voldemort's face turned ugly. He had fought Aaron in the Department of Mysteries and knew Aaron wasn't lying. If Aaron unleashed the secret of Dragon Slayer without reservation, Voldemort wasn't sure he could block it, but this was too ridiculous. He couldn't even defeat a wizard who was less than 20 years old. It was unreasonable. No, I won't lose, Voldemort thought. Nagini is still here. I won't die. I can squander my magic power at all costs. But Aaron only has one life. He can't afford it. What Voldemort didn't know was that Aaron had already obtained the eternal life he desired most. In other words, Voldemort was the one who couldn't afford to lose. But I won't fight you, Aaron said seriously. Upon hearing this, Voldemort's newly raised fighting spirit was immediately doused like a glass of cold water. But he didn't regret it, and was even a little happy. He wasn't stupid. Unless his brain was damaged, he wouldn't engage in a life-and-death battle with a wizard stronger than him. In the past, when Dumbledore was still alive, he didn't dare to fight him one-on-one. After confirming Dumbledore's death, he led the Death Eaters and allowed the wizarding world to enter the era of the Dark Lord. Why? Voldemort asked with a smile. Are you scared? It's not that serious. I just don't think it's necessary. I am now considered a great magician, and battles between great magicians can cause huge damage and even hurt innocent people. I want to avoid this as much as possible. Do you want me to retreat? Voldemort's eyes were cold. Yes, as long as these resistors are willing to surrender, I will leave immediately with my army. But if they don't want to, then I don't mind giving it a head-on fight. Today, Lord Voldemort killed his old enemy. It was his most proud and glorious moment. He would never retreat easily. Aaron sighed internally. These words were so passionate that he almost believed them. Okay, now that we're talking about this, let's face you with someone else, Aaron said, then looked at Harry Potter. How long do you plan to sleep? Harry turned over and jumped out of Narcissa's arms. The first thing he did when he stood up was point his wand at the snake beside Voldemort. Thunderbolt explosion! Boom! The flames of the explosion hit Nagini, but it was of no use. Nagini was a Horcrux, protected by powerful magic. The curse was easily deflected, causing disaster to several Death Eaters who were closer. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, Harry immediately ran towards Aaron. Voldemort was stunned for a moment and then pointed his wand at Harry angrily. Balls of explosive flames chased Harry, exploding behind him, but he avoided them with agile movements. The morale of Hogwarts soared, while the Death Eaters fell into despair. Some of them even began to retreat. The thoughts of retreating were palpable. Even the Dark Lord's death curse couldn't kill Harry Potter. Did they really want to fight to the death? How is it? Aaron looked at Voldemort with a playful glint in his eye. Are you surprised? Are you moved? Lord Voldemort's old enemy is still alive. He is not dead yet. I obviously killed you with my own hands, Voldemort said in disbelief. I'm afraid you have to ask Dumbledore about that, Aaron replied meaningfully. He made a lot of preparations, so Harry could barely block your blow without dying. Harry Potter is your next opponent. The prophecy will definitely end today, but it is not yet known who will die at the hands of whom. I will defend the castle with others, but as long as you can defeat Harry Potter, I will take my dragon out of the battlefield. I will not prevent you from creating your so-called new world in the future. But if you lose, for you, losing means death, so there is no need to say anything more. Harry, come on, Aaron patted his shoulder. I'm optimistic about you. Really leave it to me? Harry asked uneasily. He had been somewhat confident at first, but seeing the scene where Voldemort and Aaron were fighting had shaken him. He was just a young wizard. Could he really handle this kind of high-stakes duel? Think of your heroic performance at Riddle Cemetery. Treat it like a wizard duel, and it will be easier to win. Aaron said half-jokingly, retreating towards Hogwarts Castle. If you are not ready yet, you can warm up first. In short, his only target is you. Harry swallowed hard, a little cold sweat breaking out in the hand holding his wand. Attack! After Aaron returned to Hogwarts, Voldemort issued the battle order. The Death Eaters raised their wands and rushed over the wall toward the castle. A dozen giants also took great strides to attack from different directions. Fight back! Aberforth shouted, waving his wand to create a barrier that bought everyone some time. Immediately, the centaurs shot arrows, blocking the Death Eaters' advance. Thestrals and hippogriffs flew from the sky, attacking the giants. Even house elves poured into the hall, waving knives and fighting the Death Eaters. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Yaxley faced off against the Weasley brothers, Dolohov against Flitwick, Aberforth against Rookwood, and Percy against the Minister of Magic, Thickness. Sirius faced off against Peter Pettigrew, McNeil against Hagrid, and Ron against Fenrir Greyback. Hogwarts alumni and even Hogsmeade residents joined the fray, and everyone seemed to have found their match. Aaron held Abe in his arms and strolled across the battlefield. Thanks to his confrontation with Voldemort, no Death Eater dared to approach him. 10 seconds later, Aaron stopped in front of an anxious woman. Aunt Narcissa, what are you looking for? He asked. Where's Draco? And Lucius, where did they go? Narcissa asked anxiously. Don't worry, they're perfectly safe. Draco was transferred through the teleportation array early in the morning. As for Lucius and the others, they should have left before the teleportation array collapsed. Ollivander's wand shop, that's where you'll find them. Thank you. Narcissa breathed a sigh of relief, feeling much more relaxed. At that moment, a scream attracted their attention. They saw Harry Potter being knocked out by Voldemort's curse, hitting a broken wall heavily. Are you really not going to help him? Narcissa asked tentatively. Alas, Aunt Narcissa, I know what you are worried about. You're worried that if Voldemort wins, you will be liquidated, Aaron said. Narcissa's eyes evaded with guilt, and she was speechless. Actually, there is no need to worry. Voldemort is dead today. If you don't believe it, you can ask Draco. He knows the specific reason. As for me, I really can't help him. You saw what happened just now. 2 great magicians were fighting. I don't know how many people. Narcissa nodded thoughtfully. I understand. Please take care of yourself. With that, she transformed into a ball of black smoke and apparated away. Aaron breathed a sigh of relief, then activated his detection magic. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, he spotted Nagini. A hint of joy appeared on his face. Perhaps Voldemort, in his haste or arrogance, had failed to bring his last Horcrux in time. Nagini was further away from its master than he had anticipated. It's time to send you on your way, Aaron murmured, as he walked down a path strewn with gravel. At that moment, Neville was engaged in a fierce battle with Nagini, but the situation looked grim. His left leg had been bitten by one of Nagini's fangs and was bleeding profusely. The spells he cast were deflected by the snake's thick skin. Luna and Ginny rushed over to assist, casting spells simultaneously to repel Nagini and prevent its fangs from piercing Neville's neck. It's a Horcrux. Our magic can't kill it, Neville said, wincing in pain. Then trap it here, Luna suggested. We need to find someone who can destroy it. Are you looking for me? Aaron approached with a confident smile. It seems I arrived just in time. Stop talking and destroy it quickly, Ginny urged, her voice tense with urgency. No problem, Aaron replied. He reached into a magic circle and pulled out Gryffindor's sword. Don't worry, I can handle this easily. With a swift and decisive motion, Aaron raised the sword, ready to strike the final blow against Nagini. Chapter 671. The human soul inside the snake, the life-killing curse rebounded unexpectedly. Nagini seemed to sense the threat of death and recoiled. Aaron raised Gryffindor's sword, ready to kill Voldemort with a single blow and destroy his last Horcrux. But at that moment, he saw something incredible and lowered the sword in surprise. What are you waiting for? Neville asked, puzzled. Hurry up and do it. Humanity, Aaron pointed to Nagini's cold pupils. I saw fear and a desperate desire to survive in its eyes. Isn't that normal? Ginny said anxiously. Any creature would feel fear when facing death. Now is not the time to discuss this. Harry is still fighting Voldemort. We must destroy this Horcrux. Be patient. Aaron waved his hand. I said Voldemort can't kill him. But I can torture him to death, Luna added. Hearing this, Ginny couldn't hold back any longer. If you don't want to do it, just let me do it. Fear and the desire to live are normal. What is abnormal is human nature and the desire to die that is stronger than the desire to live, Aaron said meaningfully, his eyes becoming sharp. Under his gaze, he saw into Nagini's soul. A ferocious giant snake swallowed the snake's message, but inside the giant snake's belly was a woman wearing a black dress with an extremely pale face. There was no light in her pupils, and she looked like a zombie. But at this moment, she noticed Aaron's gaze and moved her lips with difficulty. No sound was made, but the meaning was clear. Kill me. Aaron raised his eyebrows, recalling a curse he once read about, which allowed people to transform between humans and snakes, but would eventually turn them into animals forever, irreversibly. Logically, she should have forgotten all memories of being human and completely degenerated into a beast, but this person still retained a trace of her human will. It's interesting that such things can happen to me, Aaron mused. What did you say? Luna asked curiously. Don't disturb me, Aaron replied, throwing Gryffindor's sword to Neville and walking towards Nagini. With a snap of his fingers, time stopped flowing around them. Meeting me is your luck and your relief, he said, as a sheep pattern appeared in his pupils. Majestic soul power gathered in his hand, and he struck Nagini's 7 inches. Boom! The giant snake's soul was knocked out of its body. It twisted and roared crazily at Aaron. "It seems like it's not even close," Aaron murmured, then slashed the snake soul's abdomen with a single wave of his hand. A hole opened, and the snake soul trembled violently, the wounds on its abdomen healing at a visible speed. Aaron made a prompt decision, his soul power turning into a long whip that wrapped around the waist and abdomen of the woman in black, then pulled hard. The woman in black inside the snake soul seemed to notice something. A flash of light burst out in her hazy eyes, and she desperately squeezed towards the light at the incision. Under the combined attack from both inside and outside, the snake soul's resistance seemed particularly fragile. In just a few seconds, the soul in its belly was pulled out by Aaron. The snake soul became sluggish, but the soul of the woman in black showed a relieved smile. Neville, Luna, and Ginny stared at the scene in disbelief. "Merlin, what is going on?" Neville swallowed hard. "This seems to be a blood curse," Luna said. "I've only seen it in books. This kind of unsolvable curse rooted in blood causes the person who is cursed to become completely emotionless over time, turning into a beast." "So this snake was once a human?" Ginny asked. "To be precise, they are the poor souls swallowed by the curse," Aaron sighed, looking at the soul floating in midair. "I don't know who you are, but I know that no one wants to become a snake forever. I can't save you. Your human body has been completely transformed into a python, and your soul has become part of the dark magic." Lord's Horcrux. "In order to defeat the Dark Lord, you must die, and all I can do is let you die as a human. Thank you," the woman in black said sincerely. "Sword," Aaron commanded, extending his hand. Neville, momentarily stunned, handed Gryffindor's sword to Aaron. Without hesitation, Aaron swung the sword, severing Nagini's head in one swift motion. The snake's head fell to the ground, and its foul-smelling blood spread across the floor. Moments later, the head and the several-meter-long body turned into black smoke and dissipated. As the body was destroyed, the snake's soul and the soul of the woman in black began to fade away. The former screamed desperately, while the latter seemed filled with relief. "The last Horcrux is destroyed," Aaron said, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. "Now, only Voldemort's main soul remains." "Harry needs help," Neville urged Aaron. "Voldemort is not easy to deal with." "You heard what I told Voldemort before. Everyone can help Harry, but not me." "But—" "No buts," Aaron interrupted. "Why do you think I made that promise to Voldemort? On one hand, a battle between two great magicians would cause considerable damage. On the other hand, if I join in, Voldemort will definitely flee immediately. I can defeat him now, but I can't stop him from escaping." Hearing this, Neville, Luna, and Ginny exchanged shocked glances, unable to refute Aaron's logic. If it had been before, Voldemort might have fought desperately. But now, with the last Horcrux destroyed, Voldemort was left with his final life. If he died, he couldn't be resurrected. If they were in Voldemort's position, facing a wizard of equal strength, they would have to run away too. "I have killed enough people today, and it is more in my interest to save others next. I advise you not to interfere in the duel between Harry and Voldemort. You are too weak. Not only can you not help, but you will also become a burden." "Got it," Neville nodded, leading Luna and Ginny to rush to other parts of the battlefield. Meanwhile, in the center of the battlefield, Voldemort was fighting Professor McGonagall, Professor Slughorn, Kingsley, and Harry Potter. Despite their best efforts, they couldn't harm him. Suddenly, Voldemort staggered back a few steps and let out an angry roar. "Horcruxes! They must be Horcruxes!" Harry shouted excitedly. "Nagini was killed, and all his Horcruxes are destroyed. This is indeed good news, but—" Slughorn swallowed nervously. "It also means we have to bear the wrath of the Dark Lord." "Die!" Voldemort roared, spinning the Elder Wand in a circle. A green shockwave of magic attacked the 4 of them. They raised their wands to resist, but the powerful force knocked them away. Professor McGonagall was the first to get up, but before she could recover, she saw a black figure strangling Harry Potter's neck and flying past her eyes. "Potter!" Slughorn shouted anxiously. "Okay, believe in him," Kingsley said with a complex expression. "This war can only be ended by him, and it is not convenient for any of us to intervene." Aaron climbed to the highest point of the relatively well-preserved Tower of Hogwarts. He cleared the surrounding rubble and set up defense and concealment barriers. Then he opened a red magic circle and took out a black sniper rifle. I haven't used this in years, but I'm still a little excited, Aaron said to himself as he set up the sniper rifle and installed the silencer. After today, your name will be Demon Hunter. Activating the detection magic, the chaotic battlefield became particularly clear in Aaron's mind. A considerable number of Death Eaters took advantage of the chaos to apparate and flee. Aaron ignored these people, as they were merely cannon fodder-level dark wizards, not worth wasting bullets on. What he cared about were the Death Eaters with relatively strong magical power. The Magister and the Grand Magister were worth his attention. Aaron had a clear goal, to hunt down his targets and collect their magic points. Each Magister was worth 100 points, and each Grand Magister was worth 200. He found his first target, McNeil, who was locked in a fierce battle with Hagrid. McNeil, known for his resilience, was struggling against Hagrid's sheer physical strength despite Hagrid's weaker magic. Aaron couldn't let Hagrid finish McNeil off. Sorry, I can't let you kill him. This head is very valuable, Aaron said, a slight smirk on his face. He pulled the trigger, and a bullet with 4 layers of magical enchantments shot out, piercing McNeil's heart. McNeil was instantly incinerated by blue-white flames, leaving no trace behind. Who did that? Hagrid asked, bewildered by the destructive magic. It's me, Aaron's voice echoed in Hagrid's mind. Shouldn't you say thank you? I could have taken care of him, Hagrid grumbled, but his words were cut short by a loud crash. A giant had fallen nearby, crushing a wall. The giant held a rough scimitar, but a bloody hole the size of a thumb marred his forehead. Say thank you, Aaron insisted. Thank you, Hagrid finally conceded, swallowing hard. Aaron shrugged and aimed his gun at his next target. Yaxley, the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement at the Ministry of Magic. Yaxley was on the verge of becoming a Grand Magister and was currently battling the Weasley twins. The strong blue light from Yaxley's wand overpowered the combined magic of Fred and George, sending them flying into a pile of rubble. It's a pity you chose the wrong opponent. Arthur would be heartbroken if I killed you, Yaxley sneered, pointing his wand at the more seriously injured Fred. But before he could cast a spell, his expression changed drastically. He hastily created a barrier as a silver bullet, crackling with electric light, hurtled towards him. The bullet slowly penetrated the barrier, forcing Yaxley to pour all his magic into maintaining his defense. Fred, I think you won't die, George sighed in relief. But do you think we owe him too much? It's a lot, but it's not just us who owe him, Fred replied. Before Yaxley could finish his spell, a golden bullet fired from a distance collided with the silver bullet. The electric light exploded, shattering the barrier, and the golden bullet pierced Yaxley's head. Say thank you, Aaron prompted. Thank you, Fred and George said in unison. Aaron nodded in satisfaction and continued his hunt. Yaxley's resistance had shown him that even the weakest Grand Magister was not easy to kill, consuming 2 of his 5 enchanted bullets. Aaron kept pulling the trigger, targeting Magisters and Grand Magisters alike. His kind nature led him to protect his classmates when they were in danger, even if it meant using more bullets. As time passed, Aaron's bullet inventory dwindled rapidly, but he didn't mind. His alchemy skills had advanced to the point where even 5 times enchanted bullets were not particularly valuable to him. After all, the purpose of refining these bullets was to use them, and there was no better time than now. Each successful hit brought him closer to his goal. Receiving a pious and sincere thank you while obtaining system rewards felt like a blessing. At that moment, a ball of black smoke, darting around like a headless fly, caught his attention. The black smoke crashed to the ground, and 2 figures tumbled out, Voldemort and Harry Potter. Should I help the Dark Lord? Aaron murmured, glancing at the empty bullet box and sighing deeply. Harry, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's that I truly can't. Upon landing, the first thing Harry and Voldemort did was scramble for their wands, grabbing them almost simultaneously. Voldemort's high-pitched voice rang out as Harry shouted his most powerful spell, Avada Kedavra, Expelliarmus! Boom! Green and red spells collided like cannonballs. The green light nearly overwhelmed the red, But just as the killing curse was about to strike Harry, golden flames erupted from the tip of his wand, reversing Voldemort's attack. Just like more than 10 years ago, under Voldemort's shocked gaze, the killing curse rebounded upon him. This time, however, he had no Horcrux to save his life. The Elder Wand spun through the air toward Harry Potter, returning to its rightful owner. Voldemort staggered back, his red eyes gradually losing their luster. His body withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, disintegrating bit by bit amid weak and painful wails. This scene was witnessed by many, and the news that Voldemort had been killed by Harry Potter spread like wildfire. The Hogwarts side was initially in disbelief, then erupted in overwhelming cheers, while the Death Eaters, completely demoralized, turned into black smoke and fled. Chapter 672, Harvest After the War, Creating Virtual Life. The war was over. The sun rose slowly over Hogwarts, casting its warm rays on everyone's faces. People gathered the corpses into a room, expressing their complex emotions of mourning and celebration, sadness and joy in the auditorium. Harry Potter had become a veritable hero, a leader, and a symbol of hope. This forced him to accept everyone's thanks and comfort the families of the victims, leaving him exhausted. "I seem to understand why you want to keep a low profile," Moody remarked, looking at Harry, who was surrounded by the crowd and unable to escape. "I feel tired just looking at him like this." "The admonition passed down from my family is to be a low-key person and do things even more low-key," Aaron explained patiently. "My performance in this war was actually not low-key, but there is a very high-profile person who can overshadow my actions. The savior Harry Potter defeated the infamous Lord Voldemort. In the face of such big news, I am just a nobody, and no one will pay attention to me for a while." "And what about after that, Moody?" Aaron smiled and said nothing, simply rolling up his sleeves. After Voldemort's death, the Gaius family emblem had returned to its original colors. This meant he could return to his family and become a mysterious and noble heir. Unless he chose otherwise, no publishing house would dare to seek news about him. "I have to go to the Forbidden Forest, so I'll excuse myself," Aaron said, picking up Abe. The figure of one person and one dragon quickly disappeared from the scene. In the Forbidden Forest, as soon as Aaron appeared, Yak bowed and saluted. "Master." "No need to be polite," Aaron replied. "Is the fight over?" Snape asked expectantly. "Voldemort is dead, right?" "Yes, I personally chopped off Nagini's head and destroyed his last Horcrux. Harry Potter lived up to expectations and killed Voldemort. Blood relatives and the backlash of the Elder Wand caused Voldemort's death curse to reflect on himself, just like it did more than 10 years ago. Now, he is the true savior. What do you think, Professor?" Snape's face darkened. "What does it have to do with me whether he is the savior or not?" "I gave him the red memory bottle," Aaron said with a hint of amusement, "but he hasn't had time to see it yet. If you go back now, you might have time to stop it." "You should have told me earlier," Snape snapped, flicking his sleeves and walking quickly towards Hogwarts. "Brother-in-law, can we go back?" Gabrielle asked. "Okay," Aaron nodded. "Moniz, take Gabrielle to Gaius Castle. Fleur also misses her sister. After ensuring her safety, you can return to your position." "As you command," Yak said, taking Gabrielle's hand. "Let's go, little princess." After the two left, Aaron couldn't wait to check his gains from the battle. System. Open the task panel. Rescuing Gabrielle Delacour. Completing the mission rewards 1,000 magic points. There is no penalty for mission failure. Completed. This was the only one of the 3 tasks left. The task of destroying the Horcrux was automatically settled. He gained 500 magic points when he killed Nagini. As for the task of harvesting human heads, it would automatically end when the war concluded, but he was sure that the reward from the number of heads he harvested would not disappoint him. Receive. Received successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 magic points. Open personal panel. Yes. Magic energy, body, primary magister, missing body, primary magister, total, high-level magister, a rare existence in the magic world. Talent, once in a lifetime. The magic energy increases by 4 points every day, the body increases by 2 points, and the thoughts body increases by 2 points. Items, magic carpet, Captain Jack's compass, Book of Prophecy, pensieve. Delicious points, 100. Phew. Aaron took a deep breath. It feels good to have resources. Then the host will have to spend them wisely, Nen, XT. Of course, I plan to play Boda this time, Aaron said with determination. Proudly, Aaron opened the system mall directly. Magic category, blank, blank, at form magic, 800 magic points, change the size of oneself or objects. The specific effect is determined by the user's own strength. At Heaven's Punishment, 2,000 magic points, create virtual life by resonating one's own magic power with the surrounding magic power from items containing magic power. At Purify, 300 magic points, release pure light to dispel darkness, malice, and negative emotions. Materials, at Brand New Parchment, 1 magic point, Gill Pouch Grass, 5 magic points, allows the user to breathe underwater freely after consumption. Sunflower Seeds, 1 magic point, Werewolf's Tooth, 2 magic points. At Deer Antler, 2 magic points. Item Kata Razor Mask, 2,500 magic points. The wearer can summon the Shadow Legion Blade group. Note, collecting 10 masks can control the Shadow Kingdom. Firebolt, 50 magic points. Ox Talisman, 1,000 magic points. Grants the holder endless strength and super physical strength. Sealing Jar, 500 magic points. Has the ability to seal up to 3 people. Blank item type refreshed, Dark Spiritual Stone series. Black Magnet, 2,500 magic points, the energy component of the Dark Emperor of the Dark Tribe, one of the 5 Dark Spirit Stones. Hades Stone, Reincarnation Bloodstone, Black Magnetite, Dark Moonstone, Tatar Stone. Purchase, Aaron commanded, showing his arrogance without saying a word. The pure Black Spirit Stone, surrounded by gold rims, exuded a faint dark aura. Today, Alger had completed the casting of the artifact, and this dark spiritual stone was the energy core he had prepared for the sword. Keep refreshing. Dark Moonstone, 2,500 magic points, the energy component of the Dark Emperor of the Dark Tribe, one of the 5 Dark Spiritual Stones. Hades Stone, Reincarnation Bloodstone, Black Magnetite, Dark Moonstone, Tatar Stone. Looking at the irregularly shaped, snow-white spiritual stone in the product column, Aaron hesitated for a moment and decided not to buy it yet. He planned to devour this last dark spiritual stone himself. As long as his magic energy reached 25,000 points, he could be officially promoted to Holy Magister by devouring this spiritual stone. Before that, even if he bought it, he could only display it at home. Buy the Razor Mask, Aaron took a deep breath and said. The next moment, a purple evil ghost mask with double horns appeared in his hand. This mask had been stored in the mall for a long time, but the price was too expensive, and he had never been willing to buy it. Today, he finally indulged in this luxury. Absorb. As the words fell, strands of black energy emerged from the Razor Mask and merged into Aaron's shadow. At the same time, Aaron saw a vast dark red world with countless dark creatures wandering in it. Does the Shadow Kingdom control 1/5 of the power? Aaron murmured, then looked at the Razor Mask that had no power left in his hand. He incorporated a small part of its original power into it. Just like the current Nigia Mask, anyone who wears the Razor Mask can summon 50 Shadow Soldiers of the Thornblade Regiment. Summoning more would consume magic power and even life force, with an upper limit of 100. Next, call on the darkness deep within. Aaron's mouth curved slightly, and a black shadow appeared in front of him. A blade soldier walked out of the shadow. His hands were steel claws as hard and sharp as blades, and his feet were also sharp and tapered. At first glance, he was a formidable close combat fighter. Show your offensive power. The blade soldier received the order, walked to a large tree, and crossed his arms. Several rays of cold light flickered, and 10 flat gaps appeared on the left and right sides of the tree. Aaron nodded with satisfaction. Show your defensive capabilities. Forget it. You can't show this, so I'll do it myself. Flames blaze. A fireball shot straight at the thing there. Blade soldier. He placed a pair of sharp claws in front of him and waved his arms violently. The fireball was cut into several parts and annihilated in the air. Boom! More powerful flames burst out from Aaron's hands, and the blade soldier was hit by the flames and turned to ashes, vanishing into nothingness in an instant. Can't you block more powerful magic? It's still not satisfactory, Aaron muttered, placing the Razor Mask into the space magic circle. He then created a new black shadow mask. At Bart Mask, 2,500 magic points, the wearer can summon the Shadow Cord Night Bat group. Note: collecting 10 masks can control the Shadow Kingdom. Aaron did not purchase it, but instead turned his attention to the magic type known as Heavenly Punishment. Worth 2,000 magic points, it was the most expensive magic he had ever encountered. However, he felt compelled to obtain it. The creation of virtual life alone was worth learning. After all, his spiritual space was still empty, and he had a hunch that Heavenly Punishment would be the first crucial step in breaking the deadlock and creating life. Another 2,000 points were deducted from his magic points, and the complex and profound magic knowledge was completely integrated into Aaron's mind. After a while, he rubbed his somewhat dizzy head, unable to hide his excitement as he prepared to try out the Heavenly Punishment magic. A flame bloomed at his fingertips. Using Heavenly Punishment magic, he injected magic into it, causing resonance. The shape of the flame changed little by little, forming a head, limbs, and a pair of human-like eyes that gazed at him with flattery, as if acknowledging him as the creator. Aaron nodded slightly and placed the small fireman on the ground. Like a newborn, it struggled to control its power and accidentally set a leaf on fire. As its creator, Aaron could clearly feel the tiny amount of magic power within the fireman, which had grown slightly. This life was extraordinarily fragile. A simple glass of water could obliterate it. This fragility was due to Aaron's lack of intention to create a stronger being. If too little magic power was injected, the virtual life created would naturally be weak. After a long moment of silence, Aaron sank his consciousness into his spiritual space. This time, he found himself at a volcano, and to his surprise, he successfully brought the Pyro Man in, who seemed very happy. "I can see you like it here very much," Aaron said. The Pyro Man nodded, joy evident in its human-like eyes. "Then you stay here from now on. Don't run around. You are the first life I created, and you hold great significance. I will take the time to pay attention to you. Little one, grow up as soon as possible." "I'm really looking forward to your future," Aaron said, then exited the spiritual space with satisfaction. After the experiment, Aaron confirmed several things. First, Heavenly Punishment magic could indeed create new life in the spiritual space. The strength of the created life was directly related to the amount of magic power infused. Second, the created life had the potential to grow, albeit slowly and directly affected by the ontology. Third, the beings he created were absolutely loyal to him. He could strip away and absorb the magic within them at any time, but they would not disappear as long as a trace of magic remained. Fourth, before the spiritual space materialized, the life created within it could not be taken out, but bringing life in from the outside world was possible. "It's great! It's unexpectedly good!" Aaron exclaimed, overjoyed. The combination of divine punishment magic and spiritual space was a second source of magic. The more creatures in the spiritual space, the more magic power he could control. However, this was a step-by-step process. Currently, he had not even reached the level of Holy Magister. Creating life on a large scale would only add a group of weak elves to the spiritual space, which was not necessary yet. After spending 7,000 magic points in one go, Aaron couldn't but feel a bit of pain in his heart. However, he knew that the magic points he saved were not valuable, but what he spent was. Gritting his teeth in determination, Aaron decided to use all the remaining 1,800 magic points and bought the purification magic, Weijang's Jar. Weijang's Jar and the Ox Talisman. Setting aside the discussion of purification magic, which only works under special circumstances, Weijang's Jar has the ability to seal, which Aaron desperately needs. When fighting Nagini, he managed to extract the human soul from within the snake, but even the sealing magic he had mastered couldn't prevent her soul from dissipating. However, Weijang's Jar should have been able to contain her soul temporarily. Unfortunately, she was already determined to die, and for her, death was the greatest salvation and relief. So, Aaron didn't force a soul that didn't want to exist. The last item was the Ox Talisman. Aaron examined the dark blue bullhead pattern on the octagonal runestone and silently recited the word, absorb. In the next moment, the same bullhead pattern appeared in his eyes, and the Ox Talisman, now devoid of its power, turned into an ordinary stone. Aaron clenched his fist and punched the ground. Crack! With a rumbling sound, A fissure several meters deep and tens of meters long appeared in the forbidden forest. This power is a bit exaggerated. A single punch can cause such damage. If converted into a capture level, it would be at least level 30, Aaron muttered to himself. He then crushed the now powerless stone in his hand into powder. Another talisman was in his possession, but he still needed the rat talisman, dragon talisman, snake talisman, and monkey talisman to complete the collection of the 12 talismans and obtain the magic fire energy belonging to the Holy Lord. Chapter 673, The Ownership of the Resurrection Stone and the Elder Wand. Returning to Hogwarts, Aaron wore a satisfied smile. Although his magical reserves were completely depleted this time, the rewards were substantial. More importantly, he had reclaimed his identity as a member of the Gaius family. "You seem very happy," Aberforth observed. "Be more confident and leave out the word seem. Voldemort is dead, and I think everyone here feels the same way as I do." Aaron replied seriously. In truth, he was much happier than the others. They were relieved to be free from the oppressive gloom that had hung over them, while he was excited about the promising future ahead. "Where's Harry Potter? Why haven't I seen him?" Aberforth inquired. "Ha! You asked the same question as Severus," Aberforth laughed. "Are you going to ask where they are next?" "The principal's office," Aaron said without hesitation. Aberforth's expression froze. "How do you know? Is it that magical perception of yours again?" "You don't need to sense it at all. You can guess it. Harry Potter must be eager to know the contents of the red memory bottle, but Professor Snape doesn't want him to see it. After all, he is not dead yet." Aaron smiled meaningfully. "I have to go to the principal's office. I'm more curious about whether Snape stopped the curious Harry Potter from looking through his personal privacy." "What do you want from him?" Sirius approached and asked. "The Resurrection Stone and the Elder Wand," Aaron said frankly. "I am very interested in these two treasures." "Are you interested in them?" Aberforth asked in surprise. "Don't you also want to be the master of the so-called Deathly Hallows? Gaius actually believes in this legend. This is really the biggest joke of the year." "Don't get me wrong. I'm not interested in conquering death. I'm interested in the Resurrection Stone and the Elder Wand themselves. They are fascinating magical artifacts, and you can understand that they are for academic research." "But they," Sirius began, but Aaron interrupted him ruthlessly. "Do you think Harry Potter can protect these two treasures with his abilities? Don't forget how the eldest and second eldest brothers died in the story of the three brothers. It's enough for him to keep their family's ancestral invisibility cloak." "They are Harry's property now," Sirius said stubbornly. "You can have them if you want, but you can't take them for nothing." The implication was clear. Don't even think about getting them for free. "Ha! Aaron laughed disdainfully. "I saved your life and his girlfriend's life, and you even thanked me personally on the battlefield. If we really want to settle accounts, what he owes me can't be repaid with just two treasures." "Ah!" Sirius was speechless. "With your brain, you can't beat him," Aberforth said, exasperated. "He may not be as dazzling as Harry Potter, who killed Voldemort, but he is definitely the biggest winner in this war. The plans he made, the potions he provided, and the enemies he sniped saved us from losing many lives. It can be said that everyone alive owes him a debt of gratitude, which is undeniable." "Hey, this is called a sensible person." Aaron patted Sirius on the shoulder, then turned and walked towards the principal's office. The stone beast at the entrance had been knocked aside and looked like it had been knocked unconscious. "I guess you don't need a password to enter now, right?" Aaron asked. "Maybe," the stone beast groaned. Aaron didn't care. He simply stepped over it and climbed the spiral stone staircase. Pushing open the oak door, he found that the expected heated argument was not happening. Harry Potter was immersed in Snape's memory, while Snape stood beside him silently, his body shaking unconsciously. "Professor, you must be feeling very conflicted right now, right?" Aaron teased. "There is no need to be so entangled. You are the head of Slytherin and the principal of Hogwarts. If you want him to know, just show it to him. If you don't want him to know—" "We, as already watching when I arrived," Snape interrupted. "Forget everything. I think you should be able to do this spell," Aaron said, taking out his wand. "If not, I can help you." "Stop," Snape interrupted, mustering the courage to say, "Let him see." Aaron spread his hands, then took out a bottle of nettle wine from his storage space and handed it to Snape. "I think you need this." Snape didn't hesitate, taking the bottle and drinking deeply. The sweetness and spiciness mixed together, making him feel more relaxed. After a few minutes, Harry exited Snape's memory. "What did you see?" Aaron asked. "I saw." Harry began, but then noticed Snape drinking to drown his sorrows and swallowed his words. "Tell him," Snape said bitterly. "If he really wants to know, I can't stop him." Harry hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I saw the process of Professor Snape and my mother getting to know each other. I saw him telling Voldemort half of the prophecy. When he learned that Voldemort wanted to kill me, he found Dumbledore and swore an oath to serve him to protect me and our family." "I'm sorry," Snape's voice choked with sobs. "If I hadn't told Voldemort that half of the prophecy, maybe Lily wouldn't have died." "It's not your fault, Severus," Dumbledore's portrait said. "We provided the strictest protection at that time. It was James and the others who trusted the wrong person. My mother wouldn't blame you. What you did is enough to earn her forgiveness," Harry added. "What else did you see?" Aaron prompted. "Professor Snape has been keeping an eye on me and has been secretly protecting me since my first year. He discussed all this with Dumbledore, and it was very secretive. No one else knew about it." Harry paused. "Professor Snape has always loved my mother deeply, and his Patronus is the same doe as my mother's. Love. It's really the biggest poison in the world. If you didn't have a face that was very similar to James Potter, Professor Snape would definitely have a completely different attitude towards you," Aaron remarked. Harry's mouth twitched. "You might as well just say I'm a woman." "You have the awareness," Aaron said, giving Harry a thumbs up. "It seems that the use of transgender potions is prohibited, and it has a certain time limit. But I happen to be a doctor, which is just a matter of an inch or two. If you don't mind, I can help you perform this operation and turn you into a girl." Hearing this, Harry felt a chill run through his body and looked at Aaron in astonishment. "Are you a devil? I was just joking. Should I take it so seriously? And Professor Snape, what is that look in your eyes? I am Lily's biological son. If you have that kind of thought, she will die in peace." "Ha ha, don't tell such jokes anymore. I still have a girlfriend." Harry quickly changed the subject, fearing for his safety. "What's the matter with you coming here?" "The Resurrection Stone and the Elder Wand. I need these two things," Aaron said bluntly. "What do you want them for?" Harry asked. "Academic research." "Ha, it was the same reason when Voldemort asked Professor Slughorn about Horcruxes. The Deathly Hallows do have incredible magic, but they are very dangerous. If you can't convince me, I won't give them to you." "It's precisely because of the danger that I have to take them away. Or do you think that with your small stature, you can guard the Deathly Hallows under the prying eyes of a large group of careerists?" Aaron countered. Harry was speechless. "I can destroy them," Harry suggested. "That's such a pity, isn't it?" Aaron asked. "You know me. I'm not interested in the Elder Wand, and the Resurrection Stone is useless to me. It is most appropriate to leave them to me for safekeeping. No one in the entire magical world dares to steal things from the Gaius family." "Aaron, do you also want to be the Master of Death?" Dumbledore asked meaningfully. "Shut up, you old man," Aaron scolded him unceremoniously. "Don't think that I won't dare to hit you now that you are a painting." Albus dumbled. "Or, Fallen Phoenix is really worse than a chicken. If I were still human, I guess you wouldn't dare to say this," Aaron retorted, his voice dripping with disdain. "Aaron, that's too rude," Harry interjected, frowning. "Professor Snape died in the Forbidden Forest. If I hadn't arrived in time, what you'd see now would be a cold corpse." "Sorry, Severus," Dumbledore apologized guiltily. Snape had contributed the most to his plan, but he was also the one who had sacrificed the most. "No need to apologize. I'm still alive." Snape snapped, his anger barely contained. Although he had voluntarily participated in the fatal plan, he couldn't help but feel a bit resentful. "You should thank me. If it weren't for me, you would have been on death's blacklist. After you die, your soul would definitely be in trouble in the underworld," Aaron said, his tone light but his words heavy. "Is this joke too much?" Aaron shrugged, then turned to Harry. "I only want the Resurrection Stone and the Elder Wand. I'm not interested in your invisibility cloak. Of course, I won't steal it. You decide whether to give it to me or not." Harry was silent for a moment, contemplating. "What are you going to do with them?" he finally asked. "I'll handle them properly. I can't tell you the specifics, but I can guarantee that no one in the magical world will see these 2 items again," Aaron assured him. Harry nodded, placing the Elder Wand and Resurrection Stone on the headmaster's desk. "Wise decision," Aaron said, pocketing the 2 Deathly Hallows and heading for the door. "I'm going home first. Don't inform me about the aftermath of Hogwarts." Gaius Castle, 2 years later. Aaron returned home bringing Abe with him. "Welcome home, Master." Jeans greeted him respectfully, opening the door. "It's been such a long time. I didn't expect that Aaron Gaius, would be back so soon," Aaron remarked, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. "To be precise, I did expect it. After you left, the old family head, the head of the family, and his wife all speculated on when you would return. They all believed you could solve Tom Riddle before graduating from Hogwarts, and they were right," Jean said with a slight smile. "The luncheon is ready. Should you go now, or—" "Don't worry, I'll go see Ancestor Alger first. That matter has been delayed long enough." "It seems the young master has found a suitable magic core," Jeans observed. "Of course," Aaron replied, taking out a black magnet that shone with a fierce blue light. "I can't wait." "I believe Lord Alger will be very pleased," Jeans said earnestly as he led the way. He originally wanted to take out a treasure from his collection and fuse it with the artifact. "What?" Aaron stumbled, almost falling. "Does that mean he would have solved this problem even if I hadn't found the energy source?" "Yes. Then why did he tell me to prepare it myself?" "If the young master can do it by himself, Lord Alger can save a treasure," Jeans explained confidently. "For a real blacksmith, every weapon created is a labor of love. The young master used countless precious materials to create this artifact, and it was definitely a labor of love. Even if you were willing, young master, Lord Alger would not allow ordinary magic crystals to tarnish his masterpiece." "Ha-ha!" Aaron waved his hand awkwardly. "You didn't see or hear anything just now. Do you understand?" "I'm afraid this won't work," Jeans laughed softly. "Now that the young master is ready, there is no reason to waste Lord Alger's collection. Moreover, the higher the quality of the energy source, the stronger the artifact. The spiritual stone in the young master's hand is more qualified than Lord Alger's collection. However, this artifact was forged for the young master. If the young master wants a lower quality, his subordinates have nothing to say." "Then forget it," Aaron said angrily. Opening the door to the first secret room, a wave of hot air hit his face. A long sword floated directly above the blazing flames, and the sharp aura it exuded could easily cut through the surrounding flames. The long sword was completely mesmerizing. The silver-white sword, covered with dense runes, flashed with a green light. Its hilt was pure black, and the golden quillon resembled the bite of a giant dragon. A small hole where the hilt and the blade intersected was the only flaw in this otherwise perfect creation. "You're back?" Alger emerged from the flames, his face lighting up with joy as he saw Aaron. He pointed to the long sword suspended in midair. "How do you feel?" "It's incredible," Aaron replied sincerely. "The appearance alone is irresistible." "We haven't seen each other for 2 years, and you've become superficial." Alger scoffed. "I originally wanted to make a pure black sword, which would look more domineering, but the materials you provided were so exquisite that even if I wanted to dye it black, it wasn't possible." "It's perfect as it is. It fits my aesthetic perfectly," Aaron reassured him. "What's more important is its function," Alger continued. "Unless it's a weapon of the same level or higher quality, this sword can easily cut through it. Additionally, it can control the elements, absorb blood and souls, and with enough energy, it can even cut through space and time. And that's just part of its capabilities. You'll discover more as you bond with it." Chapter 674, the third long-term trip. The wedding can only be postponed. "Since you've come to my place, you must have brought what I want, right?" Alger asked, his eyes narrowing with anticipation. "Of course," Aaron replied, pulling out a pure black gemstone. "How about this?" "Master, this," Jeans began, but Aaron cut him off with a fierce glare. "Shut up," Aaron snapped, then turned back to Alger with a smile. One of the three deathly hallows, the legendary resurrection stone. Alger's eyes twitched, and he responded with a hint of exasperation. You have the nerve to show me this kind of rubbish? Rubbish? Aaron's face showed confusion. This is the Deathly Hallows. I know, but it's just a trinket made by the god of death, Alger explained. What I need is a source of powerful magical energy. This stone merely allows people to see the dead and provides psychological comfort. It has no practical use. Moreover, the apparitions it shows may not even be real spirits, just manifestations of longing. It can also lure the user towards death. Is it really that bad? Aaron asked, taken aback. It's that bad, Alger confirmed bluntly. I wouldn't take this piece of junk even if you gave it to me for free. And you want to embed it in my masterpiece? You must be joking. Aaron laughed awkwardly. Just a little joke. Here, this should do the trick. He reluctantly produced a dark spirit stone. Alger's eyes lit up as he snatched the stone from Aaron's hand. After examining it closely, he smiled with satisfaction. Where did you get this? Don't worry about that. Just tell me if it works, Aaron replied. It works perfectly. The energy response exceeds my expectations, and it can spontaneously absorb dark energy from the surroundings. Most importantly, its condition is ideal for this sword, Alger said, clearly impressed. Haha, didn't you call me superficial before? Aaron teased. You focused on appearance first, but I focus on efficacy, Alger said seriously. If this stone didn't satisfy me, no matter how beautiful it is, it would be useless. Aaron pursed his lips, having nothing more to say. Do you really want to use it? Alger asked. Of course, unless you have something better, Aaron pointed out. Stop trying to trick me. This stone is perfect, Alger said, then walked over to the sword and recited a profound incantation. The dark spirit stone emitted a strong blue light and slowly floated towards the hollow in the sword's guard, merging perfectly with it. There's still one last step. You know what to do, Alger said. Aaron nodded and flicked his wand, causing red blood to flow from his finger and merge into the sword, completing the bond. The next moment, the sword flew into Aaron's hand. As soon as he grasped the hilt, he felt an unusual connection. The sword seemed made for him, moving smoothly and even nourishing his body and magic power to some extent. After a few symbolic swings, the air hummed with a clear, resonant sound, making Aaron's lips curl up in satisfaction. How does it feel? Alger asked proudly. Perfect, Aaron replied. This sword can automatically adjust its weight according to the owner's strength. In the hands of others, it's just a strong and sharp weapon, but in your hands, it can kill gods. Its true power depends on how you use it. I see, Aaron said thoughtfully. Choose a name. As its owner, you are the best person to name it, Alger suggested. Aaron looked at the silver blade and the dark spirit stone embedded in the guard. After a moment of silence, he said, How about Xingyuan? Alger raised an eyebrow and asked with a curious expression, What's the meaning? No particular meaning. I just think it sounds good, Aaron replied. Okay, as long as you're happy. However, Xingyuan and Xingyuan are quite symbolic, Alger said with a chuckle. I've spent years working on this artifact, and now I'm fortunate enough to see it completed. I'm going back, Aaron said, feeling a sense of accomplishment. And have a good rest. If you don't have anything impo or tant, don't call me. In addition, I hope you will not insult this sword next. As soon as the words fell, Alger's figure became illusory and soon disappeared in front of Aaron. It feels like there's something in his words, Aaron mused. Maybe, Jean shrugged. Master, you can go to the luncheon now. Madam and your girlfriends are having a great time chatting. There's no rush. Aaron put the Xingyuan into the storage space. I have to meet with Flo again. The next step is a private conversation, so don't follow me. As ordered. Jeans nodded slightly and led Abe out of the secret room. After they left, Aaron took a deep breath and directly opened the door to the 28th secret room. Ancestor Flo, I'm back. I know. Why are you shouting so loudly? Flo walked out of the empty secret room with an impatient look, then looked at Aaron thoughtfully. Tsk, you are growing so fast, not slow. Thank you for the compliment. I was forced to come out. You are still too young and immature, Flo said. It's just a Dark Lord. Is it that difficult to deal with? He is just an insignificant stumbling block in your life. There are many more difficult things than him. It really hurts to stand and talk, Aaron said angrily. What I have to deal with is not a person, but a force. What's even more difficult to deal with is the intricate relationships involved. I have to consider all aspects. Amazing, Flo said perfunctorily, then changed the subject. But you came to me not because you wanted me to praise you, right? Of course not. Aaron showed a shy smile. I have something private that I would like to ask you for advice. I'm somewhat interested in this. Let's talk about it. Well, Aaron said nervously. Aside from Clea, my other two women are also in Gaius Castle. I'm worried. Puff, Flo was stunned for a moment, then laughed so loudly that she was out of breath. Is this what you're worried about? I asked Clea to bring Hermione and Fleur to Gaius Castle for safety reasons, but after everything settled, I found that I was not completely ready. Understood. I understand very much. Flo suppressed a smile and patted Aaron's shoulder. But your worries are completely unnecessary. Vico and Lysana are much more open-minded than you think. As long as they treat you sincerely, then, when they enter my Gaius house, they will become my Gaius's family, and it is inevitable that they will treat you equally. And I don't think you need to worry about your children's personal relationships for the time being, because there are more important things waiting for you to do. What's more important? Aaron's heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition emerged. What do you mean? While your family imprint was restored, the third crystal in the secret room was also lit, which means your third long-term journey is about to begin, Flo said earnestly. And your second journey was too easy. This third time is bound to be more challenging. You have to be mentally prepared. Aaron, no wonder Ancestor Argo looked so weird when he named the sword before. Scion, travel far, travel far. This is not an ordinary occasion. Wait, am I not an adult? You are an adult, but you have not inherited the position of patriarch of the Gaius family. Then I'm going to get married soon, Aaron said anxiously. Isn't it said that you don't have to go if you get a wife and have children? It's easy to get a wife, but what about having children? Flo teased with a playful look. I suggest you consider officially getting married after you come back from your trip. Aaron's mouth twitched. How much time do I have? 7 days. This is too hasty. Aaron couldn't hold himself any longer. He had just finished fighting a big battle and hadn't had time to take a good rest. What's more, several of his women are at home. Can he only stay with them for 7 days? You should have gone a long time ago, Flo said solemnly. It's just that Aaron had violated the family rules, so his time had to be extended. This was the last trip the family had arranged for him. Unlike the previous 2 times, he could bring more things with him this time. I understand, Aaron sighed deeply and left the secret room in despair. As he approached the main hall door, he heard laughter coming from inside. Aaron cheered up and walked in. You're back, Lysana said, pulling Aaron to sit at the dining table. Celia, Hermione, Fleur, and her sister Gabrielle were sitting together, looking happy, while Vico was reading a newspaper absent-mindedly. I have to say, these 3 daughters-in-law you found for Mom are really great, Lysana said happily. Clea grew up with you, but Hermione and Fleur are definitely rare. Nice girls at first sight. As long as you are satisfied, Aaron said with a smile. I like everything my son likes. Aaron, at Hogwarts, Hermione asked hesitantly, is Voldemort dead? Yes, otherwise I wouldn't be able to come back. As I expected, Voldemort was poisoned by the Elder Wand. Just like more than 10 years ago, he was killed by his own death curse. That's great, Hermione breathed a sigh of relief, then suddenly thought of something. Then can my parents come back? Excuse me, madam, Jeans interrupted politely. Hermione's face turned red. She was not ready to accept the title of young lady. I am solely responsible for your parents' safety. They seem to enjoy life in Australia and will not relocate easily for the time being. However, the Flu Network is already connected. If you want, you can visit them through the Flu Network at any time. That's good. Should I also inform my parents about my sister and me? Fleur asked. The letter was sent yesterday, Jean said. Counting the time, Mr. Delacour has received it. As for Miss Gabrielle, if you want to go home, I can arrange for you to return to Germany tomorrow. If you want to stay a few more days, you'd better write a letter and send it back. It's better to stay a few more days, Gabrielle said with a smile. I haven't seen my sister for a long time. Okay, Okay, let's get down to business, Lysana said, looking at Aaron meaningfully. When do you plan to hold the wedding? Although our family doesn't have so many rules, you are going to marry 3 wives after all, and the relevant procedures still need to be followed. They will be your real wives. Your father and I will arrange the invitations, banquets, and etiquette. You just need to give us an exact date. Ah, this! Is there anything to hesitate about? Lysana asked with some dissatisfaction. I have other things to do. Aaron scratched his head awkwardly. I can only postpone the wedding. Is there anything more important than me holding my grandson? Indeed, Aunt Lysana, Clea reminded. According to the rules of the Gaius family, Aaron still needs to complete a long trip. Lysana was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Vico, who was reading the newspaper. Don't you have anything to say to me? Vico put down the newspaper angrily. Isn't it because you are so happy? Why should I ruin the mood? There are still a few days left. Can't we just find a chance to explain it to them clearly? What long trip? Hermione asked, confused. This? Lysana was silent for a moment and sighed slightly. Let's eat first. After eating, I will take you and Fleur to learn about the history of the Gaius family. However, the wedding does have to be postponed. I hope you don't have any misunderstandings. Unless you give birth to a son or a daughter for him now, he is destined to be unable to escape this time. Hermione and Fleur looked at each other and sensibly didn't ask any more questions. The luncheon ended quickly. Lysana took her 3 daughters-in-law to the secret room of the Gaius family. Jeans took Gabrielle and Abe to visit other parts of the castle. Only Vico and Aaron were left in the main hall. It's really yours, Vico joked. You found 3 girlfriends and their relationship. How did you manage to become as close as real sisters? Ron patted his chest confidently. It's very simple. Sincerity. Ch-ch, you remind me of myself back then, Vico remarked with a smirk. I'm telling the truth, Aaron insisted. I made them willingly fall in love with me because of my sincerity. Besides, I'm much better than you. You've been beaten to death by my mother in your life, but my current achievements far surpass yours. Ha! You really think highly of yourself, Vico said, unconcerned. Me, your grandfather, and great-grandfather all had parents in charge, so marrying one was enough. But we really can't control you. We're not sure whether you'll make a private, lifelong commitment to a girl during one of your trips. Come on! Didn't I do well the first 2 times? Aaron protested. You were just a kid the first 2 times, but this time is different. You've grown up and experienced what it means to be happy with someone. I'm really worried that you'll bring a few more women back this time, Vico said with a headache. It's not that our family can't afford it, but the prerequisite for bringing others back is that you become the god of magic. So be mentally prepared. Aaron sighed. How uneasy is this for me? Chapter 675, The Prophecy of the Prophecy Book, Bringing 2 More Pets. The next day, news of Voldemort's death spread throughout the country. The Death Eaters scattered like leaves in the wind. Some escaped, while others were captured. Kingsley Shacklebolt was appointed interim minister of magic. His first order was to release the innocent prisoners in Azkaban and restore those who had been under the imperious curse to their normal selves. Aaron, however, paid little attention to these developments. He was in his bedroom, feeling a mix of pride and embarrassment as he accepted the adoring looks from Hermione and Fleur and the provocative glances from Clea. Can you please stop looking at me like that? Aaron asked, feeling awkward. While it was flattering to be admired by the girls he liked, the prolonged attention made him uncomfortable. No, Hermione replied with a smile, shaking her head. No wonder you never took Voldemort seriously. If Aunt Lysana hadn't introduced us to the real Gaius family yesterday, I wouldn't have known that the wizarding world had such invisible guardians. No, invisible guardians isn't enough to describe you. You have to be more noble. It's not that exaggerated, Aaron said, waving his hand dismissively. We enjoy as many rights as we have responsibilities. If it weren't for the outrageously strict rules established by our ancestors, I probably wouldn't be much better off than Draco. In fact, in some ways, I envy Draco. He's a successful rich second generation, wealthy and powerful, and can be willful in many things. But I'm different. I've shouldered the responsibility of my family since birth. My talent, while great, has been a burden, ruining my path to a normal life. Be content. At least you can go to other places to hang out, unlike my brother who just runs to the ruins when he has nothing to do. Clea interjected. You are the one who enjoys the most happiness. Aaron retorted, rolling his eyes at Clea. We all regard you as our little princess, and you don't have to bear any family responsibilities. So, it's not like I'm giving you an advantage, Clea replied nonchalantly. Aaron sighed. You have been to other worlds before. Can you tell us about it? Fleur asked, with Hermione and Clea also showing interest. Aaron hesitated at first, but was eventually swayed by the curious eyes of the three girls. He began to recount his 2 travel experiences. One was an adventure with dwarves and hobbits led by a gray-robed wizard, and the other was helping Prince Caspian regain the throne in Narnia and maintain peace between the 2 races. The story was long, and he told it from morning to evening, but the 3 girls listened intently, completely immersed. So you killed a dragon when you were 13? Hermione asked in surprise. To be precise, it was a very powerful evil dragon, more than 10 times the size of an ordinary dragon, capable of easily destroying a country. After killing it, I truly learned dragon-slaying magic, Aaron explained. Have you ever participated in a war? Fleur asked in disbelief. A very large-scale war? Dwarves, elves, humans, orcs, ogres, the scale was indeed not small, Aaron said, spreading his hands. So when I said before that there are not even 1,000 but 800 people who died by my hands, it's really not a joke. Did you also get involved in the fight for the throne? Clea asked. Not exactly. The most I did was help Caspian regain the throne and seal a witch along the way, Aaron replied. That's amazing, Hermione said, her eyes sparkling. Can I go with you next time? I promise not to hold you back. What are you thinking? Of course, you can't, Aaron said a bit angrily. Traveling to another world sounds exciting, but it's also very dangerous. I don't trust you to go with me. Besides, only the blood of the Gaius family can pass through the portal, and you don't meet this condition. What a shame. My past year is nothing compared to your adventures, Hermione said wistfully. As expected of an adventurous Gry. Findor, Aaron said with a chuckle. I don't know how long it will take this time, but maybe one day you'll have your own adventures. The time flow rate in the 2 worlds is very different. I think it should not exceed a year, Aaron mused. To be precise, it's 2 years, Clea corrected, shaking her head. The prophecy book told me. Prophecy book? I would have forgotten it if you hadn't mentioned it, Aaron said suddenly. He stretched out his right hand, and the prophecy book appeared in his grasp. Good evening, Master. It's such an honor to see you again, the book greeted. Let me ask you, how long will my next journey take? Aaron inquired. I do not know, the book replied. Then why did you say 2 years? Aaron pressed. I only predicted that the Master will return in 2 years. How long you will stay in another world is beyond my prediction, the book explained. Aaron rolled his eyes. Are there any other prophecies? Yes, but are you sure you want me to reveal them here? The prophecy book asked hesitantly, the face on its cover showing a troubled expression. Everyone here is my wife. There is nothing I can't say, Aaron assured. Okay, the prophecy shows that the Master will meet many beautiful girls in another world, among which... Before the book could finish, Aaron slapped it shut, suppressing its squirming mouth. Slander. This is naked slander. Believe me, I'm not that kind of person, Aaron declared with a serious face. However, with 3 women sitting opposite him, his words were unconvincing. I'm afraid you don't believe it yourself, Clea teased with a smile. My mother said that the Gaius family produces a philanderer every few generations, and she wasn't lying. It's not me, Aaron began. There are already 3 of us. Although it's a little hard to accept a 4th and a 5th, I won't mind too much, Fleur said softly. But you can't bring back just anyone. Their character should be good. What Fleur means is what I mean, Hermione added, embarrassed. Who knows how long you'll stay in another world? It's understandable if you can't control your lower body when you're full of energy. But I have to add one more thing. I can understand if you want to find a woman, but you can't have children with her. We don't have any. Clea and Fleur nodded in agreement. Aaron's face twitched. On one hand, he was happy to have such understanding wives. On the other hand, he was heartbroken that the people closest to him didn't believe in him. The mixture of these complex emotions was truly dumbfounding. 2 years. What are you going to do in the 2 years when I'm not here? Aaron changed the subject. Go home, Clea said crisply. Vico and Aunt Lysana often travel around the world. Gaius Castle will become deserted, and there's not much point in my staying. I might as well take this opportunity to spend time with my parents, but I will come back often. I think women should have their own careers, and I plan to work in the Ministry of Magic, Hermione said thoughtfully. Maybe I will become the first Muggle-born minister in the future. I'll live here while I'm at work. Do you have any objections? I can't ask for more, Aaron replied. I should learn the craft of making wands from Mr. Ollivander, Fleur said, a little embarrassed. Maybe I will open a wand shop in the future, but like Hermione, I can't always live in the store. Jeans will take care of it. Also, I'll give you my store in Diagon Alley, Aaron offered. Give it to me? Fleur was surprised. You've been running that store for almost 10 years. Are you willing to just give it to me like this? I will work at Hogwarts when I return, and I won't have time to manage the shops in Diagon Alley. Okay, that's such a happy decision, Clea said with a smile. There are less than 7 days left before your trip. You must compensate us well during these 7 days. What do you mean? Aaron asked, a little confused. He hadn't left yet. Even if they wanted compensation, it would be 2 years later. She means it. It's getting late, Clea said, her eyes twinkling mischievously. It's dark, and it's time to go to bed, Fleur teased. Don't say it so directly, Clea responded. I mean, try to get pregnant before he leaves, so we can still experience the joy of raising a child before he comes back. Aaron couldn't hold himself back any longer. You have just grown up. Is it really appropriate to say this? I can do it, Fleur said, raising her hand. I'm 3 years older than you, so I'm almost ready to be a mother. Aaron sighed internally. You may be ready to be a mother, but I'm still not ready to be a father. No wonder Flo would say that she is immature. These 3 women are much more difficult to deal with than Voldemort, but despite his reservations, he couldn't help but fall into their embrace. After all, this trip would only be 2 years for them, but he didn't know how many years it would be for him. The thought of not seeing them for more than 10 years or even decades tormented him. Maybe having a child wouldn't be such a bad idea. He wasn't ready now, but that might change when he returned. 7 days flew by. On this particular day, Aaron opened his eyes in bed, washed up briefly, and then went to the living room. At the dinner table, Vico and Lysana were reluctant to leave, just like the previous 2 times. Clea, Fleur, and Hermione had also changed into formal clothes. As time passed, the atmosphere gradually became serious. No way, I'm just going on a trip and will be back in 2 years, Aaron said, trying to lighten the mood. Is that really 2 years? Lysana's eyes were slightly red, and she sniffled. The punishment you will suffer this time is not comparable to the previous 2 times. There's nothing you can do about it, right? Aaron shrugged indifferently. Time means nothing to me anymore. After I come back this time, I will lie down happily, and none of you can stop me. No one will stop you. You can do whatever you want after you come back, Vico said. I no longer want to be the leader of this clan. No, you'd better stay in the patriarch's seat until I'm done with it. If that doesn't work, I can just pass it on to my son directly. Vico was stunned for a moment, then laughed. That's right. If I were you, I wouldn't want to interfere with so many things either. I won't say much more, Aaron said, showing the mark on his arm. I can feel it urging me. Let's go, Vico sighed softly. Clea, come and see him off too. Several people walked to the door of the secret room. Vico inserted a black key into the keyhole and slowly turned it to open the secret room. Aaron walked in first, followed closely by Vico. Lysana watched her 3 daughters-in-law go in before taking a step forward. Hermione and Fleur were here for the first time. As soon as they entered, they were captivated by the world tree that connected the sky full of stars. Below it was a magnificent altar, with giant trees rooted in it, exuding brilliant light from time to time. A huge book was slowly turning in front of the altar. Various styles and graphics continued to appear and disappear on the pages, but the name Aaron Gaius was particularly conspicuous. It's unbelievable. This is simply not something humans can do, Hermione said in shock. Of course, this cannot be done by human power, Clea said matter-of-factly. This tree was created by Gaius's first ancestor, and his ability is far superior to that of the gods. Outsiders are not qualified to come in here. You can only come in because of his glory. Are you ready? Vico asked. Obviously not yet, but even if I say it, it doesn't count. I didn't ask you either, Vico shrugged, then looked at Jeans who had come in early in the morning. Are you ready? Ready, Jeans replied, taking out a backpack and a light golden vial. This is the elixir. The backpack contains 3 days' worth of dry food and water. That's it? Flo said I could bring a few more things with me this time. And them, Jeans said, turning sideways to reveal Abe, who had changed into an adventurous outfit, and Fox, who was singing loudly but was now about the size of a chicken. This is okay. At least it can be regarded as a kind of companionship, Aaron said, somewhat reluctantly. One more thing, Jeans reminded him. You can bring your own magical items, but you can't bring any extra money with you. This is too much, Aaron protested. It's a rule, Jeans said seriously. If the young master does not hand over the extra money, he will experience what it means to be penniless when he passes through the portal. Aaron's heart skipped a beat, and he reluctantly activated the space magic array. A golden torrent spurted out from the gap in the magic array, and gold coins fell like raindrops, quickly covering the entire altar. Okay, the rest of my money is in Gringotts, Aaron said. Jeans was stunned, clearly not expecting that Aaron could have amassed such a fortune within 2 years of leaving the family. After a moment, he nodded hurriedly. Okay. By the way, Master, I have cleaned Abe's clothes and put a day's worth of food in his pocket, but he doesn't seem satisfied, Jeans added. Ignore it, Aaron hummed. Rations? Can that stuff be compared to fantasy ingredients? Abe's appetite has long been spoiled by him. Ordinary food can't satisfy him at all. It can only fill his belly at most. Chapter 676, Familiar Names and Places. Mom, I want to go home. Lysana draped a cloak over her son and kissed him on the cheek. Aaron smiled softly, gave his parents a big hug, and then walked up to Clea and the others. Stop talking. We all understand, Hermione said with a reassuring smile. This is your career, and we will only support it. But remember what we said before, kid. Try to exercise some restraint. I know, Aaron replied with a smile. When I come back, I will give you an unforgettable wedding. After saying that, he made a small cut on his left hand, and a drop of blood flew out and was absorbed by the giant tree. In an instant, the giant tree began to sway, and the entire starry sky turned crimson. A dark red wooden door appeared in front of Aaron. This atmosphere. Aaron swallowed. Why does it feel a bit depressing? This symbolizes a higher level of difficulty, Vico explained. The place you are going this time is not as simple as the previous 2 times. Aaron nodded thoughtfully and then looked at a line of small words on the frame of the wooden door. Born to shine. This may not be a burden for those who don't want to shine. At this moment, the portal suddenly shook, and 2 groups of bright lights flew out of it, merging into the clan emblem on Aaron's left arm. What's going on? Aaron asked in confusion. 2 people, Vico explained with a wry smile. 2 ancestors of the Gaius family have been to this world before you, and these 2 bright lights are their warnings to you. It may be just a few words, or it may be a task that you, the future generations, are entrusted to complete. In short, you will understand after you go there. Why do I suddenly feel that I am going to a dragon's pond and a tiger's den? Maybe, Vico said seriously. I can't give you any advice, but you must remember not to act unsociable. Be low-key and do things even more low-key, Aaron said, feeling depressed. I feel that this ancestral precept was set for me alone. This is for every Gaius like you, but I am the only one who feels it the deepest right now. Aaron shrugged, opened the bottle of elixir, took a sip, then put Abe and Fox into his backpack and walked towards the portal. The first time I was free-falling from a high altitude and fell into a puddle. The second time, I was free-falling from a high altitude and fell into the sea. I hope this third time can be safer. At least I won't be free-falling. I knew it would be like this, Aaron muttered, looking at the white clouds beside him with a trace of bitterness on his lips. Sure enough, it was a free fall. However, based on the experience of the previous 2 times, this time he did not panic or yell, and even gracefully adjusted his falling posture in midair. The place where he landed this time was a sand dune with no water source at all, so there was no need to prepare for swimming. Boom! Aaron relied on his strong physical fitness to land steadily on the sand dune, splashing up a piece of yellow sand. Looking at the endless desert, he couldn't help but wonder again whether genes had given him a fake elixir of happiness. What kind of barren land was this? System, sign in. The host signed in Afghanistan and received 1 magic point. Huh, I'm a good boy. Aaron's pupils dilated slightly. The place name sounded quite familiar, which at least proved that he was on Earth now. This was good news, as it meant that he no longer had to deal with any mythical creatures. At this time, 2 groups of light from the family mark flew out and turned into 2 pieces of parchment, floating in front of him. There were 3 lines on the first piece of parchment. Don't deal with the elderly. You may suffer losses easily. Don't get curious about mysteries. That's where trouble begins. Taking the initiative to enter the game when necessary is a great move. Inexplicable, Aaron rolled his eyes speechlessly. Saying this was the same as not saying it. There were also a few words on the second parchment, but it was more valuable than the first. The first parchment. First of all, I use my own experience to warn those who come after me that the words of the previous ancestor are absolutely golden words. Secondly, try not to let anyone know that you are a magician, otherwise you will suffer the consequences. Finally, live according to your own ideas and don't take care of things you don't want to take care of. No one can force you. Aaron was thoughtful as he watched the 2 pieces of parchment turn into light spots and dissipate. It seemed that the planet under his feet was not as peaceful as he had imagined. The top priority was to figure out what kind of era this was. Boom, boom, boom. Fierce gunfire and explosions came from not far away. Aaron subconsciously turned his head to look and saw a huge flame rising from the mountains. Among the rising flames, a white UFO dragged a long wave of air and drew a parabola in the sky. Okay, it seems that this world has left the age of cold weapons. Judging from the sound of gunshots, the level of technology should be almost the same as the world I live in. No, it might be higher, but it shouldn't be a threat to me, Aaron thought to himself, then walked towards the place where the UFO crashed. He was not far away from the crash site. He only had to climb over 2 sand dunes before he reached his destination. In the center of a pile of broken steel fragments, a bruised man was lying in the yellow sand, breathing heavily, with a steel helmet full of bullet holes on his head. Good guy. Really good guy, Aaron said with interest. How did you survive? Can you dig me out of the sand first? The man said weakly. You have to tell me who you are first, Aaron said half-jokingly. If I save a terrorist, it will be my sin. Hearing this, the man raised his arms stained red with blood, took off his silver helmet, and asked in a slightly proud tone, How is it? Do you recognize me? Aaron was puzzled. Who are you? Should I know you? Even if you are a world-class star, I wouldn't recognize you, a visitor from another world. But this face does look familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere. I'll give you a hint, a magazine cover, the most genius scientist, a billionaire, a playboy. Name, Stark, Tony Stark. Eh? Aaron was stunned and scanned his chest without leaving a trace. He found a circle of blue light and silently stood up to look at the blue sky and white clouds in the distance. He seemed to understand which world he was in. He didn't know much about this world. He only knew that there would be a large-scale invasion of aliens in the future, and it would not be an ordinary peace. In the first 2 worlds, he mostly dealt with mythical creatures, but in this world, he may have to deal directly with myths. There are gods in this world, and not just 1 or 2. The strength of a high-level great mage may not be bad, but he still has to be compared with others. In front of those gods who have the ability to destroy planets, he is just a scumbag. I thought I was getting through it, but I didn't expect that I had just taken the first step to the starting line. Mom, I want to go home. I miss you. Wait, maybe you don't need to be so pessimistic. Maybe the situation in this world is not that complicated after all. What are you thinking? Tony asked. I was thinking. The corner of Aaron's mouth raised a curve. What benefits will it bring to me if I save you? What do you want? A legal identity, Aaron said without thinking. Identity? Stark was stunned for a moment, then he took a serious look at the boy in front of him. Very young and good-looking, his face almost as good as Tony Stark's. The clothes on his body were also very neat, and he was carrying a simple backpack. Those who didn't know better might think he was traveling, but this is Afghanistan. It's not normal for a young man to dare to run to this place with a bag. "Who are you?" Stark asked warily. "A homeless traveler." "Don't pretend to be so serious. I'm asking for your name, age, and identity." Aaron Gaius just turned 18 this year. As for his identity, a homeless traveler. Tony Stark. "Okay, I promise you a legal identity, so can you dig me out?" "Okay." Aaron nodded, dug up the sand under Stark, and quickly freed most of his body. Stark staggered to his feet, then stretched out his right hand to Aaron. "Give me your cell phone. I'll make a call and someone will come to rescue us." "No." "What? What about transportation? Cars, helicopters, etc.? "None." "How dare you come here without any preparation?" Stark said speechlessly. "Should I praise you for your skill and courage, or should I scold you for not knowing how to live or die?" "Just think that I don't know how to live or die," Aaron said with a self-deprecating smile. "It's not my decision to come into this world." Pretending to be serious again. Stark rolled his eyes. "Then what do you have?" Aaron put down his backpack. Abe and Fox just wanted to take the lead, but he pushed them back. He slowly took out a bottle of water, a sandwich, and a can of beef from his bag. "This is all I have, so it shouldn't catch your eyes." Stark swallowed and drooled like crazy. The 3 months he was kidnapped by terrorists were extremely miserable, and he didn't even have enough to eat. "These are fine too," Stark murmured, unable to help but reach out to the sandwich. "Wait a minute, this is my ration. I'll pay." Stark said very directly, $10,000. "Someone will pay you after I'm rescued." Atmosphere. Aaron gave a thumbs up and then made a gesture of invitation. Stark couldn't restrain his thirst for food, so he grabbed a sandwich and a can of beef and ate it without any sign of eating like a rich man. A few minutes later, Stark burped and used the remaining half of the bottle of water to wash the blood on his face. "It feels good to be alive." "Then cherish this feeling. The food and water I brought are only enough for us for 2 days, so we have to find someone who can save you within 2 days. Go somewhere open so the helicopter can find me easier." "All right." The two walked towards a sand dune one after another. Stark couldn't help but feel a little more curious when he looked at Aaron, who was carrying a backpack, but whose steps were extremely determined. "Are you really just a tourist?" "Yes. I want you to be honest, boy. If you were in other places, I might believe it, but this place is not an ordinary mess. No one would believe it if you were hiking or something like that." Aaron shrugged, then reached into his bag and pulled out a fine, black revolver. "My marksmanship is pretty good, and my boxing and kicking skills are just okay. It won't be a problem to hit 10 of them." "Well, this is quite convincing," Stark said unfazed. "But you are only 18 years old. Is this a bit too exaggerated?" "My life is full of legends," Aaron said half-truthfully. "My parents left me when I was 8 years old. When I was 13, I formed an expedition team with a kind-hearted old man. We had a 2-year adventure. When I was 15 years old, I was abandoned on a desert island. Just in time, the local indigenous people and the foreign invaders were fighting for survival territory, and I finally escaped. I am 18 years old this year. After I became an adult, I longed for a stable life, but I happened to save a billionaire like you. This is called fate." Stark's face twitched. Did this kid make up lies without drafting them? None of these words are probably true. If he believed them, he would be out of his mind. Aaron wrote a big Stark sign on the dune, then took out his revolver and fired into the air. Boom! There was an explosion. Golden bullets shot straight into the sky, and the sound spread far away. "What kind of gun is that of yours?" Stark asked in surprise. "I didn't know a revolver had such a range." "It's normal for you to have never seen a revolver that has been carefully modified by a private person," Aaron said perfunctorily. "There are 5 bullets left, and 1 shot is fired every half hour. This is the best contact method I have." "Of course, you can also try making a fire or something at night," Stark suggested. "Just don't bring those terrorists to me." "No worries. My luck has always been good, and for you, I think it's not bad either." After all, if you survive a catastrophe, you'll be blessed later. Aaron replied with a grin. Lend me your auspicious words, Stark said, smiling. Boom! Another golden bullet shot straight into the sky. Not long after the second gunshot, a rumble came from the horizon. 2 armed helicopters flew over, and Stark shouted excitedly, waving at them. Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes ran over with several heavily armed soldiers. Where is your happy Hummer? He asked. Stark smiled awkwardly, unsure of what to say. Rhodes patted him on the shoulder. Don't leave me next time, okay? Aaron raised his hand weakly and said, I'm very sorry to interrupt your reunion, but could you please ask them to move their guns away? All 5 of them are pointing their guns at me. Who is he? Rhodes asked, looking puzzled. Tell your people to put down their guns. Stark laughed. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't have found me so easily. Chapter 677. The Press Conference and Stark's Escape. Stark treated his wounds and changed into a smart suit. His good friend Rhodes kept a close eye on him this time, fearing that he might be kidnapped again, as he had been 3 months ago. Aaron found a seat by the window and silently admired the scenery outside. He released Abe from his bag and warned him in dragon language to keep a low profile, ensuring he would not show anything unusual without orders. Where did you get this cat? Stark asked curiously, looking at Abe. He's a pet. He's been with me since he was born. I named him Abe. He's a very intelligent cat, Aaron replied. Abe nodded reluctantly. His owner always introduced him as a different species, but he had grown used to it. I find it very charming, especially for women, Stark commented. Good eye, Aaron said, giving a thumbs up. Abe's popularity could definitely stand the test. With such a cute and silly appearance, what girl could resist him? Although it's inappropriate to say this, would you consider selling him to me? Stark asked. Eh? Aaron was stunned for a moment, and before he could react, Abe's roar reached his ears. He immediately pressed down on Abe's head, turning the dragon's roar into a cat's meow. Well, it doesn't look like he's satisfied, Stark said, swallowing nervously as he saw Abe's exposed claws. He had originally planned to buy Abe as a gift for his secretary, Potts, but now he reconsidered. What if she got scratched? Abe only listens to me, Aaron explained. Is this Gaius? Rhodes asked cautiously. Tony said you are an ordinary explorer? That's one way to put it, Aaron shrugged. Explorer sounds much better than traveler. Okay, frankly speaking, I have some doubts about your identity. An explorer just happened to find a billionaire who had been missing for 3 months in Afghanistan, while I led people to search for 3 months and found nothing. I understand, Aaron said nonchalantly, but all I can tell you is my name and age. My parents left me alone when I was 8 years old. I spent the first half of my life either taking risks or on the road to adventure. Your intelligence system couldn't find me. That's more questionable, isn't it? Rhodes pressed. Then think about it from another angle. If I were the terrorist who captured him, would you still have a chance to find him? Aaron asked playfully. In fact, I didn't hurt Mr. Tony Stark. I even provided some valuable help. Believe me, sandwiches and canned beef are rare delicacies for a rich boy who has been imprisoned for 3 months. Upon hearing this, Stark made a serious face. I still think cheeseburgers are better. I will buy a burger first thing after getting off the plane. Don't forget my reward, Aaron reminded him. I won't forget it. Stark rolled his eyes. But before that, I have to deal with my affairs. Fine, Aaron shrugged at Rhodes. You can think of this as a transaction. I provide him with help, and he pays me. It's that simple. Rhodes nodded thoughtfully and asked no more questions. The plane slowed down and stopped at the airport. With the lifting board in place, Stark stood up from the wheelchair and walked towards his secretary and bodyguard with Rhodes's help. Be careful and watch your step, Rhodes advised. No problem, Stark replied, seeing 2 soldiers pushing a stretcher over. I'm not going to let them take me. He swaggered up to Potts, exuding his playboy aura. The circles under your eyes are red. Were you worried about the boss? It's tears of joy. I hate looking for a job, Potts replied. Okay, vacation is over, Stark said. Bodyguard Hogan opened the car door and invited him inside. You come up too, Stark said to Aaron. Me? Is this appropriate? Aaron asked, looking at the private car. This is a military airport. Do you want to be sent out by soldiers? You are the benefactor of a billionaire. This kind of treatment will make people laugh at me, Stark insisted. Aaron shrugged and sat in the passenger seat. Where are we going? Hogan asked. Please take us to the hospital, Hog, Stark instructed. No, Aaron interjected. No, Tony, you have to go to the hospital, Rhodes insisted. You right now. That's all right, Miss Potts. I'll keep an eye out for him, Coulson replied, maintaining his polite demeanor. Meanwhile, on the podium, Tony Stark finished his burger and stood up, wiping his hands on a napkin. The room fell silent as he approached the microphone. He looked out at the sea of reporters, their cameras flashing and pens poised, ready to capture his every word. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming, Tony began, his voice steady and confident. I have a lot to say, but first I want to express my gratitude to everyone who supported me during my captivity. Your thoughts and prayers meant a lot. He paused, taking a deep breath. During my time in Afghanistan, I had a lot of time to think. I realized that I have more to offer this world than just making weapons. Effective immediately, I am shutting down the weapons manufacturing division of Stark Industries. A murmur of shock and disbelief rippled through the crowd. Obadiah Stane's face tightened, but he maintained his composure. Tony, are you sure about this? Obadiah asked, stepping forward. Yes, Obadiah, I am, Tony replied firmly. I've seen firsthand the destruction our weapons can cause, and I can't, in good conscience, continue down that path. The reporters erupted into a frenzy of questions, but Tony held up his hand to silence them. I know this is a lot to take in, and I will answer all your questions in due time. For now, I ask for your understanding and patience as we transition Stark Industries into a new era. With that, Tony stepped back from the microphone, signaling the end of the press conference. He turned to Obadiah, who was clearly struggling to mask his frustration. We'll talk about this later, Tony, Gaius, Obadiah said through gritted teeth. Sure, Obadiah, Tony replied nonchalantly, but my mind is made up. As the press conference concluded, Aaron, who had been watching from the sidelines, felt a sense of admiration for Tony. Despite his flaws, Tony Stark was a man who could make bold decisions and stand by them. Aaron slipped out of the venue quietly, hoping to avoid any further attention. He had his own thoughts to process and plans to make. The world was changing, and he needed to be ready for whatever came next. Outside, Potts caught up with Tony. That was quite a statement, she said, her tone a mix of concern and admiration. Yeah, it was, Tony admitted, but it's the right thing to do. Potts nodded, understanding the weight of his decision. Let's get you home. You've had a long day. As they walked to the car, Tony glanced back at the venue, a sense of determination in his eyes. He knew the road ahead would be challenging, but he was ready to face it head-on. With Potts by his side and a renewed sense of purpose, Tony Stark was prepared to change the world. Tell me his features, Coulson requested. He's 18 years old, about 1.8 meters tall, with black hair. Very handsome, the kind of face that stands out in a crowd, Potts described. Anything else? Coulson asked. For example, what clothes is he wearing? Potts thought for a moment. His clothes are quite ordinary, but they seem to fit his identity. Oh, and he's carrying a backpack. Thank you, Coulson nodded and smiled. Given that everyone else was in suits and ties, finding someone in ordinary clothes would be a challenge. He decided to ignore the press conference for now, knowing the reporters wouldn't miss a single word Tony Stark said. However, after searching the venue multiple times, Coulson began to think he had overestimated the difficulty. The venue wasn't large, yet he couldn't find the person Potts described. He even wondered if Potts was playing a joke on him. It shouldn't be, Coulson frowned. Miss Potts wouldn't joke about something like this. Just as he was at a loss, a scent reached his nose. Cheeseburgers and roast beef. Coulson followed the smell and found his target behind a pillar. Aaron was leaning against the stone pillar, holding a cat named Abe, who was eating a hamburger with surprising elegance. Coulson's eyes widened. It was one thing for a cat to wear a sand-colored detective costume, but to hold a hamburger and eat it so gracefully? Ahem. Coulson cleared his throat and extended his right hand to Aaron. Hello, Phil Coulson. Aaron raised an eyebrow and shook his hand, albeit a bit stiffly. Aaron Gaius. Damn it, it's just my first day here and the head of Novice Village came to visit? Phil Coulson, Special Agent of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, Coulson introduced himself. That's quite a mouthful, Aaron remarked. I know, Coulson said, embarrassed. He made a mental note to suggest a name change to his director. But from another perspective, it's quite high-end. Aaron smiled nonchalantly. It's like the Intelligence Agency and the Central Intelligence Agency. The one with the longer name sounds more powerful. Thank you. You're the first to say that, Coulson replied. You're welcome. But Agent Coulson, do you have any business with me? Aaron glanced at Tony Stark, who was speaking at the podium. Is it about him? Yes, I want to know the whole process of Mr. Stark's escape. I'm sorry, you might be disappointed, Aaron said lightly. I found him during an adventure. He was covered in blood, but the injuries weren't serious, except for his chest. What happened to his chest? Coulson immediately focused on the detail. Nothing, Aaron replied. Really? Coulson was skeptical. Is there anything else? Aaron pretended to think for a moment. There was a pile of broken parts where he lay. Parts? Coulson's interest piqued. Can you describe them in detail? I'm afraid not. I'm not a professional, and even a professional wouldn't be able to tell what they were. Where did you find those parts? I don't know, Aaron said crisply. I never remember coordinates. Coulson laughed sarcastically and continued. What else? There is one more thing, but forget it. It must have been a hallucination. No, it might not be a hallucination, Coulson urged. Even if it was, you should tell me. Okay, Aaron pursed his lips. I was admiring the blue sky and white clouds on a sand dune when I heard intense gunfire. Gunfire? Not just gunfire, but shells. And then I looked. Subconsciously, Coulson turned his head and saw a flame tens of meters high rising from a hill. The scene was even more thrilling than the explosion of a gunpowder magazine. But that wasn't the most astonishing part. The most astonishing part was that a UFO flew out of the flames. It soared high into the sky, leaving a white airwave trailing behind it. Coulson raised his eyebrows, trying to piece together how Stark had managed to escape from the terrorist base. The idea forming in his mind seemed plausible, but somewhat premature. What happened next? He asked. Then I found Tony Stark at the crash site of the UFO, the agent continued. The parts were scattered all over the ground. Coulson paused, processing the information. This time, it was real. Chapter 6 and 78, New Identity Design, the so-called Revelation of Destiny. I finally woke up and realized I could do more for the world, for society, than just blow it up. The sudden rise in Tony Stark's voice drew the attention of Aaron and Coulson, who both turned their focus to the podium. Tony Stark stood at the main seat, facing the microphone. So, I am preparing to shut down the weapons manufacturing department of Stark International as soon as possible. As soon as the words left his mouth, the room erupted into chaos. Reporters stood up one after another, as excited as sharks smelling blood. The world's largest arms dealer announcing the cessation of arms production was the biggest news imaginable. The shutters kept clicking, and the flashes were blinding. Stark continued speaking, but his uncle, Obadiah, came on stage to stop him. What Tony had already said was enough to cause Stark's stock price to plummet. The company did not belong to Tony alone. How could this happen? Coulson murmured in disbelief. This is within my expectations, Aaron replied with a mysterious smile. These past 3 months may have been a transformation for him. Transformation? Coulson asked, surprised. What do you know? Don't get me wrong, I don't know anything specific. It's just that when a genius scientist stops making money from arms and starts thinking about benefiting mankind and contributing to society, the contrast may be huge, but the effect will definitely be beyond imagination. Coulson pondered Aaron's words. As an agent with a sense of justice, Stark's transformation might indeed help world peace. But soon, another thought made his face turn bitter. Dedication is something that will happen in the future. I have to sell my shares of Stark Company quickly so that I can lose less money. You can do whatever you want, but if I were you, I wouldn't sell. Have some confidence in Tony Stark. Although the stock will definitely fall now, great returns are not far away. You have to get on the bus first. Otherwise, it won't be easy to squeeze in later. After saying that, Aaron turned around and walked out of the door, quickly calming his expression. He knew very well that being noticed by Coulson meant entering the sight of a certain spy chief, but it was only a matter of time. It was a blessing, not a curse, and it was a curse that could not be avoided. And S.H.I.E.L.D. He didn't particularly like it, but its official status was still worthy of respect. Coulson watched Aaron and Stark, who was surrounded by reporters, leave. He then picked up his cell phone and dialed his parents. A few seconds later, Nick Fury, who was drinking coffee in his office, answered the phone. "Director, we have some clues about Stark." "You mean he told you how he escaped?" Nick Fury was a little surprised. "When did our playboy become so easy to talk to?" "No, it wasn't him. It was another person who told me," Coulson explained. "It seems to be an adventurer who accidentally discovered Tony Stark in Afghanistan, a young man under the age of 20. Coulson, this joke is not funny at all." "It sounds weird, but it's true, Director," Coulson said with a forced smile. Before he discovered Stark, there were violent gunfire and explosions in the terrorists' lair. After he found Stark, the place had countless broken parts. Therefore, I have reason to suspect that Stark made a weapon during the 3 months he was kidnapped. That weapon helped him escape, but after escaping, the weapon reached its limit and had to be disintegrated. "That's all?" Nick Fury frowned slightly. "Is there anything more?" "Stark may have suffered very serious trauma to his chest, but it's not certain at this time." "Any more?" "No more, Director." "Who is the person who discovered Stark?" "His name is Aaron Gaius, 18 years old, male." "Is that all?" "Director, after all, I am at the press conference, and the questions I can ask are really limited," Coulson said. "Besides, knowing his name and appearance is a start. The Bureau's database CAD, and look him up in minutes." "Okay," Nick Fury took a sip of coffee. "Continue to monitor Stark. At the very least, find out what he's created." "Director, he won't tell me, and he didn't ask Rhodes to recover the broken parts. I think he doesn't care if anyone finds them." Nick Fury remained unmoved. "Keep paying attention." "Yes, sir. And about that so-called adventurer. Are you going to investigate him? What do you think?" Nick Fury sneered. "A young man, not even 20, appears alone in Afghanistan and discovers Tony Stark, who had been missing for 3 months. This kind of coincidence is hard to believe. I'm sure he's not with any official agency, but he could be with other forces. We need to be prepared and ensure no one else gets to him first." "I understand, Director, but I need to check the information first." On the other side, the car stopped at Stark Industries. "Potts, do me a small favor," Stark said after getting out of the car. "Prepare a legal identification for this boy." "What? Come on, Stark Industries can handle this small task. Prepare the necessary documents for him. You know what to do." "Yes, but—" Potts looked at Aaron in surprise. "Don't you have a legal identity?" "Even if I did, it wouldn't matter," Aaron said with a smile. "Adventurers roam everywhere, have no fixed place to live, and occasionally suffer from amnesia or something." "No need to explain. Come with me," Stark interjected. "And also, $10,000, which is the reward I promised him." Stark nodded. "That's true." Potts smiled forcefully. "When did you become so cheap?" "That's a meal." "That's pretty cheap." "Actually, I've made 1,000 times more money," Aaron said half-jokingly. "The really expensive ones are those 2 bullets, which were my hard work." "That's almost it, Aaron. I'll leave you another business card. If you need anything, you can call me, although I may not answer." Aaron shrugged. "Okay." A few minutes later, Potts took Aaron to the elevator and stopped in a room full of instruments. "Wow, it's full of technology," Aaron said exaggeratedly. "Just put your hand on this screen." Potts pointed to an electronic device on the table. "So simple? Do you think Tony Stark has never played with fake identities before?" Potts picked up a tablet tiredly. "He made this thing specifically for convenience, but he stopped using it a few years ago. Put your hand on it, and the instrument will automatically scan your fingerprints and face. At the same time, Stark's computer will generate the corresponding study and life experiences and enter them into the central database. Almost no one can check them out. Although Tony's tone just now was a bit unserious, he is really grateful to you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let me bring you here just because of your identity." "It shows," Aaron said. "Mr. Stark is a little more arrogant than I thought. If you have any specific details, please tell me in advance to make your resume more convincing." "Sack," He is indeed a genius scientist, so consider it. Aaron's mouth curved, and then he thought about the so-called details. After all, this was designing his new identity. You don't want to be too lofty, but at least you can't be too mediocre. First of all, I am an elite proficient in many skills. Secondly, my parents disappeared when I was 8 years old, leaving me alone in society. Again, no friends. Finally, a poor guy, penniless. I've thought about it. So fast? Just grasp the key points, Aaron said proudly. Aaron Gaius, born into a noble family, a young genius. His parents disappeared when he was 8 years old, and he inherited a huge fortune. However, he had an adventurous spirit and donated the entire inheritance to travel around the world alone. Ha ha! Potts nodded blankly. This is the first time I've seen someone talk about having no money in such a refreshing and refined way. It's a fake resume. Don't worry about those details. Anything else? Is there anything else you want to add? Yaron asked confidently, I suffer from intermittent amnesia. Potts was taken aback. This young man seemed even more playful than Tony. This was a clear departure from the past. That's all. My requirements are not high. Indeed, not high, Potts replied with a forced smile, filling in the key information on the tablet. The machine whirred, and soon a brand new ID card emerged. Aaron picked up the ID and glanced at it. Not bad. The photo looks very handsome, just like me. There are also bank cards and a mobile phone, Potts reminded him. Only then did Aaron notice the card and phone next to the instrument. This makes me feel so embarrassed. Take it. The money will be transferred to this card later. Can I change it into cash? Aaron asked sarcastically. It's not that I'm trying to push myself too far, but I actually don't have any cash on me right now, so it's somewhat inconvenient. Here, just wait a moment and I'll get it for you. Forget it, just clock in. Okay, Potts nodded. The phone has my and Tony's phone numbers, but try not to call us unless it's urgent. I understand, you big guys are quite busy. Aaron put all his documents, bank cards, and mobile phone into his bag, then took out a gold coin. I give this to you as a souvenir. Potts looked at the gold coin carefully and returned it. This is inappropriate, Gaius. No, it's very appropriate, Aaron said seriously. To be honest, I thought a legal identity was just a document, but what you prepared was beyond my expectations. I'm not very good at saying thanks, so I'll use this to express my gratitude. Okay, I'll accept it. That's right, let's go. I'll take you out. The two of them took the elevator down to the first floor. Stark was examining a large arc reactor. When he saw them approaching, he reluctantly looked away. Is everything done? Stark asked. Pretty much, Potts replied. I've prepared everything for him. I don't owe you anything now, boy. Yes, I owe you. Okay, Aaron said half-jokingly. But if you need anything, you can come to me and I'll try to help you solve it. Don't be ridiculous. You're only 18 years old, Stark said with a hint of disgust. Do you think you're Tony Stark? No, but I'm definitely no worse than you. Ha, I admire your confidence. So, what can you do? Everything, Aaron said without thinking. Realizing it sounded exaggerated, he quickly added, well, not everything, but I can do most things. What a loud tone. This is called self-confidence, and it's also ability. However, if you ask me for help, there will be a charge, Aaron said seriously. But it can be cheaper the first time. Get lost, Stark rolled his eyes. I still need your help? No one can solve a problem that Stark can't solve. We'll see. Aaron smiled slightly, then waved his hand and left their sight. Are you being too kind to this young man? Potts asked in confusion. I've never seen you care so much about anyone before. People can change. Okay? Okay. To be honest, it's intuition, Stark said, pursing his lips. You know my intuition. Potts smiled and nodded. Never accurate. But this time is different. Really different, Stark said, his expression serious. The first time I saw him, there was a voice in my mind telling me that this boy is very important, so important that missing him would be a regret for the rest of my life. Is it that exaggerated? Potts asked in disbelief. I don't know why I felt that way. But that was my first thought at the time, Stark said, slightly excited. It's like a revelation from... I don't believe in fate. But this boy felt like a gift from it. If I must put it into words, success is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration, and he embodies that 1% inspiration. I think you need to see a doctor. I'm not going, Stark replied nonchalantly. His situation couldn't be solved by doctors, at least not by the ones available at this stage. All in all, Gaius is definitely not an ordinary person, and it's no coincidence that he found me. Pepper, this time, just this once, you have to trust me. I know, I will try to keep an eye on him, Pepper responded. Chapter 679, Dividing Strength Levels and the Importance of External Possessions. Aaron stepped out of a gold shop and sighed quietly. 9 gold coins had been exchanged for 7,000 US dollars, which was definitely a loss. But he didn't care much. After all, he once owned a treasury and a mere 5-digit wealth was nothing to him. Money? For a person like him, it is nothing more than an external possession, but sometimes it is really difficult to live without this external possession. After that, he rented a modest apartment in Manhattan. Although it cost him a total of $6,000, he finally had a place to stay in this world. Putting down his backpack, Aaron released Abe and Fox, who had been confined for a day. They looked around the unfamiliar environment, then turned their questioning eyes to Aaron. That's right. This will be our home for the next month. Aaron introduced. Although it's not as grand as Gaius Castle, and there are no house elves to serve us, even 3 meals a day have to be taken care of by ourselves. Although a sparrow is small, it has all the internal organs. After all, this is life. Abe immediately declared, I will be wherever the master is. Wasn't it the same way at Hogwarts? Although this place is not as luxurious as the Hall of Divine Sound, it is much larger than Slytherin's dormitory. Fox also chirped, then shrank to the size of an ordinary parrot and flew onto Aaron's shoulder. I have to prepare a stand for you, Aaron said, gently stroking Fox's red feathers. Master, I'm hungry, Abe said, rubbing his stomach. Aaron rolled his eyes. Didn't Jeans prepare a day's rations for you? I've finished eating it, and it didn't taste very good. Your appetite is really something, Aaron said tiredly, then opened the food products section. Gourmet category, at acupuncture cactus, 50 delicious points. At white-haired Cinderella cow, 10 delicious points. Striped salmon, 3 delicious points. Lobsterfish, 20 delicious points. Gala crocodile, 30 delicious points. The higher the level of capture, the larger the size and the higher the price. Acupuncture cactus cannot be eaten, and its capture level is relatively low, but it is a health-preserving massage chair that can be used multiple times, and it is acceptable to be expensive. After thinking for a moment, Aaron placed an order for striped salmon. There's no way, the last 4 items were alive. The lobsterfish and the crocodile are both monsters. This is a rented house after all, and he is a poor man now. If it is damaged, he cannot afford to pay for it. In the kitchen, Aaron placed a salmon about 1 meter long on the chopping board, and then knocked it unconscious with a knife. The steps of removing the scales, gutting, and deboning were completed within a minute. He then cut the whole salmon into 2 parts and harvested a bottle full of caviar. He put half of the fish in the refrigerator and cut the other half into 3 parts. He took 1 half, and Abe and Fox took 3/4 and 1/4 respectively. This distribution method completely reflected the family hierarchy: owner, main pet, and secondary pet. Of course, their respective appetites also played a significant role. The holy dragon and the phoenix each stared at the bright red fish flesh, the smell of the sea breeze making them salivate uncontrollably. Look at your potential, Aaron said, rolling his eyes at them. Stop holding back, let's start dinner. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Abe breathed out a mouthful of dragon flame, grilling the salmon, and then started chewing on a piece of fish. Fox showed his claws and tore the fish into strips, sucking it like noodles. Rude, so rude. It's okay for you two to eat like this at home, but if you behave like a cat or a bird when you go outside, I won't dare to take you out in the future, Aaron said, exasperated. He then slowly fried his portion of fish. Frying until both sides were golden brown, he sprinkled it with pepper, picked up a knife and fork, and ate elegantly. However, Aaron's eating speed was not slow at all. He finished several kilograms of fish in less than 10 minutes. Under normal circumstances, I'd be barely 70% full. Aaron leaned back on the sofa contentedly, then turned on the TV to catch up on the latest news. He needed to understand this world as soon as possible. If it was a pure movie universe, then there was no need to worry for the time being. Except for a few major figures on Earth who couldn't be offended, others posed no threat to him. As for other planets, he wouldn't set his sights on the stars until he had enough ability. If it was a hybrid universe and the situation was complicated, then he, a humble outsider, would have to survive carefully. Unless necessary, he couldn't interfere with anything or get involved in the struggle of any force. But he also knew that this was just an ideal. Past experience told him that gold would shine wherever it went, whether it wanted to or not. Sooner or later, he would have to get involved in something for some reason, but that was for the future. For now, he had to postpone this later as much as possible. Even if he participated, he would not attract the attention of some major figures. He did not want to experience the fear of being dominated by Gandalf and Dumbledore again. After switching through dozens of TV channels, he briefly learned about entertainment, politics, and war, but found no useful clues. There was no alien invasion, no superhuman crimes, and the biggest news was that Stark's stock had dropped 50 points. But thinking about it, since Iron Man had not yet emerged, the world was still peaceful. If the government wanted to cover up one or two superpower crimes, it could easily do so. It was natural that he couldn't find anything out. Aaron took a deep breath and then opened his personal panel. Hylant, once in a lifetime. Talent point. Mana increases by 4 points every day. Items: Magic Carpet, Captain Jack's Compass, Book of Prophecy, Pensy, Magic Points, Delicious Points, Spumpen. High-level Grand Mage. Aaron smacked his lips. System: Where does my strength stand in this world? It's really hard to be sure, the system replied. The identity of the host is too special. I don't need an exact answer, but you have to give me a reference. According to the host's sporadic memories, the strength level of this world can be divided into 6 levels: surface level, sub-heavenly father level, single universe level, multiverse level, and omnipotent universe level. Aaron blinked. Isn't this a little too simple? Each level can also be divided into 3, 6, and 9 sub-levels. For example, the surface level includes stronger humans and hulks. What about me? Sub-heavenly father, the system said hesitantly. Comprehensive evaluation shows that the host is the strongest among sub-heavenly fathers, but there is still a big gap between him and the heavenly father level. This review is really sad. This has exceeded 99% of the life in the universe, the system said with a bit more certainty. The heavenly father level corresponds to gods, which is akin to the god of magic in the host's cognition. Sub-heavenly father corresponds to the holy magister. If the host's combat power and ability were not higher than that of ordinary holy magisters, sub-heavenly father might not even be able to rate him. Aaron subconsciously covered his heart. It hurts my heart even more when you say that. Strength does not represent combat power. Some sub-heavenly fathers cannot even defeat the surface level, but some heavenly fathers can overwhelm the strong men in the single universe. In a sense, the host possesses abilities that even heavenly fathers would envy: immortality, an immortal soul, and inviolability of laws. The host has enough time to grow. As long as he is not strangled before he grows up, the host has unlimited possibilities. Ha! I can lend you some good words, Aaron smiled forcefully, not feeling much comfort in his heart. His ability was indeed perfect, but perfection was relative. There were many major figures in this universe. Deal with him, and there are also many powerful individuals who can destroy him. I hope this universe is not as chaotic as he fears. Otherwise, the future will be difficult. By the way, how much energy does it take to reach a single universe-level magic energy? Aaron asked. When the magic energy reaches 30,000, one becomes a holy magister, which corresponds to the sub-heavenly father level. At 50,000, one becomes a god of magic, corresponding to the heavenly father level. At 100,000, one becomes a demon king, which corresponds to the single universe level, the system explained. 100,000? Aaron couldn't help but smile bitterly. That sounds pretty good. With my current growth rate of magic energy, I expect to become a single universe-level powerhouse within 100 years. What about the multiverse level? Aaron inquired further. Converted into magic power, it is at least 1 million, and this is just the threshold, the system replied. Aaron nodded thoughtfully. Accumulating millions of magic energy would take a long time to reach the peak. He could no longer hope for it, at least not before leaving this world. Forget it. Open the task panel, Aaron commanded. The host has not triggered any tasks yet, the system responded. Aaron sighed. After turning off the system, he took a few deep breaths to calm his not-so-relaxed mood. Then he placed Abe and Fox in front of him. You two, remember, you must not show any strange behavior without my order, do you understand? Aaron instructed. Hearing this, Abe and Fox looked at each other and nodded in unison. Aaron cleared the table and then waved his wand to create a blackboard. He needed to plan the next steps. First, he summarized the admonitions of his two ancestors. Don't deal with the elderly. Don't be curious about mysterious things. Don't let people know you can do magic, and take the initiative to get involved when necessary. He didn't know when these two ancestors came to this universe, but they would never make fun of their descendants. He didn't comment on the first two, as past experiences had given him enough lessons. He also didn't want to deal with old folks and could curb his curiosity very well. Magic cannot be exposed easily. The wand must be put away, and the magic circle cannot be used at will. So what else besides magic itself? Physical fitness far beyond ordinary people, a flintlock rifle, a revolver, a pistol, a light sniper, a heavy sniper, a long sword, in addition to superb marksmanship, fighting skills, medical skills, cooking, blacksmithing, and modification techniques. From now on, Aaron Gaius is just a relatively powerful human being, proficient in many skills, excellent but not outrageous. Aaron quickly established a Muggle personality for himself because normal people are more easily accepted by the public in this world. But one thing to note, not being able to expose magic doesn't mean he can't practice and use magic. The magic circle still needs to be practiced. Forbidden magic must be mastered as soon as possible. And the practice of fusion magic must also be put on the agenda. What's more important is that he must find a way to make money. He now knows a big businessman, Tony Stark, but there is no chance of taking advantage of the big businessman yet. Moreover, if he wants to increase the strength of his physical body, he needs enough fantasy ingredients, and there are only two ways to obtain delicious points: one-to-one exchange for magic points, and one-to-one exchange for cash currency. It was impossible for him to exchange magic points, so money, something external to him, became particularly important. Meanwhile, at the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, Nick Fury looked at Aaron Gaius' investigation records on the computer screen in his hand, and his already dark face became even darker. Director, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with this, Coulson said, forcing a smile. With his many years of experience as an agent, he could naturally see how fake this record is. The problem is, they really can't find anything wrong with it. At least, they can't prove it's fake, Nick Fury sneered. This proves that Mr. Stark is more willful than we thought. Yesterday we found nothing, but today we have a detailed life resume, enough to write a novel. So, there must be something wrong with Aaron Gaius? Coulson asked. Isn't it obvious? The problem is, we don't know what's wrong with him, Nick Fury pondered for a moment. Coulson, I need you to continue monitoring him. Already on it, Coulson replied. After he left Stark Industries, he went to a gold store and exchanged 9 gold coins for cash. Then, he rented a single apartment. So far, nothing unusual. Director, do you suspect he deliberately contacted Stark? It's a possibility. His encounter with Stark is definitely not a coincidence. As for his motives, money, connections, weapons, or... Nick Fury paused. His purpose could be the weapons Stark manufactured in Afghanistan. Coulson's eyes widened. Is that his goal? No, sir. You have a big appetite. Not only does he want weapons, but he also wants Tony Stark. Looks like I'll have to talk to that young man again, Fury mused. Just keep an eye on him for now. We can't find out anything if he doesn't make a move, and we don't want to alert him. Nick Fury pointed to the intermittent amnesia note on the computer screen. He has enough reasons to refuse to answer some difficult questions. Coulson's face fell. Amnesia is a very lame excuse. Normally, organizations like ours have plenty of means to get what we want, but Aaron's connection to Stark complicates things. We can't take direct action without evidence. Chapter 680, Preparations Before Opening, Gaius's Business House, System, Sign in. The host signs in at an ordinary apartment and gets 1 magic point. Aaron curled his lips in disgust, feeling it was necessary to find more efficient check-in locations. The current situation reminded him of the hard days 7 years ago when a single magic point had to be split in half and spent prudently. Even refreshing the mall had to be done with caution. System, how many magic points will I get if I sign in at Stark Tower? 2 magic points. What about the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency? Aaron asked, unable to help but complain internally about the long name. The same, 2 magic points. Okay, it seems that the normal check-in points aren't much higher, Aaron sneered, then took out the prophecy book from the magic circle. Are there any prophecies today? The gears of fate begin to turn as Tony Stark builds himself a new arc reactor, but the old one will save his life in the near future. Ha! Interesting, Aaron said indifferently. But it has nothing to do with me for the time being. My top priority is to survive in this world. Making money was his first priority, and he already had an idea on how to do it. After all, he had experience opening a store, but this time he wanted to do something different. Aaron took a deep breath, then put on his backpack and walked out of the house with all his belongings. First, he went to a motorcycle shop. With his handsome appearance, he bargained with the proprietress and successfully bought his first motorcycle for $4,000. It was diamond black, with black wheels, a combat appearance, and excellent texture. The downside was that it wasn't suitable for long-term riding and consumed more fuel. But this wasn't a problem for Aaron at all. He had also learned modification technology. The appearance could be more handsome. As for the inner workings, he would make magical changes. One of his side jobs was that of an alchemist. He used the ancient fire of Gublai as the energy source and added runes to each component to add functions such as speed, shock absorption, comfort, defense, attack, and flight. Well, maybe not flight, as it would be too conspicuous. Afterwards, he went to a supermarket and bought a cauldron, a crystal ball, a first aid kit, and parchment. There were no magical animals and plants in this world, and most of the materials needed to brew magic potions were unavailable. Aaron could only settle for the next best thing and try using ordinary materials instead of magical animal and plant raw materials. This could be regarded as a disguised modification of magic. The medicine was formulated. After shipping everything home, Aaron's funds shrank again, leaving him with less than $6,000. I never thought I would have to worry about money one day. Looking at the balance on the card, Aaron laughed to himself and divided the money into 2 parts. 2/3 were used to rent the shop, and the remaining 1/3 was used for decoration. But he had to find a place with a suitable price and location first, before his rent was due this month. During this period, the motorcycle could be modified, and the formula of the magic potion could be adjusted. The 11th day, the 37th test, version 2.0. Stark stood in the basement of the Ocean View Villa with a brand new arc reactor on his chest and half-finished robotic arms on his legs. In front of him was a robotic arm holding a camera, and behind him was a firefighting robot. Ben is still a firefighter, Stark said to the fire-extinguishing robot, then changed the subject. But if you dare to spray me again when I'm not on fire, I will donate you to the city university. Okay. Stark adjusted his breathing, flattened his hands, palms facing the ground. Smoothly, start with only 1% of the total thrust. Ready, 3, 2, 1. As he finished speaking, the machines on his hands and feet turned on at the same time, releasing powerful pulses. And he himself was floating in mid-air under the influence of the thrust. Stark felt a rush of exhilaration. A few seconds later, he landed smoothly, the propellers in his legs sparking slightly as they touched the ground. Ben immediately aimed a fire extinguisher at Stark. Don't keep pointing that thing at me like I'm going to catch on fire at any moment. Just relax. It's not too late to take action if something goes wrong, Stark said, slightly annoyed. Ben reluctantly lowered the fire extinguisher as Stark prepared for a new round of tests. Now, adjust the thrust to 25%, he instructed. This time, it wasn't just about floating. Stark could now fly slowly in midair and adjust his direction with ease. After floating around the basement, he landed smoothly once more. I can fly, he declared triumphantly. As the test concluded, several robotic arms delivered the necessary accessories. A set of pure silver steel armor covered his entire body, officially completing his first outfit. "Jarvis, are you there?" Stark called out. "What's the matter, sir?" The artificial intelligence, Jarvis, responded. "Switch on the alarm display." "Clear. Import all selected programs from the system." "Yes, sir." Inside the armor, Stark saw a wealth of data analysis through the artificial intelligence interface. "How's it going?" he asked. "I've finished importing the files, and the lines are ready," Jarvis replied. "The virtual inspection will begin next. Reset priorities and calibrate working conditions. Inspect all control surfaces." "Yes, sir." The test is completed, ready to turn off the power and start data analysis. "Let's do this. Check the weather and air traffic control first, and start listening to ground control signals." "Sir, I seriously object. There is a huge amount of data that has not been analyzed," Jarvis cautioned. "Jarvis," Stark's tone grew more impatient. "Sometimes you have to be forward-thinking. Okay? 3, 2, 1. The armor slowly rose into the air, drawing an arc amidst Stark's cheers. Flying out of the basement at super speed, Stark soared into the night sky, testing the armor's capabilities. He had flown once before in Afghanistan, but that attempt had ended in failure, with him crashing into a sand dune. After flying around the city, Stark set his sights on the moon hanging in the night sky. "Look at how capable it is. What is the record of the SR-71 Blackbird?" he asked. "The SR-71 Blackbird's top record is 85,000 feet, sir," Jarvis informed him. "Records are meant to be broken, right?" Stark shouted, launching a challenge to the sky. The armor was pushed to full thrust, climbing higher and higher, but a layer of white frost gradually formed on its surface. "Sir, ice at high altitudes can cause major accidents," Jarvis warned. "Go on. Go higher," Stark insisted, his spirits high. He didn't care about the ice at all. After a few more seconds, a thick layer of ice formed on the armor, causing the thrust system to fail. Jarvis was forced to cut off contact, and Stark began a free fall. Falling from an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, Stark knew that even with the armor's protection, a crash would be fatal. Fortunately, just before he hit the ground, the ice broke and the armor regained power, allowing him to fly above the Seaview Villa. "Shut down," he commanded. Boom! The armor smashed through the ceiling, crashed through several floors, and finally stopped in the basement. The takeoff had been exhilarating, but the landing was awkward. Despite this, Stark was full of excitement. The test had shown that Mark 2.0 was very successful and could be put into use once the icing problem was solved. Flying had always been a human dream, and what Stark had just experienced was not ordinary fun. It was thrilling. However, the collision had left him with a headache, so he had to put an ice pack on it. Taking off his armor, Stark put on an ice pack and walked to the studio. He picked up a cup of coffee and was about to drink it when he noticed that the carton sent by Pepper. Stark paused slightly, put down the coffee cup, and opened the carton. Inside was the arc reactor he had used before, the first model, though its energy output was much lower than the one he was currently using. Potts cleaned and packaged it, placing it in a glass box with a line of text. "This thing proves that Tony Stark has a heart." Hell's Kitchen. Aaron rode his modified motorcycle and stopped in front of a house. After investigating for more than half a month, he had finally found a suitable store among thousands of rental notices. It had 2 floors plus a large basement. The second floor was the living area, complete with a bedroom, kitchen, bathroom, and living room. The first floor served as the reception area, conference room, and office. The space was large enough, had a lot of foot traffic, and came with complete equipment and appliances. Most importantly, it could be modified. The rent was a bit steep at $5,000 a month, $1,000 more than he had anticipated. Water, electricity, and gas were additional expenses. Despite this, Aaron really liked the place, so he spent all his money renting it for a month and renovated the first floor according to his own ideas. He removed the conference room and office, transforming the space into a simple restaurant divided into multiple functional areas, although it was still empty. Looking at the signboard, Gaius, Pepsi House on the door, Aaron felt a surge of excitement. However, his excitement waned when he opened his wallet and saw less than $500 left. Money is just a material thing. You are Gaius, and making money is just a matter of time, Aaron encouraged himself, also preparing a backup plan. If he ever ran out of money, he could rob the rich and give to the poor, as long as his identity remained hidden. After all, the world was still chaotic, full of evil people who wouldn't call the police if they were robbed. After opening the door, Aaron took care of his belongings. Shenglong and Phoenix were also excited about moving to a new home and ran around happily. "You two, calm down," Aaron said, exasperated. "If you misbehave, don't blame me for not feeding you." The dragon and the phoenix immediately stood still, their eyes full of devotion to the food. "You, stand over there, like usual." Aaron pointed at Fox, then at the branch stand he had bought for him. Fox chirped, flapped his wings, and stood up. This bird stand was inferior to the one in the principal's office and couldn't withstand the flames of the phoenix, so Aaron had specially enchanted it. "This is my kingdom," Aaron declared, hugging Abe and sitting on the black leather sofa. "It's a little shabby, but it's only temporary." Ding dong! The doorbell rang suddenly, and Aaron raised his eyebrows. Opening the door, he found two familiar faces, Tony Stark, wearing sunglasses, and his secretary, Pepper Potts. "Surprised to see us?" Stark teased. "A bit," Aaron admitted, inviting them in. "My place hasn't officially opened yet." "Then you should feel honored. It's not every day a billionaire comes to support your small store in person, but the media doesn't know about it, so they can't promote it for you," Stark said, glancing around at the store's decor. "Maybe, but I didn't invite you." "Also, how do you know what I'm doing?" Aaron asked. "I had Potts keep an eye on you, and I knew you were moving today," Stark said frankly. "But that's not important. I saw the sign outside, Pepsi House. What does it do specifically?" "That's a good question," Aaron said with some pride. "Currently, we offer 3 main services: catering, massage, and divination. We plan to expand to other businesses later." "Divination? Massage?" Stark and Potts exchanged glances. "You can do all that?" "I know a lot and can make a lot of money, but there are relatively few people who can make money easily," Aaron explained helplessly. "Then I have to experience it," Stark said with a smile. "Do you mind?" "Customers are God," Aaron replied. Aaron shrugged. "The reason I didn't kick you out is simply because I really have no money right now." Stark's mouth twitched. "You're so honest. Well, here's your chance to make a lot of money." "I think so," Aaron replied. "Divination," Stark said with interest. "Do you use tarot cards?" "As a fortune teller, I am better with crystal balls." "Massage," Potts interrupted. "Tony needs to relax, but can you really do that?" "Miss Potts, you can completely trust my character." "Pepper, why don't you try some divination first?" Stark suggested. "You need to relax." Potts looked at Stark seriously. "Okay," she agreed. Stark turned to Aaron. "Should I lie down?" "Of course," Aaron replied. Stark looked around and said with a forced smile, "You won't make me get on the sofa, will you?" "That's not the case. Come with me," Aaron said, smiling mysteriously as he made a polite gesture of invitation. Stark and Potts followed him around a corner and entered a small compartment, only about 20 square meters in size. In the middle stood a human-shaped green cactus, and there was nothing else in the room. "It's $500 a session. I guarantee it's worth it," Aaron said. "This is outrageous," Potts exclaimed, swallowing in disbelief. "This must be a cactus." "An acupuncture cactus," Aaron corrected. "I acquired it with great difficulty. It cost 50 delicious points, which translates to $500,000 US. As my first customer, I can offer you a free trial." Aaron laughed and then suddenly pushed Potts toward the cactus. Stark instinctively wanted to stop him, but Aaron's movements were too quick. He could only watch in horror as his secretary fell toward the acupuncture bed.